Zhou Shirua says Tian Gang is acting like he is hiding something from them, and Wang Xiao flatly agrees that her instinct is right. To check one last clue, Wang Xiao leans into Tian Gang's private room and finds a table full of expensive dishes that have barely been touched. That untouched meal convinces Wang Xiao even more that something is wrong with Tian Gang, even if he still cannot see the whole picture. Outside the restaurant, Tian Gang spots Lan Dehai waiting across the street and rushes over to him like a man afraid to keep him waiting. Lan Dehai answers Tian Gang's question with silence and a cold stare toward the restaurant before leading him away without a word. The two finally stop in an empty dark alley, where the friendly broker act is gone, and Lan Dehai bluntly asks whether Tian Gang revealed anything. Tian Gang hurriedly swears he followed the script exactly, and he immediately asks for the one thing he really wants, to see his brother. Lan Dehai refuses for now and says the meeting will only happen after his nephews enter Yaoguang Academy and secure spots in the academy ranking assessment. Tian Gang grimly explains that getting them into the academy is one thing, but ranking assessment slots are limited and depend on actual strength. Lan Dehai does not care about the difficulty, and calmly insists that Tian Gang will find a way. He suddenly asks about Wang Xiao, and that one casual question makes the threat underneath the conversation much clearer. When Tian Gang confirms Wang Xiao is his student, he also hurriedly says he can think of a way to help the nephews. But Lan Dehai must not harm his students. Lan Dehai waves that concern aside, confirms that Wang Xiao already qualified for the assessment, and seems satisfied by the answer. Before leaving, Lan Dehai hands Tian Gang a communicator and says they will contact him through it when the meeting with his brother is arranged. He adds one final warning: if this communicator ever contacts Tian Gang first, the situation has changed, and Tian Gang must pretend to know nothing no matter what he hears. Tian Gang agrees, opens the communicator, and sees only a single number stored inside. When he looks up to ask more, Lan Dehai has already vanished, leaving Tian Gang alone with the threat and the promise. Tian Gang chases deeper into the alley, only to emerge onto the busy main street where Lan Dehai could have gone anywhere. After a long conflicted look at the communicator, Tian Gang finally puts it away and walks off, still trapped by whatever holds his brother. Back in the restaurant private room, Qi Lianjuan returns and immediately asks whether Wang Xiao managed to get anything useful out of Tian Gang. Wang Xiao sighs that Tian Gang gave him nothing, and he tosses the same question right back at Qi Lianjuan. Qi Lianjuan says Lan Dehai is far too rich for a mere broker, rich enough that his business probably has a hidden problem behind it. Wang Xiao dryly agrees, and with neither of them holding anything solid yet, the conversation ends and Qi Lianjuan leaves for now. After Qi Lianjuan leaves, Zhou Shirua asks the obvious question: if Tian Gang is clearly in trouble, why did Wang Xiao hide that suspicion from him? Wang Xiao says Tian Gang clearly does not want their help, and until they know more, he would rather handle this small personal mess themselves than add it to the military's bigger crisis. Zhou Shirua accepts that answer, and the two finally leave Kaiyang restaurant. Later, after Wang Xiao returns home and enters his territory, he walks straight into chaos as Tang Longji gets chased around by the silver shadow leopard. Wang Xiao quickly orders the leopard back to its nest, and Tang Longji finally escapes with his life and a lot less dignity. Completely baffled, Wang Xiao runs over and asks what Tang Longji did to make the silver shadow leopard go mad on him. Tang Longji protests that he has no idea, saying he only wandered in to look around when the leopard suddenly started hunting him. Then Wang Xiao notices a few crystals in Tang Longji's hand and asks where he got them. Tang Longji cheerfully explains he picked them up nearby because they looked pretty, and he wanted to make jewelry for his wife. He even asks if he can keep these ordinary crystals, and Wang Xiao can only stare at him and realize he has finally solved the mystery of the leopard chase. In Wang Xiao's territory, Tang Longji eagerly listens when Wang Xiao says he already knows why the silver shadow leopard chased him. Wang Xiao explains that no crystal mine should exist there, so those polished crystals were never wild resources in the first place. Tang Longji blurts out that he picked them up because they were pretty enough to turn into jewelry for his wife, but he still has no idea what that has to do with the leopard. Wang Xiao finally says the truth in one sentence: those crystals were the silver shadow leopard's personal collection. He recalls that the leopard has always hoarded shiny stones, and their strange friendship started when he stumbled into that habit back in Thorn Canyon. After taking the breakthrough stone he needed, Wang Xiao had paid the leopard back with energy cores, which is why it treats him far more warmly than most people. Now Tang Longji has taken the leopard's favorite treasure without giving anything back, so from the beast's point of view, this was outright theft. To settle it, Wang Xiao pulls out 20 beginner energy cores and hands them to Tang Longji as compensation. When Wang Xiao tells him to apologize to the leopard as well, Tang Longji is so stunned he can barely repeat the word. Wang Xiao can only smile helplessly, because by now he is painfully used to dealing with mutated beasts that all have their own personalities and rules. Wang Xiao summons the silver shadow leopard again, and the beast instantly drops low the moment it sees the stolen crystals in Tang Longji's hand. With Wang Xiao urging him on, Tang Longji awkwardly squats down and tries to negotiate with the leopard face to face. Tang Longji sets down the 20 energy cores and sincerely offers them in exchange for the crystals he wants to keep. The leopard glances at Wang Xiao for approval, takes the energy cores, and quietly walks away instead of fighting. After a long stunned pause, Tang Longji can only sigh that Wang Xiao really has had a hard life dealing with beasts like these. Wang Xiao jokes back that one of his beasts only works if he praises it, and another tries to hide every time danger shows up. Tang Longji laughs it off and says he had better not visit deeper, because Wang Zhao's territory has too many strange rules for his peace of mind. Once the laughter fades, Wang Xiao turns serious and asks why Tang Longji suddenly came to his territory in the first place. Tang Longji reveals that his investigation into the fake Wu Yan has finally produced a result. Wang Xiao instantly guesses the key point and asks if Tang Longji found the real Wu Yan. Tang Longji says Blue Planet University really did have a fire mage student named Wu Yan, exactly matching the identity the imposter used. But the match is horrifying, because the real Wu Yan died last week. That one sentence makes Wang Xiao realize the Purple Star infiltrator must have already been hiding on Blue Planet for at least a week. Tang Longji nods and adds an even darker suspicion: the infiltrator probably did not come alone. He explains that Wu Yan supposedly died in a medium secret realm to ordinary mutated beasts. But after checking the place himself, Tang Longji does not believe a fire mage should have fallen that easily. Wang Xiao coldly finishes the logic for him. Wu Yan must have already lost his ability to fight before the beasts closed in, which means a careful enemy arranged the kill. Tang Longji says he already reported the finding to the Kaiyang military district anonymously, just as Wang Xiao had advised. When Tang Longji asks why they had to hide their names from their own side, Wang Xiao gives the bitter answer that he suspects Purple Star agents have already infiltrated the military itself. The story cuts to the Kaiyang military building underground, where Turk walks down a cold corridor in military clothes and a white coat. Through a door window, Turk sees the once gifted Tian Chang strapped to a hospital bed, staring blankly upward and muttering like a broken man. Turk smiles to himself at the sight, thinking that Enda's methods really did turn a genius into a lunatic. He tries to use a card on the lock, but the door rejects it with a wrong key sound that instantly puts him on edge. When the same card opens a different empty room just fine, Turk reads the words General Prison Unlock card and suddenly realizes something is wrong. In the same underground level a little later, Qi Lianjuan approaches the corridor alone and finds only a cleaner still mopping the floor. Qi Lianjuan questions why the cleaning is still going on, and the cleaner irritably complains that someone tracked dirt through the area during a room inspection. The dirt looks real enough that Qi Lianjuan starts doubting whether this was only a sensor mistake instead of an intruder slipping through. After one last suspicious look, Qi Lianjuan leaves with the assault team, and the cleaner is left alone in the corridor. Only after Qi Lianjuan is gone does the cleaner stop acting and reveal the stolen unlock card hidden in his dustpan. It was Turk all along. Turk sneers that the card itself is suspicious, gives Tian Chang's cell one last look, and leaves without hurrying. Elsewhere in the Commander-in-Chief's office, Qin Jinrong opens his eyes when Qi Lianjuan arrives to report that the ambush failed. Qi Lianjuan explains that surveillance really did catch a military-clothed intruder trying a door, but the target was Tian Chang's room, not Enda's. The mention of Tian Chang leads Qi Lianjuan to bring up Wang Zhao's request to let someone visit him, but Qin Jinrong cuts it off and refuses for now because the treatment is at a critical stage. Qi Lianjuan next reports that the general unlock card used as bait is gone, and he has already posted guards nearby to catch whoever returns it. Qin Jinrong immediately orders those guards recalled, because a careful infiltrator who already smelled the trap will only hide deeper if they push too hard now. When Qi Lianjuan worries they are losing their best chance, Qin Jinrong answers with cold patience that a cat will come if there is fish, because they still have bait left. Qi Lianjuan first guesses Endu, then realizes the real bait must be Tian Chang, and Qin Jinrong's silence confirms it. Qin Jinrong then admits with a heavy sigh that he did not believe Wang Zhao's warning about Purple Star infiltrators in the military, but now the younger man looks painfully correct. Qi Lianjuan tries to comfort him, but Qin Jinrong bluntly says enemy cunning is no excuse when the front line is already under pressure, and one hidden saboteur could do terrible damage. Still thinking it through, Qi Lianjuan asks why the infiltrator would go after Tian Chang at all if the Purple Star side is supposedly searching for a lost holy beast. That question makes Qi Lianjuan connect tonight's prison move with the earlier trouble around Tian Gang, because Tian Gang is Tian Chang's brother. Qin Jinrong takes the link seriously at once and orders a meeting with Tian Gang tomorrow, plus hidden surveillance around Tian Chang's cell to see who comes near him next. Just before Qi Lianjuan leaves, Qin Jinrong shows him a mysterious envelope that arrived that afternoon, addressed only with the words for Commander-in-Chief Qin to open. Qin Jinrong tells Qi Lianjuan to investigate who sent the letter, adding one more quiet mystery to an already ugly night. Back in Wang Zhao's territory, he and Tang Longji sit in a heavy silence, both turning over how bad the military infiltration might really be. Wang Xiao finally says that since he and Commander Chen are pretending to have fallen out so the enemy will approach him more boldly, he needs Tang Longji to keep watching the military side instead. Tang Longji readily agrees as a fellow Blue Planet Lord, but then his face turns awkward because his own backlog of missions has piled up while he was investigating Wu Yan. When Wang Xiao suspects he might be backing out, Tang Longji hurriedly denies it and awkwardly starts asking Wang Xiao for help instead. When Tang Longji suddenly asks Wang Xiao for help, Wang Xiao is genuinely baffled because a veteran level 5 lord should not need him for routine secret realm work. Wang Xiao tests the idea and asks if Tang Longji wants him to join a secret realm run, and Tang Longji admits that is basically it. Tang Longji hurries to reassure him that Wang Xiao only needs to show up, not fight, because the academy ranking assessment is close and he should save his strength. Wang Xiao jokes that he would just be there to pad the numbers, and Tang Longji, embarrassingly serious, accepts that if it gets Wang Xiao to come. Still suspicious, Wang Xiao presses for the real terms, asking whether he might have to act, whether it is dangerous, and what the pay is. Tang Longji promises he will not force anything, swears it will be safe with him there, and offers 1,000 star coins plus whatever resources Wang Xiao gets inside. The offer sounds almost laughably small to Wang Xiao, but he remembers fighting alongside Tang Longji in Thorn Canyon and decides to help as a friend instead of haggling over money. Instead of taking the fee seriously, Wang Xiao tells Tang Longji to sell him extra breakthrough stones in the future, which makes Tang Longji realize he has agreed. Tang Longji excitedly locks in a meeting for the next morning at the Lord's shop, and the favor is settled. After that, Wang Xiao shows Tang Longji around the territory one more time before they part ways. The next morning, Wang Xiao heads to Yuheng Academy first to report that he is going out to train. Tian Gang reacts with almost suspicious calm, and Wang Zhao's unease only grows when he cannot pry any useful clue out of him. Unable to get answers, Wang Xiao updates Zhou Shiro through his communication device and heads to the Lord's shop anyway. At the quiet Lord's shop, Wang Xiao finds Lin Xiang and Tang Longji already waiting downstairs over tea. Lin Xiang greets him warmly and assumes he came to buy resources, but Wang Xiao says he is only here because Tang Longji asked for help. Lin Xiang starts to say something revealing, and Tang Longji cuts him off so fast that Wang Xiao immediately senses they are hiding something. They head upstairs in a hurry, but Wang Xiao stops and directly asks Tang Longji whether he has been deceiving him. Tang Longji denies it, but his guilty face makes the lie obvious, and Wang Xiao only follows because he can still sense no real malice from him. On the 6th floor, Lin Xiang opens a storeroom instead of taking them toward Holy Capital headquarters, and Wang Xiao realizes Tang Longji's story does not add up. Inside the warehouse, Lin Xiang leads them to the hidden artificial secret realm setup and takes out 2 rune-engraved entry crystals. Wang Xiao pushes the entry key back and demands the truth, realizing Tang Longji lured him into an artificial secret realm instead of the mission he described. Tang Longji finally admits he lied a little, insists he means no harm, and begs Wang Xiao to trust him and see for himself inside. After a brief hesitation, Wang Xiao accepts the key and activates it anyway. Golden light swallows his vision, and Wang Xiao arrives in a white ice secret realm of low snowy mountains that feels strangely warm. Before Wang Xiao can figure out the odd warmth, a deafening thud erupts ahead and a blood-red giant rises from the mountain range. Wang Xiao almost summons his troops on reflex, but he freezes when the giant's shape feels eerily familiar. He pieces it together in an instant. The giant blood construct looks like Lin Dong's blood pool power enlarged with Tang Hingshan's giant talent. Then 2 more giant soldiers rise beside it, a holy giant knight on one side and a coldly beautiful ice mountain saintess on the other, turning the snowy field into a full battle line. Recognizing the holy knight and ice mountain saintess too, Wang Xiao finally understands why Tang Longji dragged him here in secret. Tang Longji appears beside him through a flash of light and pretends to be shocked, but Wang Xiao immediately calls out the act. Since Tang Longji keeps playing dumb, Wang Xiao decides he might as well answer this reunion with a fight. He opens a spatial vortex and calls out the blazing golden crow first. This time the crow does not act timid, because Wang Zhao's old comrades are only challenging him, not trying to kill him. With one beat of its wings, the crow scatters 10 blazing feathers that expand into 10 scorching suns across the sky. The heat wave rips through the cold, melts the snow for 1,000 meters, and exposes the grassland hidden underneath. The crow's platinum level 2 pressure slams down so hard that the 3 giant soldiers are pinned in place for a moment. Looking at the grass under the melted snow, Wang Xiao finally understands the strange warmth and realizes someone had been freezing this realm by force. Wang Xiao openly calls them out by name, telling Fang Tianyu, Tang Hingshan, Lin Dong, and Han Bufan to stop hiding because old friends do not need this kind of entrance. Tang Hingshan roars back from the mountains that a little heat will not make them surrender, proving this reunion really will start with a fight. Wang Xiao turns back to Tang Longji and bluntly confirms the truth. This whole request was just a setup so his old comrades could drag him here. Tang Longji admits it at last and explains that Tang Hingshan would not stop pestering him after hearing Wang Xiao had been seen, so he arranged this surprise reunion. Wang Xiao calls it one huge surprise and immediately checks one more thing, whether Tang Longji plans to join the fight too. Tang Longji backs away like a spectator and promises this is a matter for the younger generation, which leaves Wang Xiao free to fight in earnest. Remembering they all fought together against Crimson Star, Wang Xiao feels his own battle spirit rise because he wants to see how much these old friends have improved. He expands his lineup by summoning the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and the Silver Shadow Leopard. Then the blazing golden crow dissolves away, and Wang Xiao swaps it out for the dark swamp crocodile dragon. As soon as it appears, the crocodile dragon uses roaming dragon shadow and disappears underground. At the rear, the gold armor black turtle appears and spreads absolute defense through blood-chi connection to cover Wang Zhao's assault team. Watching this formation come together, Tang Longji can already tell his nephew and the others are in for a rough beating. Wang Xiao launches first, sending the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard streaking toward the Giant Blood Man and the Ice Mountain Saintess. The distance is only a few hundred meters, so the two beasts cross it almost instantly even with low ridges in the way. Before the enemy can react, the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf triggers Berserk Thunder and rips a claw across the Giant Blood Man's waist, nearly cutting it in half. At the same time, the Silver Shadow Leopard leaps at the Ice Mountain Saintess, forcing her to raise an ice wall in defense. But the leopard's claw bends with the surrounding cold wind into a curving blade, bypassing the straight defense and carving wounds all over her body. For the first time, pain breaks the Saintess's emotionless face as blood runs down her snow-pale body. An unseen Fang Tianyu shouts at Han Bufan to stop hesitating, and Han Bufan finally orders the Holy Giant Knight to counterattack. Before that counterattack can even begin, a black shadow bursts from underground and smashes into the warhorse's exposed jaw. The armored warhorse instantly blacks out, the Giant Knight crashes down, and in less than 5 seconds Wang Xiao has smashed all 3 enemy summons out of combat. After Wang Xiao drops the enemy side in one opening burst, Tang Longji can only sigh that Tang Hingshan's group still has not improved. Wang Xiao lightly corrects him, saying he only had the first strike and that once their formation is ready, it would take another 5 seconds to break them again. Tang Longji mocks that kind of modesty, and Wang Xiao's expression turns serious as he warns that the other side has already measured his attack power and will start fighting for real now. Tang Longji still thinks the wounded soldiers are finished, but Wang Xiao reminds him that Tang Hingshan has a classmate with the life recovery talent. Right on cue, a huge life array opens over the mountains and floods the field with green light until the 3 battered soldiers recover to full strength. Tang Longji is genuinely impressed by how broken life recovery looks when it backs strong soldiers. Wang Xiao admits that kind of healing support is nasty, but his battle intent only rises as his 3 mutated beasts charge the freshly restored enemy again. He explains that Yang Fan can heal them once, but with his current strength he cannot keep restoring heavy injuries forever, even with potions. Wang Xiao even counts the timing out loud. Yang Fan needs a few seconds for each potion to kick in, and if he forces more healing than that, he will faint from overdraw. Because this is only a spar, Wang Xiao decides not to crush Yang Fan outright and instead orders his beasts to spread their attacks and force the support side to retreat. The 3 mutated beasts switch cleanly to one-at-a-time pressure, with one striking while the other 2 circle to cut off any counterattack. Tang Longji finally blurts out that Wang Xiao is being absurdly cautious for someone whose platinum beasts are already overwhelming a silver team. Wang Xiao just grins and says this is not bullying the weak, it is respecting the opponent. Back at the hidden command point in the mountains, Yang Fan sneezes from the cold and snaps at Fang Tianyu for making the venue feel freezing. Fang Tianyu shoots Yang Fan down, and Tang Hingshan cuts the bickering off because Wang Xiao is about to attack again, and they still need Yang Fan standing. Yang Fan gulps an energy potion, opens his status, and is horrified to see half the restored energy vanish immediately because someone got hit again. Han Bufan awkwardly raises a hand and explains that Wang Zhao's beasts keep targeting the warhorse's lower jaw, the weakest point in the Holy Giant Knight's defense. Before Yang Fan can even complain, Fang Tianyu's side takes another heavy hit, and the life array drains his energy all over again. Now rattled, Yang Fan hurriedly opens another potion instead of wasting breath on anyone. Han Bufan quietly suggests surrender after checking with an identification scroll and confirming that all 3 of Wang Zhao's mutated beasts are platinum rank. That revelation crushes the mood, because even with Tang Hingshan's giant tribe boost they can barely handle 1 platinum summon, let alone 3. Yang Fan refuses to surrender anyway, almost crazed as he shouts that they trained this long to shock Wang Xiao and he can still hold on. Yang Fan's stubbornness fires the others back up, and Tang Hingshan leads the boys into a reckless rally to fight it out. Fang Tianyu lets the shouting settle, then calmly says they will definitely lose if they keep fighting on their own. Back on the field, the dark swamped crocodile dragon smashes the enemy knight's warhorse hard enough to stagger it, but this time the mounted giant does not collapse. The reason shows up immediately when the enemy side's Bloodman support goes berserk, ignores its own damage, and throws itself over to protect the mounted giant. Fang Tianyu follows up with ice shield armor, sealing the warhorse's exposed lower jaw in a layer of hard ice. At the same time, Yang Fan forces the life array to full output again, restoring the mounted giant and letting its huge counterattack drive all 3 beasts back. Seeing the save, Wang Xiao finally smiles because the other team has at last understood what real cooperation means. Tang Longji is stunned that Fang Tianyu's side can patch the mounted giant's weak point like that, and Wang Xiao teasingly asks if he has always fought alone. Wang Xiao even shamelessly credits himself, saying those students learned a lot from fighting beside him in real combat. When Tang Longji asks if that means the next phase will be difficult, Wang Xiao says yes and no at the same time, just enough to leave him confused. Wang Zhao's answer becomes clear when he recalls the silver shadow leopard and swaps in the flame-covered raging lava bear instead. From the hidden mountain position, Tang Hingshan immediately warns everyone that Wang Xiao has switched to the raging lava bear. The boys brighten up when Fang Tianyu calmly says he predicted this, because Wang Xiao always goes after the strongest support when he cannot hit the real core directly. Fang Tianyu tells them this is the moment to show the results of their training, but the boys hesitate because they had wanted to hide that move for the academy rankings. Fang Tianyu reassures them that Wang Xiao will keep it quiet anyway, and reminds them they came here so he could judge their joint attack skill. After one last check on Yang Fan's fading condition, the group grits its teeth and commits to the combo. Han Bufan calls for Fang Tianyu's support, and Fang Tianyu begins the holy curse chant while his soldier's effect spreads onto the battlefield. The chant wraps the giant mounted enemy in white frost, stacking a second layer of ice armor over its already heavy plate. Even the giant sword transforms, turning silver-white and sprouting deadly ice spikes along the spine. Before Tang Longji can gasp again, Wang Xiao calmly predicts that Lin Dong will be the next one to move. He is right again when the enemy side's Bloodman support suddenly explodes into a storm of blood instead of simply collapsing. That blood gathers into a huge crimson shield and rises into the mounted enemy's hand. With ice armor outside and a blood shield in hand, the mounted giant no longer looks like an ordinary holy knight at all. Wang Xiao barely reacts to the spectacle, because he is already watching where the blood landed and quietly says he has found them. On the field, the newly upgraded mounted giant stops defending and charges straight at Wang Zhao's wolf beast. Its huge frozen slash tears through the mountain hard enough to flatten half a slope, but Wang Zhao's wolf beast still vaults dozens of meters into the air to dodge. Even after dodging the main slash, scattered cold lights still burst out and break the wolf's golden defense, catching Wang Xiao by surprise for the first time. The wolf answers instantly with berserk thunder, but the blood shield blocks it, and the mounted enemy only slides back a few steps. Wang Xiao immediately realizes the blood shield is Lin Dong's blood pool trick, because even heavy claw damage starts sealing back almost for free. At the hidden command point, Lin Dong gets cocky and cheers that their method is working and they should finish Wang Xiao in one push. But while everyone watches the deadlock around the upgraded mounted giant, no one notices that the dark swamped crocodile dragon has already slipped off the battlefield. Tang Longji starts worrying about the stalemate, but Wang Xiao is not worried at all and instead wears a faint, knowing smile. In the middle of the mountain battle, Tang Longji can't sit still and urges Wang Xiao to save his pinned down beasts. Wang Xiao stays absurdly calm, sits on the ground, and tells him to let the bullets fly for a while, which only makes Tang Longji think the kid is getting arrogant. As the holy giant knight smashes down again, the golden defense on Wang Zhao's two beasts shatters one more time under the impact. That second hit makes Wang Xiao finally see the trick. The huge sword's spine is firing thousands of hidden ice spikes, and the combined barrage is what breaks absolute defense. Wang Xiao mutters that his old classmates clearly studied his beasts in advance, and he can't decide whether to feel flattered or annoyed. Then Wang Xiao senses the opening he was waiting for, turns to Tang Longji, and coolly says he only needs 1 second. At Wang Zhao's command, the ice thunderhorn wolf launches into the air and gathers lightning around its claws for a berserk strike. Tang Longji expects the same failed result again, right up until the holy giant knight's blood shield suddenly explodes into red mist on its own. With the shield gone, the wolf's lightning claw tears straight through the blood mist and rips open the knight's chest armor. Before the knight can recover, the raging lava bear switches into berserk beast form and blasts a blazing pillar straight into the fresh wound. When the light clears, a huge bloody hole is burned through the holy giant knight's chest, and the summit collapses into shattered light. The whole counterattack took only a second, and Tang Longji is left staring so hard he nearly forgets to breathe. Hidden in the mountains, Fan Tianyu and the others are just as stunned because their airtight stalemate somehow flipped into instant defeat. Wang Xiao stands up and loudly reminds Lin Dong that he still remembers the old lord competition rule. If the main blood pool body is hit, everything it made disappears. He follows up by exposing Fan Tianyu's defense too, saying her ice armor could dampen fire but still needed a blood shield because it couldn't stop the wolf's physical strike. Then he calls out Tang Hengshan and Yang Fan too, revealing that he let them burn themselves out while his two beasts stalled for time. When Wang Xiao reaches Han Bufan, he pauses and smugly says there is nothing worth discussing, which finally makes Han Bufan explode. Han Bufan storms out to yell back, but Wang Zhao's hidden dark swamp crocodile dragon pops up and smacks him down before he can finish his complaint. With Han Bufan instantly turned into a hostage, Fan Tianyu finally gives up and admits their whole team lost. The old friends finally meet face to face, but after that ambush and counterattack, the reunion lands in stiff awkward silence instead of warmth. Tang Longji tries to fix the mood by praising the battle, but his timing only makes the younger group even more embarrassed. Realizing he made it worse, Tang Longji hurriedly excuses himself, and leaves the kids to talk on their own. Without an elder standing there, Fan Tianyu relaxes first and asks whether Wang Xiao has settled in well after transferring to Yuheng Academy. Wang Xiao says Yuheng suits him because it respects strength, even if the pressure is high, and asks how the rest of them have been doing. Tang Hengshan proudly says their self-made team has gotten much stronger and even worked out group tactics, but his confidence fades the moment he looks at Wang Zhao's beasts. Seeing their spirits drop again, Wang Xiao suddenly gets an idea and offers a way to make them stronger fast. The group instantly perks up, because helping their team coordination was exactly why they came looking for Wang Xiao before the rankings. Before Wang Xiao starts explaining, Fang Tianyu has her ice mountain saintess melt the frozen battlefield so they can all sit down and talk properly. Wang Xiao starts with Han Bufan, bluntly saying their main frontline fighter needs stronger soldiers because the current Holy Knight lineup will only hold the whole team back. He keeps going for a full half hour, drilling into soldier choices, synergy, talent timing, and even where each lord should stand in battle. Even Tang Longji, quietly watching from the side, ends up admiring Wang Xiao more as he sees how clearly and confidently the boy teaches. When Wang Xiao finally wraps up and tells them to test the ideas first, the whole group answers in unison without hesitation. Han Bufan suddenly asks if Wang Xiao is not worried they might use all this and beat him in the academy rankings. Wang Xiao answers with a sly grin that if they can beat him, that just means they finally finished their apprenticeship under him. That one word is enough to set them off, and Han Bufan and Tang Hingshan immediately pounce on Wang Xiao to shut him up. Yang Fan and Lin Dong pile in too, and the boys end up wrestling around like old friends while Fang Tianyu watches with a helpless little smile. After everyone calms down, Han Bufan awkwardly asks why Zhou Shirua did not come with Wang Xiao. Yang Fan instantly teases him for still being hung up on her, and Han Bufan turns red trying to deny it. Wang Xiao can tell Han Bufan really does like Zhou Shirua, but since he has never crossed the line, Wang Xiao just answers the question honestly. He explains that Zhou Shirua is away on a mission he gave her to keep watch on their current class director. That answer confuses everyone, so Wang Xiao starts laying out the messy Tian gang situation and the unknown enemies hiding behind it, while keeping the deeper truth to himself. The explanation is so tangled that even after half an hour some of them still do not really get it. Tang Hingshan gives up on understanding the details and bluntly says that if Wang Xiao needs help, he will show up and do his best anyway. Han Bufan and Lin Dong back him up right away, but when the group looks to Yang Fan, he points out the real problem. Even if they want to help, they have no practical way in. That practical question kills the momentum, because none of them can reach Tian gang at Yuheng or fight enemies the military still cannot handle. Fang Tianyu steadies the conversation and asks Wang Xiao directly whether there is anything they actually can do for him right now. Wang Xiao is about to say no, but then another idea clicks into place, and he admits he really does need their help with something. The scene shifts back to the Lord's shop, where Lin Xiang is waiting at the 6th floor warehouse and greets the returning group with a suspiciously knowing smile. Wang Xiao instantly realizes Lin Xiang knew about the setup all along, because he was the one who handed Fang Tianyu's group the secret realm keys. When Wang Xiao asks why no one warned him, Lin Xiang silently looks at Tang Longji, and Tang Longji immediately turns away like this has nothing to do with him. Wang Xiao finally laughs it off, ends the teasing, and tells Lin Xiang to prepare a purchase instead. A few minutes later in the 5th floor VIP room, Wang Xiao sits his friends down in front of a table loaded with purple quality cards at the peak of gold level 3. Wang Xiao tells Han Bufan to choose, and specifically points him toward the Holy Archangel because it matches his holy talent and gives him real magic pressure against demons and undead. But the moment Han Bufan sees the Holy Archangel's price tag at 300,000 star coins, he and the others all go stiff. Even these well-born academy elites find that price painful, and Han Bufan can only stare at Wang Xiao and ask if he is really planning to give him a soldier that expensive. At the Lord's shop, Wang Xiao casually opens his account and proves he really can afford to buy gifts for everyone. The whole lounge goes quiet in disbelief, and even Tang Longji looks rattled by how rich Wang Xiao really is while Lin Xiang stays calm. Once he sees Wang Xiao is serious, Han Bufan stops holding back and grabs the Holy Archangel card first. Wang Xiao invites the others to pick two, and the quiet room instantly turns into an excited rush toward the card display. Only Fang Tianyu stays seated, and the way she hesitates makes Wang Xiao realize she wants something harder to ask for. When Wang Xiao asks directly, Fang Tianyu quietly admits she wants to buy more breakthrough stones. Wang Xiao immediately looks troubled, because breakthrough stones are rare and his own mutated beasts already need them. Seeing that reaction, Fang Tianyu forces a smile and tries to back off before she loses face. But Wang Xiao knows Fang Tianyu is too proud to ask unless she truly needs help, so he asks how many she needs. Fang Tianyu lights up at once, and says she only needs 10 more to finish the 15-stone breakthrough for her Ice Mountain Saintess. After thinking it through, Wang Xiao places all 9 of his remaining breakthrough stones into the trade column and promises to find the last one later. Fang Tianyu is stunned that he would hand them over before even naming a price. When Wang Xiao says the stones are free, Fang Tianyu's shock instantly turns into suspicion. Fang Tianyu calls him out in front of everyone, because Wang Xiao giving away soldiers and rare resources for free feels completely unlike him. The others pile on at once, convinced a schemer like Wang Xiao would never throw away 2 million in gifts without wanting something dangerous in return. Wang Xiao tries to act innocent and call the gifts a reunion present, but nobody in the room believes him anymore. Pressed from all sides, Wang Xiao finally admits what he wants. If needed, he wants them to lose to him in the academy ranking assessment. That confession detonates the room, and Fang Tianyu angrily throws the 9 stones back because she sees it as an insult to their dignity and the academy. The boys keep denouncing him until Han Bufan almost lets slip that he might have accepted for a better price, and the room instantly turns on him too. With the whole plan about to collapse, Wang Xiao can only sigh and beg them to at least hear the full explanation. Before he explains, Wan Xiao asks Tang Longji and Lin Xiang to step outside so the next part stays private. Once they are alone, the group sits back down, still annoyed, and Wan Xiao finally drops the joking tone. Wan Xiao tells them he cannot reveal everything, but he has a bad feeling the academy ranking assessment will not go smoothly. Tang Hingshan first takes it as another invasion joke, but Wan Zhao's face stays so serious that the laughter dies almost immediately. He finally says they can think of it as an alien invasion, and that one line makes the whole room turn cold. Han Bufan asks whether something has already happened, and Wang Xiao admits he is not sure yet, which is exactly why he wants to prepare in advance. Fang Tianyu is the first to see the shape of his plan and guesses that he wants them hidden as his reserve force. Wang Xiao confirms it. If he gives a signal, they should deliberately lose the first match hard, hide their real strength, and wait for his moment to strike back. He also makes clear that if no danger appears, they should forget all of this and just fight normally. Even after hearing him out, Lin Dong still senses there is one more uncomfortable truth Wang Xiao has not said yet. Wang Xiao reluctantly admits the real insult. Right now, they are still too weak to serve as the trump card he wants. That brutal honesty finally flips the mood, and the boys angrily accept his gifts as compensation while agreeing to help anyway. Fang Tianyu agrees too, but only on one condition: she wants all 10 breakthrough stones together, not 9 now and 1 later. Wang Xiao agrees at once and gives the 5 of them a solemn bow, because he knows the danger he is asking them to walk into could be real. Yang Fan brushes off the thanks with a joke, reminding Wang Xiao that ever since meeting him, every battle has already been dangerous anyway. With the deal settled, Wang Xiao calls Lin Xiang back in and starts paying for the cards everyone picked. Han Bufan takes the Holy Archangel, Lin Dong skips Soldiers because of his blood pool talent, and Tang Hingshan and Yang Fan each choose a purple enhancement card instead. The cards are worth more than 1.5 million, but thanks to Wang Zhao's ties with the Lord's shop and Lin Xiang quietly doing him a favor, the final bill drops to 1 million. After the bill is settled, Fang Tianyu and the others head out of the shop in much better spirits with their new gains in hand. When Tang Longji also tries to leave, Wan Xiao stops him and bluntly says he should make up for tricking him into coming here in the first place. Tang Longji tries to throw the blame onto Dashan, but Wan Xiao casually reminds him that Tang Hingshan had once been his vassal too, making the family connection impossible to dodge. Realizing he is being threatened outright, Tang Longji sours and asks how much money Wan Xiao wants. Wan Xiao smiles wider and says he does not want money at all, only a small favor from a level 5 lord. Late that night, the two of them come out of the lord's shop side by side in completely opposite moods. The reason becomes clear fast. Over the last few hours, Wan Xiao dragged Tang Longji through 6 small military-sealed secret realms and let the level 5 lord do most of the fighting. That shameless favor pays off huge, because Wan Xiao comes away with more than 30 breakthrough stones and a pile of spirit grass and ores. After selling the extra resources to Lin Xiang, Wan Xiao not only earns back the 1 million he just spent on gifts but even turns a little profit on top. Tang Longji finally sees the whole trick and bitterly says Dashan was right. Wan Xiao really never does business at a loss. Wan Xiao laughs it off and calls himself just a junior, still pretending this whole squeeze was perfectly reasonable. Then the night takes a turn, because Wan Zhao's communicator suddenly rings and he pauses, wondering who would contact him this late. Late at night, Wan Xiao answers Ma Yunla's call expecting a normal chat, and instead hears a panicked cry for help. Ma Yunla gasps out that he is at Market East, 6th Street, and Wan Xiao immediately tells him to hold on. Tang Longji recognizes the location at once and sprints off to lead the rescue, with Wan Xiao rushing after him. They reach 6th Street fast, but the place is so empty that Wan Xiao fears Ma Yunla has already run past them. A breathless figure suddenly charges out of the darkness, with 2 more silhouettes chasing close behind. The runner turns out to be Ma Yunla, and he practically collapses in relief the moment he sees Wan Xiao. Tang Longji steps in front like a wall and coldly demands to know why the 2 strangers were chasing him. The pair identify themselves as Lang Lina and Lang Beauty, and insist the reason for the chase should be explained by Ma Yunla himself. Still sprawled on the ground, Ma Yunla protests that he already warned them the broken item might not work before they insisted on buying it. Lang Beauty throws out the disputed weapon, along what he says was sold as a powerful broken orange item with bee souls inside, only for it to fail completely in a secret realm. To settle the facts, Wan Xiao uses an identification scroll on the whip right there in the street. The item is confirmed as the 9 Dragon Whip, a broken orange weapon made from the live-extracted tendons of 9 mutated beasts, with 9 attribute attacks and a brutal backlash. Even though the crafting method sickens him, Wan Xiao admits the whip itself is real and reminds the twins that broken gear always comes with a risk. Ma Yunla quickly backs that up and says he warned them in advance, but the mood shifts the second the brothers bring up the price. The twins reveal the market value is only about 100,000 star coins, then force Ma Yunla to admit he took 2 million from them. Wan Xiao and Tang Longji are stunned, because even if the buyers named the number themselves, a 20 times markup is still shameless. The twins call it fraud, Ma Yunla calls it business, and the argument almost turns into a fight before Tang Longji physically blocks them apart. Tired of the ugly scene, Wan Xiao steps forward and orders everyone to stop. He picks up the 9 dragon whip and offers the twins 2 million star coins for it, choosing to end the mess by taking the item himself. Ma Yunla blurts out that he never takes back sold goods, and Wan Xiao snaps at him to shut up. The twins agree to the buyback, and Wan Xiao walks closer to complete the transfer. At close range, Wan Xiao realizes the brothers are nearly impossible to tell apart, with matching faces, hair, and clothes like true twins. Then one of them suddenly recognizes him as Wan Xiao, and the mood shifts again before the payment can go through. Instead of taking the money, the two brothers abruptly turn and bolt into the darkness. Wan Xiao is left frozen in confusion, and even Tang Longji has no idea why they ran. Tang Longji offers to chase them down for an answer, and Wan Xiao quickly sends him after them. With Tang Longji gone, Wan Xiao throws the whip back at Ma Yunla and scolds him for crossing the line just to make money. Ma Yunla grumbles that the buyers offered the price themselves, but Wan Xiao still calls him out for throwing away his principals over 2 million. Trying to soften the blow, Ma Yunla admits he originally bought the whip as a gift for Wan Xiao. That only shocks Wan Xiao more, because a beast tamer lord would hate a weapon made from mutated beast's live-extracted tendons. Ma Yunla hurriedly explains that he bought it before noticing the living tendon detail, and once he realized that part, he had already changed his mind. Wan Xiao can tell the intention was meant kindly, but the way Ma Yunla handled the sale still leaves a bad taste. Tang Longji soon returns out of breath and reports that the twins ran so fast he lost them completely after hundreds of meters. Wan Xiao tells Ma Yunla to hold on to the whip for now and refund the brothers later if they ever come back, even offering to let the money be deducted from his own payment. Ma Yunla refuses to let Wan Xiao eat that loss and instead transfers nearly 3 million star coins from the consigned resources he already sold. He adds that some goods still have not found buyers yet, so they can settle the rest after those sales are done. Wan Xiao agrees and immediately hands over more extra resources for Ma Yunla to sell. That makes Tang Longji wonder why Wan Xiao bothers with the broker at all when he also supplies the Lord's shop. Wan Xiao explains that the Lord's shop is safest for expensive high-level goods, but ordinary resources get lowballed there, so patient market sales earn him thousands more on each batch. Tang Longji stares at him and dryly concludes this is exactly why Wan Xiao has managed to save up tens of millions. Once Ma Yunla has caught his breath, the three prepare to leave together. Before they part, Wan Xiao asks Ma Yunla whether he knows a broker named Lan Dehai. Ma Yunla says yes, but describes Lan Dehai as a strange broker who refuses any deal above 10,000 star coins and has a reputation that sounds more mocking than respectful. That answer clashes with what Wan Xiao heard before, so he presses further and asks if Lan Dehai was really the one who taught Ma Yunla to do business. Ma Yunla explodes at the rumor and insists all his business sense came from his own talent, not from Lan Dehai at all. While Ma Yunla keeps bragging, Wan Xiao quietly pieces together the ugly implication that Lan Dehai lied on purpose just to gain his trust. The more he thinks, the clearer it feels that Lan Dehai wanted to create a fake friend of a friend connection, which means there was probably something wrong with him from the start. That suspicion brushes against Tian Gang's recent strange behavior, but the full connection still stays frustratingly out of reach. Ma Yunla, back in a better mood, offers to treat Wan Xiao and Tang Longji to supper as thanks for helping him. But Wan Zhao's mind is too tangled to enjoy food, so he politely turns the invitation down and leaves the trading market alone. As he walks and thinks, Wan Xiao remembers he still promised to deliver 10 breakthrough stones to Fang Tianyu tonight, so his training will not be delayed tomorrow. Deep in thought, he heads toward the Fang family without noticing that the Lang brothers are back on a nearby rooftop, silently watching him from above. On a rooftop at night, Lang Lina spots Wan Xiao walking alone below and pushes to attack immediately with a challenge card. Lang Beauty stays cautious because they still cannot reach their deputy captain or Lan Dehai, and he refuses to rush in blind. When Turk also fails to answer, Lang Lina gets more anxious as Wan Xiao is about to slip out of sight. Just as Lang Lina is ready to tear open the card, Lang Beauty abruptly orders a retreat instead. Lang Beauty explains that Lan Dehai already warned them Wan Xiao is not simple, and their earlier disappearance may have made him suspicious. To prove the point, Lang Beauty indicates a dark alley where a figure may be a drunkard or may be an ambush waiting for them. Lang Beauty insists the mission is too important to handle carelessly and says the deputy captain already has a plan in motion. Lang Lina mocks him for sounding scared, but Lang Beauty coolly says this is strategy, not cowardice. Lang Beauty finally shows his true angle. If the deputy captain's plan fails instead of theirs, the brothers can step in later and enjoy the payoff themselves. When Lang Lina catches on and blurts out his excitement, Lang Beauty shushes him and keeps his scheme quiet. When Lang Lina asks what happens if the deputy captain's plan succeeds, Lang Beauty spells out the trick. As the men carrying it out, they can make sure it never succeeds cleanly. Lang Lina is thrilled by his brother's scheming, and the two finally back away from the roof without attacking Wan Xiao. Meanwhile, in Kaiyang City's West District, Wan Xiao reaches the rebuilt Fang family estate and is struck by how rich the family still looks after its recent destruction. He knocks on the gate, and a cranky middle-aged gatekeeper opens the side door, annoyed that someone came in the middle of the night. When Wan Xiao says he needs to see Fang Tianyu, the gatekeeper tries to send him away because she is already asleep. Wan Xiao blocks the door, insists the matter is urgent, and starts bribing the man to make an exception. The gatekeeper pretends to worry about rules, but 2 more coins are enough to buy his cooperation. A moment later, Fang Tianyu comes out half awake in loose pajamas and pink rabbit slippers, looking nothing like her usual cold, untouchable image. Her drowsy voice almost throws Wang Xiao off again, but he quickly remembers why he came and tells her he brought the breakthrough stones. Fang Tianyu snaps fully awake when she realizes Wang Xiao really gathered the breakthrough stones, and her sleepy confusion vanishes on the spot. Wang Xiao places all 10 stones into the trade interface, and Fang Tianyu accepts them in a daze as the impossible delivery becomes real. With the stones safely delivered, Wang Xiao casually tells Fang Tianyu to go back to sleep and then heads off, saying he will see her at the academy ranking assessment. Left behind in the night, Fang Tianyu checks the stones, pinches her own cheek, and realizes this was no dream at all. Watching Wang Xiao disappear, Fang Tianyu is left wide awake and deeply curious about how he got those stones in only a few hours. The next morning, Ma Yunle quietly calls Wang Xiao and reports that the 2 suspicious men fled the moment they saw him again. Ma Yunle followed them anyway and reveals the key shock. The 2 brothers went straight into Yaoguang Academy. The detail that they are transfer students from Xiling on their first day makes everything click for Wang Xiao. He immediately connects them to Lan Dehai's so-called nephews and realizes this is no coincidence, but a much bigger problem. Wang Xiao tells Ma Yunle to shadow the brothers for the next few days and learn everything they do, everywhere they go, and everyone they meet. After ending that call, he immediately contacts Lin Xian to set up extra surveillance through the Lord's shop as well. Wanting answers from Tian Gang, Wang Xiao heads to Yuheng Academy and goes straight for the teacher's office. Instead of finding Tian Gang, he learns another teacher is covering class because Tian Gang suddenly took sick leave. That convenient illness feels wrong to Wang Xiao, and his suspicion spikes hard enough that he bolts out of the office on the spot. Outside, he runs into Zhou Shiro and simply tells her to follow him before taking off at full speed. After a long hurried run, the 2 stop near a residential block, and Zhou Shiro finally demands to know what is going on. From cover near the residential block, Wang Xiao points out Tian Gang's home and says he suspects their teacher has been coerced into rebellion. With Zhou Shiro still reeling, Wang Xiao quickly lays out the chain linking Lan Dehai, the Lang brothers, and Tian Gang's earlier uneasy behavior. Wang Xiao adds one grim conclusion: no one is perfect, and Tian Gang's weakness is probably what they are using to control him. Before they can say more, Tian Gang's front door opens and 2 men in military uniforms step out into view. Zhou Shiro blurts out that one of the men is Tian Gang himself, almost unrecognizable without his glasses. The sight rattles Wang Xiao too, because he is certain Tian Gang is not actually military, and this disguise only makes the situation murkier. Before they can act, Tian Gang and the other uniformed man get into a military vehicle and drive off. Wang Xiao almost runs after the vehicle on instinct, but he stops himself and switches to a smarter way to track it. He immediately calls Adjutant Qi and passes along the suspicious military vehicle's plate number so the real military can track it. At the military building, Qi Lianjuan forwards Wang Zhao's plate number to surveillance, and then heads straight for Commander Chen's office. In Commander Chen's office, Qi Lianjuan presents a suspicious envelope addressed to him and explains it was thrown into the compound from a distance early the day before. Qi Lianjuan then spreads out surveillance photos showing the sender clearly: Tang Longji, a burly level 5 lord with former Central Continent military service who returned to Kaiyang about a year ago. The mention of Tang Longji's military background makes Qin Jingrong uneasy, but he still refuses to tell Qi Lianjuan what the letter actually says. Just as Qi Lianjuan turns to leave, his radio crackles with a new alert from surveillance. The military vehicle Wang Xiao flagged has appeared. A surveillance warning about a suspicious military vehicle reaches Qi Lianjuan, and Qin Jingrong immediately senses trouble. Qi Lianjuan explains that Wang Xiao already warned him about someone suspicious in a military car, so Qin Jingrong orders him to investigate at once. Down on the first floor, Tian Gang walks in disguise as military staff, but the sight of real soldiers all around him makes his nerves spike. Turk quietly tells Tian Gang not to look so tense, but Tian Gang presses him on why meeting his brother requires this shady fake uniform set up in the first place. Turk claims it is a special period and says not everyone can see Tian Gang's brother, leaving Tian Gang even more suspicious of who this man really is. Tian Gang remembers that Lan Dehai promised he could see his brother this morning, and now he cannot tell if Turk is legitimate or just frighteningly composed. Turk leads him into an elevator, presses a hidden control, and the car starts descending underground instead of going up. When the doors open again, a hidden underground corridor appears, and Turk warns that Tian Chang is in bad shape before leading him on. Tian Gang asks what happened, but Turk refuses to explain, forcing him to keep walking with that dread hanging over him. As they pass the rooms, Tian Gang sees that many of them hold human-shaped ice sculptures, and his fear for his brother gets much worse. Turk finally stops at one room and says Tian Chang is inside, but Tian Gang freezes for a second, afraid of what he is about to see. Turk coldly tells him not to worry because his brother is still warm, and Tian Gang rushes to the window to look inside. Inside the room, Tian Gang sees Tian Chang strapped to a bed, staring blankly upward and muttering to himself, and the sight hits him like a blow. Tian Gang panics and demands the door be opened, desperate to get to his little brother. Turk casually says he cannot open it because he does not have the authority, which makes Tian Gang realize this promise was never real. When Turk tries to brush it off and leave, Tian Gang grabs him by the collar and refuses to accept this fake meeting. The two argue in the corridor, with Tian Gang insisting he has to go inside and Turk snapping that he only agreed to let him look. Their struggle is interrupted when Qi Lianjuan arrives and sharply demands to know what they are doing down here. Turk instantly switches to a glib military act, saluting Qi Lianjuan and pretending he is just taking a new recruit on rounds. Qi Lianjuan immediately catches a flaw because he remembers Turk as a cleaner, not a prison guard. Turk tries to laugh it off and leave, but Qi Lianjuan stops him again and turns his attention to the disguised Tian Gang instead. Qi Lianjuan studies Tian Gang's face and says he looks familiar, pushing the whole disguise to the brink. Qi Lianjuan orders Tian Gang to remove his hat, and Tian Gang realizes he has already been recognized enough that one wrong move will expose him completely. The silence drags for a few seconds, and Turk suddenly realizes these two actually know each other. Tian Gang gives the faintest confirmation, expecting help, but Turk betrays him on the spot by shoving Qi Lianjuan and bolting. With Turk gone, Qi Lianjuan finally recognizes Tian Gang and blurts out his identity in shock. Tian Gang has no time to explain and just points after Turk, so Qi Lianjuan confidently says the runner cannot escape this place. Qi Lianjuan immediately radios for an ambush at the elevator, while Tian Gang panics and runs the wrong way deeper into the prison. Qi Lianjuan catches up and corners Tian Gang at a dead end, making it clear there is nowhere left to run. Instead of attacking, Qi Lianjuan questions him coldly about the disguise and the man who brought him here. Tian Gang still eyes the wide corridor like he might dash past him, but Qi Lianjuan reads that thought instantly and shuts it down. Qi Lianjuan promises he will not pursue the matter if Tian Gang cooperates, and that unexpected mercy finally breaks the standoff. When Tian Gang asks why he is helping, Qi Lianjuan answers plainly that he trusts Wang Zhao's judgment and believes Tian Gang must have his reasons. That trust finally crushes Tian Gang's resistance, and he slumps against the wall and says he will confess everything. A few minutes later, Tian Gang admits he helped two people get into Kaiyang Academy, and Turk used that favor to lure him here with the promise of seeing his brother. Tian Gang adds that those people were after the academy ranking assessment, a motive that leaves Qi Lianjuan thinking hard about what their real target could be. Before he can sort it out, Qi Lianjuan gets a call that Turk never came back up because he smashed the elevator cameras and went even deeper instead. The report says Turk stopped at the military preparation area and the information area, so Qi Lianjuan orders both places searched and the elevator sealed. With a full search about to begin, Qi Lianjuan tells Tian Gang he will send him out before the sweep starts. But Tian Gang stops and makes one last desperate request: let him meet Tian Chang, and he will accept any punishment after that. Qi Lianjuan nearly refuses, then explains that Tian Chang is in a critical treatment stage and any shock could ruin the progress made so far. Tian Gang asks what is wrong with his brother, but Qi Lianjuan says he cannot reveal the details and instead hands over his contact card. Qi Lianjuan promises that if Tian Gang calls in 2 days, he will personally arrange the meeting. When Tian Gang can barely believe it, Qi Lianjuan reveals the cruel irony. Wang Xiao had already contacted them, and the military was going to let him meet Tian Chang in 2 days anyway. That means Tian Gang was manipulated for nothing, and the thought of Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro worrying over him makes the shame hit so hard that he coughs up blood. Qi Lianjuan rushes to help, but Tian Gang stops him, wipes his mouth, and forces out a bitter excuse that he is fine. Tian Gang leaves with a staggering promise to return in 2 days, and Qi Lianjuan quietly tells the guards upstairs not to stop him. Back outside the military building at last, Tian Gang staggers out under strange looks and immediately sees Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro anxiously searching for him across the street. Outside the military building, Zhou Shiro spots teacher Tian first and excitedly tells Wang Xiao his deduction was right. Wang Xiao grumbles that it was deduction, not guessing, and Zhou Shiro immediately runs over to greet Tian Gang. Tian Gang looks terrible, but instead of brushing them off, he bows and thanks both of them. He reveals that Qi Lianjuan already told him they tried to arrange a meeting with Xiao Chang, so Wang Xiao awkwardly admits he hid it to avoid giving false hope. Then Tian Gang drops the real good news: Commander Chen already agreed, and the meeting will happen in 2 days. Before they can celebrate, Tian Gang suddenly drops to his knees and apologizes for rejecting their help out of pride. Wang Xiao quickly pulls him up and gently says this was exactly why people say the player sees less clearly than the observer. Tian Gang realizes Wang Xiao understands far more than he expected and can only sigh that he wishes Xiao Chang were half this smart. With Tian Gang still weak, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro help him to the roadside and take him straight to the hospital. Not far away, Turk watches the taxi leave, his eyes turning cold when he recognizes Wang Xiao. Once the car is gone, Turk uses his communicator to report that he has been exposed and tells the other side to take over. Back in the Commander-in-Chief's office, Qi Lianjuan finishes his report, while Qin Jinrong sits with his eyes closed, barely containing his anger. After a long silence, Qin Jinrong asks if the infiltrator has been caught, and Qi Lianjuan can only admit the search is still ongoing. Qi Lianjuan also asks whether Tian Gang should be brought back for investigation, but Qin Jinrong dismisses the idea and sends him outside. The moment the door closes, a violent crash erupts from inside the office. Alone at last, Qin Jinrong erupts, crushing one steel armrest, mangling the other, and raging that first Wan Shao and then an enemy both slipped into his military building. Still seething, he grabs the heavy office chair and hurls it into the wall hard enough to shatter it. After venting, Qin Jinrong smooths his clothes, calls Qi Lianjuan back in, orders human resources and security to report to him, and casually asks logistics for a new chair. When Qi Lianjuan leaves again, Qin Jinrong stares out the window and quietly admits that Wan Shao has brought him one surprise after another. Later at Yuheng Academy, Wan Shao and Zhou Shiro escort the still pale Tian Gang across campus and complain that he should be resting, not walking around like this. Tian Gang answers that he insisted on coming back to the academy to recuperate, which only confuses the two of them more. At the office building entrance, Academy head Huang Tingwei comes out, takes one look at Tian Gang, and snaps that they should get him to the infirmary immediately. But before anyone can move, Tian Gang stops them and says he came here to tell Huang Tingwei something important. Then Tian Gang quietly says he is resigning, and everyone there is stunned on the spot. When Huang Tingwei asks why, Tian Gang says his ego made him fail badly enough that he no longer feels worthy to teach students. Zhou Shiro and Wang Shao rushed to defend him, arguing that he was manipulated and that he had really been trying to keep them out of danger. Seeing Tian Gang waver, Huang Tingwei suddenly says he will approve the resignation, shocking Wang Shao and Zhou Shiro into protesting. Huang Tingwei immediately adds a condition. Because the academy ranking assessment is too close, Tian Gang has to stay and help for a few more days first. With that settled by force, Huang Tingwei orders Zhou Shiro to take Tian Gang to the infirmary and tells Wang Shao to stay behind. After Zhou Shiro leaves with Tian Gang, Huang Tingwei asks Wang Shao the real question: can Yuheng Academy beat Kaiyang in the coming ranking assessment? Wang Shao answers carefully that as a former Kaiyang student he cannot speak lightly, so all he can promise is to do his best and leave the rest to fate. Huang Tingwei laughs at that answer, then abruptly changes the subject and asks how Wang Zhao's blazing golden crow is doing. Wang Shao is startled that Huang Tingwei knows about it, then remembers the academy head was the one who brought back the secret realm where that mutated beast came from. So Wang Shao tells him the truth: the blazing golden crow already broke through to level 1 platinum, but something about it still feels wrong. Before Wang Shao can explain, Huang Tingwei bluntly guesses the core problem: that bird is afraid of death. Wang Shao admits that is part of it, but says the golden crow is stranger than simple cowardice because it even wants to dodge weaker enemies unless he absolutely needs it to fight. What makes it even weirder is that when Wang Shao truly needs its power, the golden crow stops avoiding him and performs perfectly, almost like a different creature. When Wang Shao asks if Huang Tingwei understands that behavior, the academy head scoffs that he is not a beast tamer and sends him off to prepare for the assessment. But Wang Shao stops him for one last concern and asks whether he really plans to let Tian Gang leave after the ranking assessment. Huang Tingwei turns and stares at him so coldly that Wang Shao nearly panics under the pressure. Then Huang Tingwei scolds him for asking something so stupid, since if he truly meant to let Tian Gang go, he would have approved it on the spot. Wang Shao finally catches up and excitedly realizes Huang Tingwei is buying time so the students can help convince Tian Gang to stay. Huang Tingwei says that is only part of it, because Tian Gang also needs time to cool down, and in the end whether he stays will depend on what the students do next. Wang Shao immediately accepts the mission with a grin, and after sending him off with a laugh, Huang Tingwei is left standing alone in quiet, heavy thought. 2 days later, Tian Gang stands outside the military building on the day Qi Lianjuan promised to let him meet his recovering brother. But the closer the truth gets, the more uneasy he looks. Wang Shao tries to joke him into moving, but Tian Gang's silence makes it obvious he is stalling because he fears the answer waiting inside. Zhou Shiro gently suggests going back, but Tian Gang steadies himself and says that if there is a problem, he has to face it sooner or later. After finally making up his mind, Tian Gang walks into the military building alone. When Zhou Shiro moves to follow, Wang Shao stops her and quietly explains that Tian Gang probably does not want his students seeing his reaction once he learns the truth. Wang Shao lowers his voice even more and warns that they are still on bad terms with Commander Chen, so staying too close to the military could expose them. Before they can say more, Wang Zhao's communicator rings, and the call is from Qi Lianjuan. Wang Shao answers, but a cold order from the communicator tells him to get upstairs immediately, and then cuts off before he can respond. Zhou Shiro recognizes the voice as Chen Jinrong's, and both of them are left wondering why the commander wants Wang Shao now. Even without understanding the reason, Wang Shao decides he has to go because Chen Jinrong would not summon him like this without a serious cause. To stay safe, Wang Shao ducks into an empty alley and uses the Nirvana mask, changing his one visible body into a middle-aged man before heading in alone. Because Zhou Shiro cannot change her appearance and is too closely linked to him, Wang Shao leaves her outside and heads into the building by himself. Inside the Commander-in-Chief's office, disguised Wang Shao opens the door expecting Chen Jinrong alone and freezes when he sees Tang Longji there too. Wang Shao blurts out Uncle Tang in surprise, and Tang Longji only sees a wrinkled stranger calling him that, which makes the moment weird instantly. Realizing the mistake, Wan Xiao cancels the disguise and reveals his real young face, and Tang Longji immediately gets curious about the transformation prop. Tang Longji gets excited about the mask, but Qin Jinrong suddenly slams the table and cuts off the reunion before it can continue. With the office quiet again, Qin Jinrong pulls out an envelope and demands to know exactly what it means. Wan Xiao checks the envelope and notices only the words to Commander Chen, but Tang Longji's guilty face gives away that this is his so-called anonymous method. Wan Xiao admits the envelope came from his side and explains that it contains their investigation into Wu Yan, sent anonymously to avoid exposing their connection. Instead of calming down, Qin Jinrong turns quiet and more dangerous, and Wan Xiao realizes the letter itself is not what truly angered him. Qin Jinrong finally spells it out in a burst of anger. Wan Xiao is a student hired only to assist, yet he investigated military targets and handed over intelligence like he was doing the army's job for them. Wan Xiao tries to explain that he was only helping, but Qin Jinrong cuts him off and reminds him that assist has limits he already crossed. Qin Jinrong throws down more papers and bluntly points out the bigger issue. Wan Xiao not only investigated people like Wu Yan, he also went out and met the criminals himself. Still unconvinced, Wan Xiao lowers his head and answers softly, but Qin Jinrong reads that resistance immediately. Then Qin Jinrong makes it official and harsher than before, banning Wan Xiao from this case entirely unless he gives a direct order. That order finally snaps Wan Xiao's patience, and he asks outright whether Qin Jinrong is throwing him aside now that the case is almost solved. Tang Longji panics and tells Wan Xiao to apologize, but Qin Jinrong raises a hand and stops him before answering himself. Qin Jinrong says flatly that even if he is burning the bridge, Wan Xiao can do nothing about it. With nothing left to say, Wan Xiao swallows his anger, turns away, and slams the office door so hard the silk banner on the wall trembles. As soon as Wan Xiao is gone, Tang Longji turns back and asks why Qin Jinrong had to treat a child that harshly. Qin Jinrong finally drops the hard front and admits the opposite of what Wan Xiao thinks. He is pushing the boy away because this case is too dangerous to let him get any deeper. Tang Longji assumes Qin Jinrong means the violent Purple Star people, but Qin Jinrong quietly says that is not the danger he is talking about. Tapping the letters, Qin Jinrong realizes Wan Xiao must not know everything they uncovered, because if he did, he would never have reacted like that. To bury that truth immediately, Qin Jinrong burns the letters and crushes the ashes himself. Then Qin Jinrong switches back into commander mode, orders Tang Longji to keep this matter absolutely secret, and even threatens to bury the entire Tang family if a third person learns it. Qin Jinrong warns that Wan Xiao will probably come asking questions soon, and Tang Longji agrees he will have to prepare a lie good enough to fool a smart kid. Still troubled, Tang Longji asks if Qin Jinrong had known that hidden truth for a long time, and Qin Jinrong admits he did, though he still does not know who the child involved is. The moment Tang Longji presses again, Qin Jinrong's face turns dangerous, and Tang Longji immediately backs off and hurries out. Left alone, Qin Jinrong locks the office, triggers a hidden mechanism in the file cabinet, and opens a secret passage to a thick mithril vault door. He enters the vault of S-Class top secret files and pulls an old photograph from the bottom of a document stack. In the old photo, a much younger Qin Jinrong is smiling in uniform beside another young soldier whose face eerily resembles Wang Bao's. Rubbing the old photo with his fingertips, Qin Jinrong quietly counts the years and confirms this buried connection has been haunting him for 6 years. Outside the military building, Zhou Shirao is casually sipping iced milk tea when Wan Xiao suddenly storms out with a dark face. She immediately warns him that he came out in his real face and needs to transform back before someone recognizes him. Wan Xiao snaps that it no longer matters, grabs her drink, and bitterly says helping other people only gets him treated like this cup. He slams the milk tea onto the ground in a petty burst of anger, splashing it across the street. Zhou Shirao instantly smacks him and demands he pay for her milk tea instead of throwing a tantrum. The slap cools him down, and Wan Xiao quietly apologizes while pulling her toward the milk tea shop. On the way over, Wan Xiao finally admits that Commander Chen just scolded him for stealing the limelight. Zhou Shirao is stunned and asks what happened, because that accusation makes no sense to her. He buys 2 new drinks, sits with her by the street, and explains the whole situation from inside the military building. After hearing it all, even Zhou Shirao feels Qin Jinrong went too far, but before she can comfort him, Tang Longji walks out of the building. Zhou Shirao points Tang Longji out and suggests asking him, since he just spent a long time talking with Commander Chen. But the moment Tang Longji meets Wan Xiao's eyes, he looks away and hurries off as if he never saw him. Wan Xiao gives up immediately and mutters that trouble is when you learn who your real friends are. He throws away his empty cup, stands up, and abruptly decides they are going back to the academy to prepare for tomorrow's ranking assessment. Zhou Shirao is still confused and asks about Commander Chen, but Wan Xiao bluntly says he does not care anymore and walks off. Back at Yuheng Academy, Wan Xiao says he needs harder training and heads straight for the building with the teleportation doors. Zhou Shirao starts checking the secret round list for something suitable, but Wan Xiao does not even wait and walks into the nearest portal. She has no choice but to follow, and inside the secret realm she quickly realizes something is wrong with the way he is fighting. Wan Xiao summons all his mutated beasts and tears through enemies with no strategy at all. fighting like he is trying to burn his anger out. Whenever his energy runs dry, he just drinks another recovery potion and charges into the next secret realm without stopping. By the third realm, Shiro understands this is not training anymore, it is pure venting, and she cannot even find room to help him fight. She has never seen him this close to losing control, but instead of lecturing him, she decides the only thing she can do is stay by his side. So every time he empties himself out again, Shiro silently hands him another recovery potion. After grinding through who knows how many realms, maybe 10 or 20, Wan Xiao finally stops. Shiro offers one more potion and gently asks if he feels any better now. Wan Xiao takes it, says he feels much better, and thanks her with a real smile this time. When she asks what they should do next, Wan Xiao suddenly laughs and decides he is done for today and just wants to go home and sleep. They leave the secret realm, and only then do they realize it is already fully dark outside. Wan Xiao says he is too tired to walk her back tonight, and waves her off before heading away alone. But as soon as he turns a corner, the fatigue vanishes, and he quietly peeks back to see whether Shiro really left. Instead, he looks straight into Shiro's eyes and jumps in shock when she catches him in the act. Wan Xiao tries to turn it around and asks why she is following him, but Shiro immediately points out that he only knows because he was sneaking a look back. When he makes up a flimsy excuse, Shiro teases that he always raises his eyebrows when he lies and tricks him into proving it. Caught again, Wan Xiao drops the act and admits he wants to question Commander Chin because, after calming down, he sees several suspicious points in what happened today. Shiro accepts that answer right away and even suggests bringing gifts, since the argument with Chen Jinrong was so heated. Wan Xiao is startled that she wants to go too, and Shiro makes it obvious that of course she is not letting him go alone. Before he can object, Shiro drags him off to the trading market to look for something suitable. While they browse through the crowd, Wan Xiao suddenly spots an old acquaintance and blurts out Lan Dehai's name. Wan Xiao is sure he is not mistaken, because Lan Dehai has bothered him ever since their earlier meeting and Ma Yunla's clues only made him more suspicious. He tells Shiro to follow and immediately chases after Lan Dehai through the market. As they run, Wan Xiao explains that he suspects Lan Dehai is tied to the Purple Star people, and proving it would be the best gift they could bring Commander Chin. Shiro just smiles at him, amused that the same man who swore off helping Qing Jinrong is already rushing to do exactly that. When she reminds him of his milk tea outburst, Wan Xiao can only mumble that angry words should not count. Their banter ends when Wan Xiao spots Lan Dehai again, this time heading into a quiet alley where following him openly would be obvious. Wan Xiao quickly uses the Nirvana mask and changes his appearance into a plain middle-aged man so he can slip into the alley alone. He tells Shiro they would be too big a target together, and orders her to wait, while he checks the alley himself. Shiro grabs him and refuses, because if Lan Dehai really is connected to Purple Star then Wan Xiao could be walking into a trap. Wan Xiao insists he knows his limits, breaks free, and disappears into the darkness before she can stop him again. Left outside alone, Shiro can only wait, because his disguise gives him a chance to escape, but her following would expose them both. More than an hour passes with no sign of Wan Xiao, and the bad feeling in her chest keeps getting worse. She is torn between staying hidden and rushing in after him, right up until someone calls out to her from behind. It is Ma Yunla, and Shiro reacts like she just found reinforcements, grabbing him and begging for help. She tells him Wan Xiao followed Lan Dehai into that alley and has not come back, so she needs Ma Yunla to check inside right now. Ma Yunla is baffled by the whole story, but Shiro is too frantic to explain more and pushes him to look first. He finally agrees and walks into the alley, while Shiro stays outside clinging to that thin bit of hope. 5 minutes later Ma Yunla comes back looking irritated and asks if Shiro is playing some kind of joke on him. He says the alley is a dead end with only an abandoned house inside, and there is no sign of Wan Xiao, Lan Dehai, or even a trace of either of them. Shiro cannot believe it, because she clearly saw Wan Xiao run in there herself. At that point she stops caring about exposure and sprints into the alley herself to find him. Inside, her eyes adjust to the darkness, and she sees that the alley really is a 10-meter dead end boxed in by a tall bare wall and a rundown residence. She spots the open courtyard door and heads straight into the abandoned property without hesitating. The yard is overgrown and the house beyond looks close to collapsing, but Shiro is too desperate to care and rushes inside anyway. But inside there is nothing except dust and broken furniture, and the terrible answer finally lands on her. Her strength gives out, and Shiro sinks to the floor whispering that Wan Xiao is really gone. When Ma Yunla catches up and sees her like that, his complaints die on the spot, and he can only ask carefully if Wan Xiao really came here. Shiro turns to him with tears pouring down her face and repeats in a trembling voice that Wan Xiao is gone. In the abandoned courtyard, Ma Yunla can only watch Shiro cry, wanting to comfort her but not knowing how. After a helpless pause, Ma Yunla suggests calling the military, and that one idea instantly gives Shiro something to cling to. The moment she hears military, Shiro jumps up and sprints out before Ma Yunla can even react. Ma Yunla chases after her, only to find she is already gone and grumble at how absurdly fast she moved. Once the coast is clear, the fake Ma Yunla parts the weeds and reveals the real Ma Yunla unconscious in the grass, apologizing for stealing a chance to escape. After bowing to the unconscious real Ma Yunla, the imposter in Ma Yunla's appearance turns and runs out of the courtyard. The next day at Yuheng Academy, the whole school gathers for the ranking assessment send-off while Huang Tingwei speaks from the rostrum. Most of the qualified students look proud, but Zhou Shiro, Su Junru, and Yi Han are weighed down by Wang Zhao's disappearance while Gao Lixuan stands nearby in the same tense lineup. Yi Han quietly asks if Zhou Shiro might have mistaken what she saw in the dark, but her silence says she still believes Wang Zhao really vanished there. Su Junru cuts Yi Han off and tries to steady Zhou Shiro, insisting Wang Zhao may have found a clue and chased after it on impulse. Zhou Shiro breaks down again, saying she waited outside Wang Zhao's house all night and he never came back. Su Junru tries one more weak excuse, but even she knows it makes no sense with the ranking assessment about to start. Gao Lixuan suddenly asks whether Zhou Shiro is still bound by her vassal contract, looking for a colder but clearer answer. When Zhou Shiro confirms the contract is still active, Gao Lixuan bluntly concludes that Wang Zhao is alive. That proof calms nothing for Zhou Shiro, because knowing Wang Zhao is alive does not tell her where he is. Gao Lixuan dismisses her fear in his usual rough way, saying Wang Zhao even handled Crimson Star's royal family, so this should be nothing. Su Junru quietly rebukes him, reminding him that anyone would worry after someone vanished for an entire night. Gao Lixuan grumbles that women are troublesome, but the moment is cut short as the decorated departure minibus rolls in. With the ceremony over, Su Junru squeezes Zhou Shiro's shoulder and guides her toward the bus. Even as she boards, Zhou Shiro keeps looking back toward the academy gate, still hoping Wang Zhao will appear at the last second. The team rides into Kaiyang City's packed central square, where the ranking assessment has been turned into a huge public spectacle. The square is fully set for a global broadcast, with a massive crystal screen, a commentary platform, and prestigious seats for city leaders and academy heads. Seeing the roaring crowd, most of the students light up, because this assessment can put their names in front of all 12 domains. Huang Tingwei hypes them up one last time, reminding them that today's performance could shape their entire future. Then he kicks the bus door open and sends them out like warriors stepping onto a stage. The Yuheng students roar together and pile out of the vehicle, while Su Junru, as the late replacement, ends up last in line. Just before Su Junru gets off, the middle-aged driver grabs her from behind and oddly asks her for a favor. Elsewhere in the square, Lang Buley and Lang Lina study the Yuheng team and confirm that Wang Zhao really is missing. They decide Lan Dehai was probably right, and assume Wang Zhao overheard their target list last night and stayed away on purpose. But without Wang Zhao present, they start worrying whether the other academies are strong enough to make their own planned loss look natural. Lang Buley decides they still have to wait and see, because Kaiyang Academy and Nine Heavens Academy may still bring dangerous lords of their own. Right then, Kaiyang Academy's bus arrives and the crowd erupts for the city's long-dominant first-place school. Su Junru tries to pull Zhou Shiro's attention out of her gloom by telling her to look at the Kaiyang team. The Kaiyang team steps out in battle armor with Fan Tianyu leading, and the leader's cold striking looks immediately draw a wave of reactions from the crowd. Zhou Shiro recognizes the Kaiyang lineup and quietly points out that 2 students near the back only entered the top 10 after Tian Chang was arrested and Wang Zhao transferred away. Just saying Wang Zhao's name makes Zhou Shiro tear up again, and Su Junru immediately hugs her from behind without pressing further. When the Kaiyang team comes over, Fan Tianyu is startled by Zhou Shiro's swollen eyes and first assumes Wang Zhao must have bullied her. Han Bufan starts angrily defending Zhou Shiro, but cuts himself off when he realizes Wang Zhao is not even here. Fan Tianyu asks where Wang Zhao is, and that simple question pushes Zhou Shiro into crying even harder. Su Junru has to explain for her, telling Kaiyang Academy that Wang Zhao disappeared last night. The Kaiyang students are stunned, and Lin Dong steps forward anxiously to ask how Wang Zhao could just vanish like that. Zhou Shiro manages to say that they went to the trading market, Wang Zhao entered an alley, and he was simply gone. Before anyone can make sense of it, venue staff step in and order the teams back to their assigned positions. Then Nine Heavens Academy arrives with much less fanfare, drawing only a few calls from parents in the crowd. As the Nine Heavens team gets out, Li Keifu calls out to Zhou Shiro from afar. But before Zhou Shiro can answer Li Keifu, she spots Lu Yuyang at the front of the team and freezes in shock. Lu Yuyang recognizes her too, smiles like an old acquaintance, and leaves his team to walk straight over. He greets Zhou Shiro with slick familiarity and openly flirts, acting as if he still has the right to approach her. When Lu Yuyang reaches for her hair, Su Junru steps in and smacks his hand away on the spot. Su Junru plants herself in front of Zhou Shiro and coldly calls Lu Yuyang out as a shameless creep. Yi Han and Gao Lixuan immediately move up too, making it clear Yuheng Academy will not let him push Zhou Shiro around. Gao Lixuan goes straight for the throat, warning Lu Yuyang that he can die for bullying someone from Yuheng. The commotion draws Kaiyang Academy over too, and Fan Tianyu comes with the Kaiyang students to stand on Zhou Shiro's side. Nine Heavens Academy rushes over when they see Lu Yuyang surrounded, and in seconds all 3 academy teams are tangled together. Nobody even agrees on what happened anymore, and the hot-blooded students erupt into a full shouting match about bullying, shame, and academy pride. At the center of the mess, Lu Yuyang is left completely baffled that one sleazy move somehow sparked a 3 academy near brawl. The square is already tense before the test even starts, with the 3 academies glaring each other down, and Kaiyang and Yuhing looking closest to a fight. When the uproar draws too much attention, the city lord frowns, staff rush in to restore order, and Qin Jinrong silently pushes the commentators to calm the crowd. One commentator almost brings up the missing Wang Xiao, but Qin Jinrong's glare shuts that down fast and the pair hurriedly switch to empty hype about Lu Yuyang instead. Even after the teams are pulled apart, Lu Yuyang leans in with a smug promise that he will make Zhou Shirua his vassal lord. Su Junru immediately cuts him off, wraps an arm around Zhou Shirua, and treats the threat like disgusting nonsense. But Zhou Shirua barely cares about Lu Yuyang at all, because what really crushes her is not knowing whether Wang Xiao is safe. Su Junru notices how shaken she is, gently reassures her that Wang Xiao will be fine, and Zhou Shirua can only hope that is true. Once all 9 teams are present, the ranking assessment officially begins and the square turns from noisy drama to cold competition. Then the first twist lands. Inside the secret realm, the strongest platinum beasts are worth the fewest points, while weak black iron beasts are worth the most. The crowd erupts at once, because the scoring sounds completely backward and nobody can believe the announcer did not make a mistake. The commentator tells everyone to wait, and the next rule makes the trap much worse. Beating another participant takes all of that person's personal points. After that, the real target list is announced, with lower-ranked academies worth little and Kaiyang Academy worth a massive jackpot, especially Fan Tianyu's 1,000-point captain bounty. The square goes dead with shock, because one captain from Kaiyang is now worth more than whole low-ranked teams and everyone instantly understands what kind of bloodbath these rules are inviting. Up in the stands, Huang Tingwei sees it for what it is and says the rules are practically forcing the students to hunt each other. Another academy head points out that the backward beast scoring will keep the strongest monsters alive too, so the secret realm will stay dangerous on top of the player hunt. Academy head Jiang mockingly points out that being weak suddenly has benefits, because his entire 9 Heavens team is worth less than a single top captain. Huang Tingwei bristles at the mockery, but another academy head cuts in and bluntly says this is a massacre aimed at the top academies and a complete reshuffle of the rankings. That warning hits home when Huang Tingwei notices the lower-ranked academy heads looking at them not with mockery, but with pure predator greed. Down in the preparation area, Fan Tianyu feels the same thing from the student's side, because the moment her score is announced, countless hostile eyes lock onto her. When the commentator finally shouts to start, the huge teleportation gate lights up and the lower-ranked academies rush in first without hesitation. Only the top 3 teams stay behind, because under these rules charging in blind would be walking into a coordinated ambush. Yihan quietly proposes an alliance with Kaiyang, thinking the 2 top academies should survive the opening hunt together. Gao Lishuan rejects that idea immediately, because to him Kaiyang's 5,500 points are too valuable to ignore if Yuheng wants to win. He walks straight up to Fang Tianyu and arrogantly says he might spare them if her whole team surrenders to him instead. Fang Tianyu returns the insult without changing expression, and the brief unity from earlier instantly vanishes. Caught between her new classmates and her old schoolmates, Zhou Shirua looks miserable because helping either side would feel wrong. Gao Lishuan leaves with one last taunt, saying he will let Kaiyang live for 1 hour, and Yuheng follows him toward the gate. As she passes Fang Tianyu, Zhou Shirua quietly apologizes for going with Yuheng. Then Su Junru suddenly grabs Fang Tianyu and, after making sure the others are gone, whispers a shocking secret. She is Wang Xiao, and she already has a plan. After passing through the gate, Zhou Shirua arrives in what looks like a wasteland and forces herself to focus on the fight instead of Wang Zhao's disappearance. A shout from Yihan makes everyone look back, and the battlefield's real shape is so bizarre it stops the whole team cold. The secret realm is not one terrain at all, but 4 different venues crudely stitched together, with the wasteland cut by hard lines into lava, iceberg, and sea regions. After the team finally snaps out of it, Su Junru is the first to think clearly and says they should pick a venue that matches their talents and let Zhou Shiro build a base there. Gao Lishuan accepts that reasoning right away and orders everyone to report which attribute field suits them best. Listening to Su Junru talk, Zhou Shirua suddenly feels her way of thinking sounds strangely familiar, and a wild thought flashes through her mind. She almost wonders if Su Junru could somehow be Wang Xiao, but then instantly panics at her own idea and talks herself out of it. Once the votes are counted, the Earth Wasteland wins by a small margin, so Gao Lishuan decides the team will set up there. Zhou Shirua immediately takes out her materials to start building the base that the whole plan depends on. But before she can begin, one enemy team drops out of the sky and Yuheng instantly shifts into a full defensive formation around their builder. The leader of that team is Lu Yuyang, and he makes it obvious he came for Zhou Shirua the moment he lands. He repeats his earlier threat right to her face, saying again that he will make her his vassal lord. Su Junru steps in front of Zhou Shirua again and coldly tells him he is still dreaming. Lu Yuyang just smiles and says they will find out soon, which is bad enough until a new gust of wind makes everyone look up. The real crisis appears overhead, because 2 more teams are already descending from the ice and lava sides, turning Yuheng's opening into a 3-team siege. 2 more academy teams drop into the Mystic Realm, and Yuheng realizes the new arrivals are only the 6th-ranked Xuanji and 7th-ranked Quanshu teams. The 3 lower-ranked academies split apart and lock Yuheng into a triangle, making it clear this is a planned surround, not a chance meeting. Outside the arena, the commentators excitedly call it the low-ranked school's counterattack and guess they picked Yuheng to test whether they can challenge first-place Kaiyang later. Academy head Jiang says nothing, but his smug little gesture toward Huang Tingwei and Qin Kaiyang makes both men grind their teeth. Qin Kaiyang warns Huang Tingwei that Yuheng may take a huge loss here, because even Gao Lishuan and Yihan should struggle against the 3-way siege. Huang Tingwei shoots back that Kaiyang is next if Yuheng falls, and the 2 academy heads trade confident hints that both schools are hiding trump cards. Back inside the Mystic Realm, Gao Lishuan steps to the front and needles Xuanji captain Zhao Tianque for acting brave before but now hiding inside a coalition. Zhao Tianque snaps that this is just cooperation, but Gao Lishuan immediately drives a wedge into the alliance by asking who gets Yuheng's captain points. For a second, Yuheng hopes the alliance will crack over the reward split, because everyone knows multi-party cooperation usually falls apart over benefits. But Lu Yuyang shuts that plan down at once, saying they already agreed on the split before joining forces. Lu Yuyang lays out the terms coldly. Xuanji takes 5 members' points, Quanshu takes 3 members plus Yuheng's captain, and 9 Heavens wants only Zhou Shiro. Su Junru instantly steps in front of Zhou Shiro and spits back that they can forget it, and Yuheng finally drops all talk and prepares to fight for real. Yuheng explodes into battle formation as 30 heavy shield goblins slam their giant shields into the ground and raise an iron wall around the whole team. Fire Alliance summons keep pouring out behind the shield wall, and the gold-quality lava ripper lands with a burst of scorching pressure that sweeps across the battlefield. The allied schools answer with their own summons, and because they came prepared for Yuheng, most of their frontline troops are ice attribute to counter the fire-heavy lineup. Lu Yuyang pulls back to a safer position and orders everyone to stick to the plan, betting that this arena will limit Yuheng's fire soldiers enough for a combined rush. Gao Lishuan catches the enemy's intent at once and, with a wicked grin, turns to Yihan like he has been waiting for exactly this. Yihan answers with swagger, his pitch-black eyes lighting with real flame as he prepares to show why they call him an elemental overlord. When Yihan unleashes elemental domain, a scarlet ring blasts out from under his feet and turns the surrounding 1,000 meters into a sea of lava in seconds. The crowd outside goes wild at the sight of a student rewriting the battlefield by himself, and even people in the stands can feel how overwhelming Yihan's talent is. Huang Tingwei immediately starts bragging that he trained Yihan himself, only for Qin Kaiyang and the other academy heads to brush it off as normal for a level 9 genius. Back in the fight, the allied ice troops are heavily weakened by the lava field, but their ranged soldiers keep firing in a non-stop bombardment from outside Yuheng's shield wall. Yuheng fires back through the pressure, but the same heavy shield wall protecting them also blocks their view, so they can only suppress blindly and stop the enemy from getting close. As both sides burn through energy fast, Gao Lishuan slips over to Zhou Shiro and asks the one thing that matters now: how long would it take her to build a base here? Zhou Shiro answers honestly that even a bare minimum base would still need half an hour, and Gao Lishuan's face tightens because he knows they do not have that kind of time. Before the problem can stall them, Su Junru cuts in and quietly offers Gao Lishuan a risky plan instead. Su Junru whispers the details into Gao Lishuan's ear, and even he looks surprised by what she is proposing. She admits she is not sure it will work, but she still thinks it is worth trying, and after a brief pause Gao Lishuan bites the bullet and agrees. Outside the shield wall, Zhao Tianque gets impatient and presses Lu Yuyang again, asking when the promised power-up is finally coming. Lu Yuyang stays cool and says they are waiting for Yuheng to show a flaw, because Yihan's lava domain and lava ripper both drain his energy and cannot last forever. He tells the other captains to recover for now, then promises that once Yihan starts to fade, his own lord talent will smash the shield wall in one push. Zhao Tianque immediately circles back to the reward split, and insists again that he wants the points from 5 Yuheng members after the breakthrough. Right on cue, the battlefield cools as the lava starts hardening into black ground, and Lu Yuyang instantly sees his opening. He shouts for the attack, and the recovered ice-type melee soldiers surge forward the moment the oppressive lava pressure drops. Then Lu Yuyang slams his palms together, and releases all things increase, spreading a dark green formation under the allied army. Every allied soldier caught in the formation swells to a larger size and suddenly hits far above its original level, turning the whole charge into a boosted breakthrough. From the audience's view, it looks like Lu Yuyang's formation is forcing Yuheng backwards step by step, and the last ranked 9 Heavens captain suddenly becomes the center of attention. Under the enhanced barrage, the first volley finally makes fine cracks spread across Yuheng's supposedly impenetrable heavy shields. Lu Yuyang sees the cracks and realizes the trap is working, so he orders everyone to pour everything in and break Yuheng in one go. More than 100 enhanced soldiers crash into the shield wall together, and one of the giant shields finally shatters into flying light. The alliance surges for the opening, convinced they have punched through at last. But the instant they try to flood through, an incandescent pillar of fire erupts straight out of the gap and cuts off the charge. Yihan's fire attack erupts on the live broadcast like a second sun, blinding the audience for a moment. When the light fades, a 100-meter lava river is still burning across the wasteland, and the Alliance Army's charge has been almost completely erased in one hit. The result is so absurd that even Ihan stares in disbelief at the damage his own straight-line skills somehow caused. Gao Lixuan, just as stunned, gives Su Junru a thumbs up and jokes that she deserves a pay cut for a plan that worked too well. Su Junru coldly says the trap only worked because Lu Yuyang was too confident and shoved his people straight into the opening. Then Su Junru drops the smile and says stage 1 is done, and it's time to start stage 2. While building the base nearby, Zhou Shiro hears that line and gets the same strange familiar feeling again from Su Junru. Zhou Shiro wonders again if Su Junru is really Wang Xiao in disguise, but with everyone watching she holds herself back. On the other side, the Alliance army is left staring at the wreckage as their frontline troops and buffs collapse all at once. Zhao Tianqua snaps first and demands that Lu Yuyang explain the disaster after promising a sure win. Still reeling, Lu Yuyang makes it worse by blurting out that their soldiers were just too weak. That one sentence sets off Xuanji and Quan Shu, because they were the ones bleeding on the front line while Lu Yuyang stood back and buffed. Even the 9 Heaven students start looking at Lu Yuyang with distrust, and he finally realizes he just talked himself into a corner. Gao Lixuan steps out through the shield wall gap and loudly thanks Lu Yuyang for his brilliant plan, pretending the inside job is already settled. His taunt lands perfectly, and Zhao Tianqua immediately decides Lu Yuyang pushed them forward on purpose to get them killed. Quan Shu piles on too, accusing Lu Yuyang of secretly weakening the enhancement so their troops would collapse. Lu Yuyang roars that Gao Lixuan is just sowing discord, but now the timing is too perfect and nobody wants to believe him. Outside the secret realm, the crowd buys the betrayal story too, and the backlash spreads from Lu Yuyang to 9 Heavens Academy itself. In the stands, Academy head Jiang can tell Gao Lixuan is framing Lu Yuyang, but it doesn't matter when the audience has already decided 9 Heavens is rotten. Back in the secret realm, Gao Lixuan stops pretending and brings 6 teammates, including Ihan, out of the wall to move the plan forward. Gao Lixuan keeps baiting Lu Yuyang in front of everyone, acting like he is impatient for his secret partner to pick a victim. Then Yuheng suddenly attacks Quan Shu, forcing the furious Xuanji side to conclude that 9 Heavens must be the other half of the setup. Zhao Tianqua orders the attack without waiting any longer, and Xuanji slams straight into 9 Heavens. 9 Heavens has no time left for doubt, so they summon their troops too, and the wasteland erupts into a 4 Academy melee. Far away at the Ice Mountain venue, Lang Lina watches the distant flashes and asks if they should go profit from the chaos. Lang Beauty refuses, because he has no interest in helping Yaoguang Academy when after what he is already doing here. The real horror is at their feet, where the other 8 Yaoguang students have been knocked out, tied together, and lined up like cargo. The 2 brothers lift one bound student together and throw him off the cliff, dragging the rest of the line after him. A few seconds later, the heavy thuds from below confirm the brothers just dumped all 8 bodies into the ravine. Lang Lina asks why they need such a messy setup if they can already kill Blue Planet Lords at this level. Lang Beauty explains with a cruel smile that this is how they make sure Blue Planet notices something is wrong, whether or not hidden cameras caught them. When Lang Lina worries they might have done all that for nothing, Lang Beauty says 8 tied corpses at the bottom should be enough to send the message. After that, Lang Beauty starts assembling a device from territory parts so he can send their coordinates to the deputy captain. He orders Lang Lina to stand guard, drive off mutated beasts, and kill anyone who comes close. Back on the wilderness battlefield, the chaos settles into 2 separate wars, Yuheng crushing Quan Shu, and Xuanji grinding against 9 Heavens. Because Quan Shu was already gutted by the lava strike, Yuheng is clearly winning that side and Gao Lixuan starts watching 9 Heavens instead. His plan is simple now. Once Quan Shu falls, Yuheng will swing over and wipe out both Xuanji and 9 Heavens too. He barely takes 9 Heavens seriously at all, thinking a team led by a mere enhancement-type lord cannot possibly threaten Yuheng. But on that front, Lu Yuyang's earlier positioning means 9 Heavens kept more strength than the others, enough to trade blows with Xuanji for now. That balance only convinces Zhao Tianqua further that Lu Yuyang planned this all along, so he angrily starts burning his hidden cards. Gao Lixuan notices exactly what Zhao Tianqua is revealing, quietly reading Xuanji's trump cards from the sidelines. Inside the heavy shield wall, Gao Lixuan and the others are out fighting while Zhou Shiro keeps building and Su Junru alone watches the battlefield through the gap. Zhou Shiro finally walks over and asks Su Junru for authority to place 4 Thunder Magic Towers, using the base work as an excuse to probe her. Su Junru casually agrees at first, then catches herself because only the real hidden planner would have that authority. When Su Junru tries to laugh it off, Zhou Shiro hits her and calls out the truth directly. Wang Xiao, how long are you going to hide from me? The fake Su Junru still insists for a second, so Zhou Shiro points at the unfinished base and dares her to build the machinery herself. That breaks the act, and the disguised body slips behind the shield before flashing back into Wang Xiao's real appearance. Looking awkward and caught, Wang Xiao quietly asks how she figured him out. Zhou Shiro says they have spent almost every day together for months, so of course she could recognize him. Then she smacks him again for vanishing on her and making her panic all night. Wang Xiao quickly puts the Nirvana mask back on, returning to Su Junru's appearance so no one outside notices the reveal. Now forced to explain, He says he followed Lan Dehai into an alley last night and overheard him speaking with the deputy captain. What he heard was bad enough to change everything. That group plans to make a move during the academy ranking assessment itself. Zhou Shiro asks what the move is, but Wang Xiao admits he still doesn't know the exact target or method. What he does know is worse for him personally. The deputy captain specifically said Wang Xiao had to be stopped before he ruined their plan. So if he entered openly as Wang Xiao, Yuheng Academy would become the first target, which is why he had to sneak in under Su Junra's face. His goal was to get inside first, figure out what the enemy is really doing, and only then decide how to stop it. Zhou Shiro finally understands the reason, and then immediately hits him one more time anyway. When Wang Xiao protests, Zhou Shiro shyly says this one is punishment for how touchy he has been, especially all the times he hugged her today. Before he can explain himself, Zhou Shiro suddenly steps in and hugs him first. With a faint sob, Zhou Shiro admits she is just relieved he is really here. Wang Xiao swallows the explanation he was about to make and quietly pats her back, because at this point neither of them needs more words. Just as Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro enjoy a warm private moment beside the unfinished base, the poor student they left doing manual labor pops out and awkwardly reminds them the construction still is not done. Zhou Shiro quickly pulls back in embarrassment, but Wang Xiao catches her again and says that now she has found him, they can switch to a new plan. He points toward the battlefield and whispers his idea in Zhou Shiro's ear, and she stares back like he has suggested something absurd. When Zhou Shiro questions whether anyone would really fall for it, Wang Xiao grins and says that if it is him, they definitely will. Back on the battlefield, Quanshu Academy's defense finally breaks under the lava ripper's full effect, and Ihan immediately burns down the opening with another sooner fiery flame. All 10 Quanshu students are wiped out at once, handing Ihan a huge point jump and pushing Yuheng Academy past Kaiyang into first place overall. Outside in the city square, the crowd erupts in cheers for Yuheng's comeback while Quanshu Academy is announced out of the race and stuck in 9th place. Qianshu's academy head leaves in a dark mood, furious not at the crowd but at how foolishly his own students threw away all their starting points. Riding the momentum from that win, Gao Lishuan immediately leads Yuheng's 7 survivors toward the next battlefield where Xuanji and 9 Heavens are still locked in a messy fight. The moment Yuheng rushes over, both Zhao Tianque and Lu Yuyang panic and order their teams to stop fighting and back off, each suspecting the other side is about to gang up on them. In truth, both academies had already wanted to flee and only got dragged into this by mutual suspicion, but by the time they realize it, the chance is already gone. Gao Lishuan leans into the chaos and loudly calls Lu Yuyang an ally, acting like Yuheng has arrived to back him up. Lu Yuyang instantly denies it and desperately shouts to Zhao Tianque that Yuheng is only trying to sow discord. Zhao Tianque snaps back that he is not stupid and blames Lu Yuyang for stalling them here in the first place. Cornered and desperate, Lu Yuyang blurts out a brutal compromise. Both academies leave people behind to block Yuheng so the rest can run, and Zhao Tianque listens without trusting him yet. Gao Lishuan keeps a calm face, but inside he realizes this cut-the-tail escape would be dangerous for Yuheng because even one survivor hiding in the dark could become a major threat later. Still wary after being tricked once already, Zhao Tianque says he might cooperate but asks the obvious question: why should he trust Lu Yuyang now? To prove he is serious, Lu Yuyang grits his teeth and offers to leave 6 of his own people behind, only for Zhao Tianque to press even harder and demand 7. Lu Yuyang finally agrees, and the 9 Heavens team explodes in outrage because everyone knows staying behind against Yuheng is basically a death sentence. Their anger cuts straight at the truth. Lu Yuyang forced his way into the captain's seat before, and now he is ready to sacrifice almost everyone else for his own escape. Outside the arena, the audience also turns on 9 Heavens, disgusted by both Lu Yuyang and the academy that produced him. Trying to contain the damage, Academy head Jiang stands up and publicly apologizes, then declares Lu Yuyang's cowardly choice is his personal behavior and says he will expel him after the competition. The words backfire instantly, and Huang Tingwei can tell at once that Academy head Jiang has just made the whole 9 Heavens disaster even worse. The furious crowd hears only a headmaster dumping blame onto a student, and the backlash surges into talk of refusing to apply and even transferring out of 9 Heavens on the spot. Academy head Jiang is stunned as his academy's reputation collapses in real time, and when Huang Tingwei quietly tells him 9 Heavens is finished, he has no answer left. Realizing years of planning have gone to waste, Jiang leaves the stands in a daze, beaten before his academy's strongest class ever gets a chance to shine. Inside the secret realm, the 9 Heavens students still do not know their academy is imploding outside and keep tearing into Lu Yuyang for trying to save himself. After one setback too many, Lu Yuyang finally snaps and shouts for everyone to shut up, claiming his retreat plan is for the academy's glory. Li Keifu finally steps in and coldly tears that excuse apart, pointing out that if preserving strength really matters, the strongest should escape and the weak captain should stay behind instead. Lu Yuyang scrambles for another excuse and says he cannot stay because the captain has to survive to keep the team united, but nobody is buying it anymore. Li Keifu calls that nonsense too and bluntly says they only fell into this trap because of Lu Yuyang's blind command in the first place. That line hits Zhao Tianque too, and he suddenly realizes he was dragged into this mess by Lu Yuyang's bad decisions, so he tears up the earlier deal on the spot. Zhao Tianque declares that Nine Heavens can stay behind and cover Xuanji's retreat instead, which sends Lu Yuyang straight back into a rage. Lu Yuyang threatens to really join forces with Yuheng if Zhao Tianque tries to leave, and Zhao Tianque fires back that he would rather fight to the death than lose people for someone else's stupidity. The argument keeps spiraling until Lu Yuyang is basically fighting everyone around him by himself, while Yuheng hangs back and watches the mess in awkward silence. Yihan quietly asks if they should attack now, but Gao Lishuan folds his arms and says there is no need when the enemy is busy tearing itself apart. Then a sharp female voice cuts across the battlefield and shuts down the entire argument with one sentence: none of them are leaving. Zhou Shiro descends from the sky on the ice thunderhorn wolf, and the platinum aura pouring off her instantly freezes the whole battlefield in shock. Gao Lishuan and Yihan recognize both Zhou Shiro and Wang Zhao's wolf, but seeing those two pieces together makes no sense at all. The audience outside is just as stunned, because everyone knows the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf is one of Wang Zhao's soldiers and Wang Zhao is not even on the participant list. On the commentary platform, even the hosts have no answer and can only ask Qin Jingrong how a vassal lord could possibly summon another lord soldier. Qin Jingrong stays calm and offers only a cautious guess about unusually high compatibility, because even he has never seen anything like this before. Then Qin Jingrong's eyes sharpen when he spots Su Junru quietly standing at the gap in the heavy shield wall on the battle screen. An annoying smile slowly appears on his face. Up in the stands, Qin Jingrong quietly slips away from the crowd and calls his people to retreat for now, but he also tells an assault team to stay ready because Wang Xiao seems to have noticed something. Inside the secret realm, everyone stares at Zhou Shiro on the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, completely baffled that she is riding Wang Zhao's mutated beast. Yihan finally blurts out the obvious question, asking how Zhou Shiro can possibly summon his idol Wang Zhao's beast. Trying not to panic, Zhou Shiro repeats Wang Zhao's absurd cover story and says her compatibility with him is high enough that his authorization lets her use his soldiers. Zhou Shiro braces for everyone to tear that excuse apart, because even she thinks it sounds completely fake. At first the crowd does look doubtful, and even Gao Lishuan and the others clearly do not buy it. Then Yihan suddenly lights up and accepts it on the spot, deciding that if Wang Zhao is involved, even something this weird must be normal. Gao Lishuan follows that logic too, saying Wang Zhao already carries so many unsolved mysteries that one more barely feels strange anymore. That lazy chain reaction spreads fast, and before long both the teams in the secret realm and the audience outside have simply decided to accept the impossible because it involves Wang Zhao. Even the commentators pivot away from Zhou Shiro and start marveling instead at how Wang Zhao became this strong in less than a year as a beast tamer lord. Zhou Shiro is left half stunned and half horrified that Wang Zhao's ridiculous confidence was actually right again. She forces herself back on task and urgently points at Xuanji and Nine Heavens, insisting they cannot be allowed to leave now that the base is ready. Without waiting for agreement, Zhou Shiro jumps down, and the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf answers with a howl before charging the two enemy teams head-on. Yihan instantly backs the assault by unleashing his power, freezing the surrounding kilometer into an icy battlefield that boosts the wolf even further. That makes Zhao Tianque finally believe Lu Yuyang was not secretly colluding with Yuheng, because Yuheng is clearly trying to crush both teams alike. Realizing the danger, Zhao Tianque shouts for a joint retreat in groups of 5, and Lu Yuyang immediately starts assigning a rear guard. The 5 students Lu Yuyang sacrifices are still stunned when he and the others turn and run, leaving them to face the charging wolf alone. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf crashes into them with berserk thunder, and instantly blasts 2 Nine Heavens students flying away. The surviving rear guard and Xuanji's cover teams swarm in together, surrounding the wolf with summoned soldiers and barely stalling it through sheer numbers. Seeing the chase bogged down, Zhou Shiro anxiously turns to Gao Lishuan and begs him to stop the escape before the two teams slip away. Gao Lishuan is baffled by her urgency, because in his eyes the secret realm is closed and those teams cannot truly escape anyway. Zhou Shiro has no real explanation beyond Wang Zhao's orders, so she can only push harder and tell Gao Lishuan to stop them first and ask questions later. Gao Lishuan reluctantly agrees, though he pointedly says she owes him a real explanation this time. He stomps the ground and a khaki energy ring races outward across the battlefield, reaching the fleeing teams in an instant. Zhao Tianque and Lu Yuyang brace for an attack when the wave reaches them, but for one strange second nothing seems to happen. Then Gao Lishuan calmly names his talent, Mountain Movement. The battlefield instantly erupts with violent tremors and deep straight cracks, splitting the ground into huge blocks under everyone's feet. Before anyone can react, the giant slab carrying Lu Yuyang and Zhao Tianque's people rises and surges back toward Gao Lishuan like a stone warship. Outside, the audience explodes in shock because Gao Lishuan is not just fighting in the venue, he is rewriting the venue itself. Even the commentators are lost, because when they pull Gao Lishuan's file, his talent entry is still marked only as secret. In the stands, another academy head leans toward Huang Tingwei and asks what kind of talent could do something that outrageous. Huang Tingwei finally reveals the truth with obvious pride. Gao Lishuan is a spatial lord, one of the 12 heavenly talents. That reveal lands hard enough, and Huang Tingwei presses the point by saying Nine Heavens also had a sea god apostle, but Wang Xiao eliminated him during the Academy's own selection. Back in the secret realm, Zhao Tianque and Lu Yuyang's teams are dumped right back onto the battlefield, and the whole fight freezes as everyone stares at Gao Lishuan in disbelief. Watching from inside the base, even Wang Xiao is shaken, because he instantly sees Gao Lishuan's power as a terrifying all-purpose weapon for attack, defense, terrain control, and forced positioning. As the ground returns to normal, Zhao Tianque and the others lose their nerve completely because they finally understand that running is pointless. Even Yu Hing's own students look at Gao Lishuan differently now, stunned that someone this unassuming has been hiding that kind of monstrous talent. Gao Lishuan himself only looks tired and resigned, muttering that after hiding for so long, he has finally been exposed. Then he looks at the trapped enemy teams and bluntly tells them to give up and let Yu Hing eliminate them properly. Zhao Tianque swallows his pride and appeals to old friendship, blaming Lu Yuyang for dragging them into this mess and begging Gao Lishuan for one chance. Gao Lishuan plays it off as a team vote, but when he asks who wants to spare them, not a single Yu Hing hand goes up. Zhao Tianque can tell he is being brushed off, but before he can think of another move, Lu Yuyang suddenly cuts in and says eliminating them now would be a bad deal. Lu Yuyang argues that if Yu Hing lets both teams go farm points and weaken other academies first, Yu Hing can collect a much bigger reward later with less effort. Zhao Tianque explodes at the idea of becoming Yu Hing's errand dogs, but Lu Yuyang coldly answers that a higher ranking matters more than pride after elimination locks their score. The ugly logic lands anyway, and Gao Lishuan and Yihan both fall silent to consider it because Yu Hing only truly cares about taking first place. When Lu Yuyang proposes peace, Zhou Shiro immediately panics and warns Gao Lishuan not to trust him. Gao Lishuan hesitates because Lu Yuyang's offer sounds reasonable, and he presses Zhou Shiro to give a real reason to keep fighting. Zhou Shiro believes Wang Xiao has a reason, but because she cannot expose him, she is left speechless at the worst possible moment. Seeing her stall, Gao Lishuan starts to call Yihan over to settle the matter another way. Before anyone can decide, the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf suddenly lashes out with Berserk Thunder straight at Lu Yuyang, blowing up the truce on the spot. Lu Yuyang reacts with chilling speed and drags Zhao Tianque in front of him as a human shield. The attack blasts Zhao Tianque away, and he vanishes in golden light on the spot, instantly eliminated. Xuanji Academy explodes in rage at Lu Yuyang's betrayal, and both academies start summoning soldiers for a full brawl. As spells and attacks flood the battlefield, Gao Lishuan pulls his own team back and turns on Zhou Shiro for firing during negotiations. Zhou Shiro is briefly thrown because she never gave that order, then she spots the disguised Su Junru at the base and realizes Wang Xiao made the move. Covering for him, Zhou Shiro coldly insists that Lu Yuyang was too cunning to trust in the first place. Gao Lishuan is angry that she acted without permission, but her refusal to back down finally pushes him to make the call himself. Yu Hing Academy charges in hard, and the already battered Xuanji and Nine Heavens teams collapse within minutes. When the dust settles, Yu Hing has only 2 lightly injured members while both enemy academies are wiped out. Gao Lishuan figures those points should have locked first place, so Yihan opens the interface to check the total. The numbers do not add up, and Yihan realizes Yu Hing is missing exactly 100 points. Zhou Shiro instantly traces the gap to Lu Yuyang and points out that the missing 100 matches the Nine Heavens captain's value exactly. Gao Lishuan understands that Lu Yuyang escaped during the last melee, after using Zhao Tianque as bait to steal everyone's attention. Even so, the team still holds a crushing lead, so Gao Lishuan stops chasing and orders everyone back to base to rest. Back through the shield wall, everyone is hit by the sight of Zhou Shiro's compact fortress packed with towers, catapults, and a full essence iron wall. The whole team stares in disbelief, because an ordinary lord would need at least a full day to build something this dense. A little embarrassed by the praise, Zhou Shiro brushes it off and says she only managed this much because time was short. Then the base door opens and the outward form of Su Junru walks out smiling to welcome everyone back. Gao Lishuan answers with an annoying smile and bluntly calls the disguised figure by his real name, Wang Xiao. That one name stuns the whole group, and the disguised Wang Xiao tries to play it off for one last second. Gao Lishuan corners him with a simple test. If he is really Su Junru, he should be able to build a machine right now. Wang Zhao's disguise freezes, and when he looks at Zhou Shiro for help, she quickly shows she did not betray him. With no way around it, Wang Xiao removes the Nirvana mask and reveals himself for real. The whole team is left staring in disbelief, and Gao Lishuan immediately demands to know what happened to the real Su Junru. Wang Xiao says Su Junru is unharmed and waiting in the car, but he still refuses to explain everything because he is not fully certain yet. He asks them to trust that everything he did was for their sake, and Zhou Shiro quietly moves to stand at his side. The Yu Hing members do trust Wang Xiao, but the whole setup is so suspicious that nobody knows how to react except by looking to Gao Lishuan. Wang Xiao finally says the core of it. If his premonition is right, this secret realm is about to become deadly, and the weaker students will only die if they stay. That warning makes Gao Lishuan's eyes tighten, but Wang Xiao still will not name the threat until he is completely sure. Wang Xiao bluntly asks whether Gao Lishuan believes him, and Gao Lishuan goes quiet, weighing the choice instead of answering. Elsewhere in the lava venue, Han Bufan's holy giant knight sweeps away a few lava slimes while the Kaiyang team catches their breath. Han Bufan suggests checking the huge disturbance in the wasteland, but Fan Tianyu refuses to think of their current score as enough. When Fan Tianyu asks whether 3,500 points is really a huge lead, the team quickly agrees it is only a small one. Lindong points out they could catch up by killing one top 5 team, and Yang Fan adds that even the bottom 4 teams would be enough. Han Bufan warns that the wasteland explosion sounded like at least 3 teams crashing together, so Kai Yang may already be slipping out of the top 3. That possibility lights a fire under the team, and Tang Hingshan bluntly says Kai Yang cannot let its long-held first place die in their hands. The others pile on and argue they should stop farming beasts now, because player eliminations are worth far more points. Fan Tianyu does have one reason to hesitate. The moment they start hunting other teams openly, Kai Yang's hidden strength will be exposed. That reminder cools everyone down immediately, because the whole team has been following Wang Zhao's warning to stay hidden. Then one teammate finally says the ugly thought out loud: what if Wang Zhao set all this up and fooled them from the start? The suspicion snowballs when another teammate argues Wang Zhao may have used the danger story to pin Kai Yang down while he harvested points somewhere else. Fan Tianyu tries to defend Wang Zhao on instinct, but for the first time her confidence starts to shake. Tang Hingshan pushes the point harder, saying Wang Zhao may still have lowered his head because he now belongs to Yuheng Academy, not Kai Yang. Now Fan Tianyu really starts doubting, because even Wang Zhao's expensive help and careful warnings suddenly look suspicious in hindsight. Yang Fan offers a compromise: send a few people to secretly track Wang Zhao, and if he is really farming points, they will know he lied. Inside the wasteland base, Gao Lishuan finally gives in to Wang Zhao's risky warning, but he does it through clenched teeth and makes it clear he will settle the score later if this goes badly. Wang Zhao brightens and confirms Gao Lishuan is trusting him, and Gao Lishuan immediately cuts to the real issue by demanding the next move. Wang Zhao sums up his strategy in one sharp line: they will farm points as hard as possible and use those points to lure the dangerous players into making a move. As he speaks, Wang Zhao puts the Nirvana mask back on and says only the Academy's top 3 teams should have the strength to handle the hidden threat. He adds that Kaiyang Academy has already been warned and will cooperate, while Flowing Cloud Academy is still an open problem he hopes to solve if he gets the chance. Wang Zhao points out that teams ranked 6th, 7th, and 9th are already gone, and says the 4th and 5th teams normally would not challenge them unless a huge pile of points tempts them. Gao Lishuan interrupts on the spot and asks why Wang Zhao skipped over Yaoguang Academy, the team in 8th place. Wang Zhao turns grave and says that Yaoguang Academy's twin pair, Lang Beauty and Lang Lina, are the most likely source of the danger he has been warning about. Gao Lishuan almost presses for proof, then remembers Wang Zhao still cannot explain everything and settles for the practical part of the plan instead. With teams growing scarce, Wang Zhao says they have to hunt mutated beasts now, preferably pulling every beast below silver rank back into the base so the defenses can butcher them safely. Gao Lishuan immediately picks a few agile teammates to act as bait, orders everyone else to stay with Zhou Shiro, and tells Wang Zhao he is coming along too. Wang Zhao accepts without complaint, knowing he cannot pitch a reckless plan and then hide behind the others once the dangerous work begins. Zhou Shiro suddenly grabs Wang Zhao and tries to keep him behind, claiming she needs his authority to pull materials if the base has to be repaired. Gao Lishuan refuses instantly, making it obvious that Wang Zhao is too important to leave behind if they are going to draw danger toward themselves. When Zhou Shiro tries to push again, Wang Zhao gently stops her before the argument can grow. He reassures her that they are only going out to lure beasts and opens the warehouse authority to her, so she can control base materials even while he is gone. That is still not enough for Zhou Shiro, and she blurts out that if he is leaving, then she wants to go with him. Wang Zhao reminds her that if she leaves, nobody will be left to run the base they are counting on for the whole plan. Pulling her aside, Wang Zhao quietly guesses the truth. She is really afraid Lu Yuyang might appear while he is away. Zhou Shiro gives the smallest nod, admitting her fear without saying much. Wang Zhao promises she should stay hidden in the base, keep the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf with her, and trust that he will come straight back the second Lu Yuyang shows himself. When Zhou Shiro anxiously asks how he can return fast if he is too far away, Wang Zhao answers with a light smile that the Silver Shadow Leopard can bring him back at once. Faced with his direct promise, Zhou Shiro finally relents, though she still looks uneasy. Gao Lishuan shouts from across the base for them to stop dragging this out, because every extra moment means fewer beasts left to harvest. Wang Zhao answers, gives Zhou Shiro one last reassuring pat on the hand, and heads over to the waiting bait team. The final bait team is only 5 people, because Wang Zhao insists that Ihan stay behind as a stronger guard for the base. Before they move, Gao Lishuan sketches the route on the ground and marks several locations where his lord's skill sensed mutated beasts roaming. He warns that the targets are too far away to judge clearly, so everyone must hide their aura and retreat the instant they encounter gold or platinum beasts because the risk is not worth those points. The team agrees, summons their soldiers, and gets ready to ride out into the wasteland. Wang Zhao calls out the Silver Shadow Leopard, but before he can ride off alone, Gao Lishuan climbs on behind him and bluntly demands a ride because he has no travel beast of his own. Then Gao Lishuan lowers his voice and tells Wang Zhao to obey his signals later. hinting that he is planning something the others are not meant to notice yet. Asked what that means, Gao Lishuan only says he is doing his duty as captain, and his hard glance toward the other 3 riders tells Wang Xiao exactly what he means. Once Wang Xiao realizes those 3 are the weakest in the squad, he quietly admires Gao Lishuan for protecting them even while pretending not to care. Wang Xiao even teases him for being a better captain than he looks, and Gao Lishuan answers with a cold truth. They can complain later if they live long enough to do it. With that, Gao Lishuan gives the order and the 5-man bait team rushes out of the base toward the marked beast locations. Far away in the Ice Mountain venue, Lang Bewley works over an artificial teleportation gate and curses Blue Planet technology for being stronger in engineering than in combat. Nearby, Lang Lina keeps watch and reports that many participants have already been eliminated. A moment later, Lang Lina spots movement and warns that Yuhing Academy has finally sent people out, but only 5 of them. That number immediately interests Lang Bewley, who starts wondering whether Yuhing's construction lord can build a teleportation gate for him. Back in the wasteland, Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan speed ahead on the Silver Shadow Leopard, while the other 3 struggle to keep up and the gap in strength becomes obvious at a glance. Luckily, the first target is close, and within minutes they reach a muddy quagmire where several spiky porcupine beasts are rolling around. Wang Xiao checks them with an identification scroll, confirms they are silver level 1 ironthorn porcupines, and casually notes the 3 kills would only be worth 90 points. Instead of letting Wang Xiao wipe them out, Gao Lishuan orders the other 3 to provoke the beasts and lure them back to base while he and Wang Xiao cover from the flanks. The 3 teammates trust his judgment and start moving their soldiers in to bait the porcupines with light attacks. Then Gao Lishuan suddenly jumps down, slams out a khaki energy ring with his lord's skill, and cracks the ground open directly under those 3 soldiers. The fissure snaps shut again almost immediately, wiping out the soldiers and leaving the 3 lords staring in total confusion. Their confusion lasts 1 second too long, because the disturbed ironthorn porcupines lock onto the now defenseless lords as their back spikes begin to rattle like metal. One lord tries to bolt, but Gao Lishuan raises a little mound behind him and trips him at the worst possible moment. The porcupines unleash a storm of black spikes like arrow rain, and the 3 lords rage at Gao Lishuan even as emergency golden light eliminates them from the field. Gao Lishuan dusts off his hands as if the matter is settled, then casually tells Wang Xiao they can deal with the beasts now. Wang Xiao can only sigh at the ruthless method before sending the Silver Shadow Leopard in to finish the 3 porcupines with a single wind-splitting claw. After collecting the 90 points, Wang Xiao gives Gao Lishuan a strange look and admits he thought this cold captain did not care about anyone at all. Gao Lishuan answers bluntly that he still does not care in any sentimental way, but as captain he is responsible for whether his team members live or die. He points out that those weaker students cannot even compare to Zhao Tianque, and if Wang Xiao's fear is true, leaving them in this assessment would only get them killed. Then he turns the knife on Wang Xiao and demands to know whether he thought about any of this when he proposed a plan that only the strongest teams could survive. Without waiting for a soft answer, Gao Lishuan grabs Wang Xiao by the collar and tears into him for acting like he can decide who has to stay in danger while innocent people may die. The force of that anger stuns Wang Xiao for a few seconds, because Gao Lishuan's usual coldness has cracked open into something much harsher and more honest. When Wang Xiao finally answers, he says with a bitter smile that of course he had thought about it. Gao Lishuan lets go, drops to the ground, and says there are only 2 of them here now, so Wang Xiao should finally tell him the full plan. Faced with that stubborn demand, Wang Xiao gives in, sits down too, and begins explaining that the whole problem started several days ago. Elsewhere outside Yuhing's base, Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan peek from behind a huge rock and stare at a battlefield so wrecked it looks like the ground was turned inside out. Han Bufan whispers that a clash this violent must have involved at least 3 teams, and he cannot help suspecting Wang Zhao's side was in the middle of it. Fang Tianyu agrees Yuhing had to be involved because their base is right there, but she still cannot tell who they fought or how the battle ended. Han Bufan points out that the base is still standing, so Yuhing probably won, and that immediately makes him worry Wang Xiao is trying to snowball points and shut everyone else out. Fang Tianyu pushes back and says Wang Zhao's real goal was to wipe out weaker teams early so they would not be slaughtered later if the hidden danger truly appeared. Han Bufan is still unconvinced and warns that whatever Wang Xiao said before, all those points are now in Yuhing's hands, and Flowing Cloud Academy cannot ignore the ranking race. He stresses that participant points are worth far more than beast kills, so if Wang Xiao really keeps the racing teams first, catching up later would be almost impossible. That leaves Fang Tianyu staring at the distant base in silence, because she still wants to trust Wang Xiao but has not seen a single clear sign that his promised danger is real. While hiding outside the shield wall, Han Bufan spots Zhou Shiro stepping out alone and tells Fang Tianyu she might know what Wang Xiao is hiding. Fang Tianyu calls out, and the 2 old classmates rush together for a relieved reunion hug in the middle of the danger. Their quick catch-up turns warm and a little girlish when Fang Tianyu blurts out that Zhou Shiro has gotten prettier. Fang Tianyu leans in and quietly asks the real question, how far Zhou Shiro has gotten with Wang Xiao now. Before Zhou Shiro can answer, Han Bufan steps out to greet her, and she grabs the opening to change the subject. Zhou Shiro asks why only the 2 of them are here, and Han Bufan explains they came as an advance team to scout the situation. Han Bufan points out that Zhou Shiro's side is watching them, and all three notice Ihan standing at the wall gap with open suspicion. Zhou Shiro waves that they are just chatting, but Ihan stays on guard anyway because right now every academy is still an enemy. Seeing there is no room for small talk, Fang Tianyu asks bluntly whether Zhou Shiro knows what danger Wang Xiao warned about in this ranking assessment. Zhou Shiro is caught off guard and says Wang Xiao never told her the full plan. Han Bufan bristles at that answer, accusing her of keeping secrets from people who are risking themselves for this. Zhou Shiro firmly insists she is not hiding anything and only knows scattered warning scenes, not how Wang Xiao pieced them together. The two of them cannot tell if she is lying, but Wang Xiao being secretive enough to do this actually sounds believable. With no better lead, Fang Tianyu asks Zhou Shiro to repeat every clue she does have so they can at least start from something. Elsewhere in the wasteland, Wang Xiao finishes laying out his investigation, and Gao Lishuan stands there in tense silence as the explanation ends. Gao Lishuan sums up Wang Zhao's theory with a cold stare, saying Purple Star infiltrators slipped into the assessment and are after his mutated beast. Off-panel, Wang Xiao grimly admits he still has no proof, only his certainty that Lang Buli and Lang Lina are where everything started going wrong. Gao Lishuan still does not buy it, and flatly says Wang Xiao is lying. He tears into the logic, demanding how Purple Star could plan this from so far away and why they would bother with infiltration instead of crushing Wang Xiao directly in a challenge arena. Off-panel, Wang Xiao fires back that Purple Star should not know the Holy Beast is with him anymore because the Lord who impersonated Wu Yan died before passing that on. When Gao Lishuan presses whether that claim is fact or just another guess, the answer off-panel makes it clear it is still speculation. That answer turns bitter when Gao Lishuan reminds him that 3 teammates already died over a theory that still is not proven. After a heavy pause, Gao Lishuan still decides one part is solid enough to act on. The suspicious pair of brothers need to be checked immediately. He adds that even without their exact position, Yaoguang Academy would naturally favor the distant ice mountain field. With Gao Lishuan's read on Yaoguang's ice-heavy team, movement starts at once beside the waiting Silver Shadow Leopard. Gao Lishuan rides out on the Silver Shadow Leopard, and the rush toward the ice mountains begins at top speed. Back outside Yuhing's base, Zhou Shiro finishes sharing every clue she has, but Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan still cannot make the pieces fit together. Fang Tianyu presses her one more time to think carefully in case she missed anything important. Zhou Shiro starts to swear that was everything, then suddenly stops when she senses someone approaching. 2 Yaoguang Academy fighters walk into view, and the mood outside the base goes cold at once. Han Bufan instantly reacts to the Yaoguang threat and summons 4 holy knights to stand between the newcomers and the group. A burst of heat behind them reveals Ihan has already come up in combat mode with Lava Ripper, but he makes it clear he is here to help, not backstab Wang Zhao's classmates. Fang Tianyu accepts the temporary cooperation and gets ready to fight as the Yaoguang pair draw closer. The 2 Yaoguang fighters stop at a cautious distance, raise their hands, and claim they are not here to fight, only to ask for help. Instead of answering Ihan, the Yaoguang fighters ask to meet Yuhing's construction lord, putting Zhou Shiro at the center of the threat. When Fang Tianyu blocks the request, one Yaoguang fighter drops the pretense and says that if they keep stopping him, he will kill them. The threat is so real that Ihan attacks first, sending Lava Ripper over the Holy Knights and throwing up a blazing fire wall to cut the pair off. Ihan orders everyone back to the base, and despite being rival schools, they retreat together because Zhou Shiro's fortifications are their only safe option now. Thanks to Zhou Shiro's authorization, Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan get into Yuhing's base without triggering its defenses. Outside the secret realm, the commentators catch the clash and are baffled that low-ranked Yaoguang just challenged second-place Yuhing head-on. They are even more stunned to see Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan standing inside Yuhing's base, making it look like the 2 academies may have joined forces. Once they check the roster, the commentators realize the 2 attackers are new Yaoguang recruits with Heat Halo and Ice Halo talents, which makes the challenge look even stranger. That mystery only deepens when they realize the rest of Yaoguang's team is nowhere in sight, suggesting this attack is bait for something bigger. In the stands, Huang Tingwei corners Qin Kaiyang over why his students are inside Yuhing's base, and both teachers irritably deny wanting any alliance. Back inside the base, Zhou Shiro activates every fortification and says the 2 men outside are almost certainly the brothers Wang Xiao warned them about. Fang Tianyu agrees and insists they have to get Wang Xiao back here as fast as possible because they are blind on the enemy's real situation. Zhou Shiro says she already warned Wang Xiao through the vassal contract, but until he arrives, they will have to survive with their own strength. Ihan tries to steady the room by pointing out they still have numbers and fortifications on their side. His sentence dies mid-breath when a deafening impact slams into the base wall and sends the Lava Ripper crashing back like a fireball. That one hit terrifies them because Lava Ripper had been fighting 500 meters away, which means the enemy just launched it back with overwhelming force. Ihan grimly judges that the attacker is at least a level 4 lord, maybe worse. Han Bufan blurts out that this should be impossible in a student ranking assessment, but Ihan warns that Yaoguang could have cheated the roster, and no one would notice in time. Fang Tianyu turns straight to Zhou Shiro and asks the one question that matters now, Can this rushed base actually stop a level 4 lord? Zhou Shiro cannot give her any comfort because this base was built under brutal time pressure, and even she knows it may not hold. As smoke and fire roll outside, the two Yaoguang fighters calmly walk out of the flames, and everyone in the base realizes the siege is about to get much worse. A few minutes earlier at the Ice Mountain venue, Wan Xiao and Gao Lishuan ride the silver shadow leopard through the snow while Gao Lishuan scans ahead like a living radar. They stop near a tall icy cliff, and Wan Xiao doubts anyone could really be hiding in a snowfield this exposed and trackable. Gao Lishuan trusts his scan anyway and points straight to the foot of the cliff, insisting someone is hidden there. Wan Xiao jumps down to check for himself and instantly sinks waist deep into snow so cold it almost freezes his legs through the battle suit. The freezing ground makes Wan Xiao even more sure no one could stay hidden here for long, but he still forces himself to trudge to the cliff edge. At first he finds nothing, then his foot catches on something buried under the snow and his expression changes. He dives into the snow, fumbles around, and drags up a rope that absolutely should not be lying hidden in a place like this. When Wan Xiao tries to carry the rope back, a heavy weight catches, and he hauls up a green-gray corpse from under the snow instead. The sudden sight sends Wan Xiao stumbling backward, and he slips hard into the drifting snow. Before he can get buried completely, the silver shadow leopard bites his belt and yanks him back out while Gao Lishuan rushes in to check on him. Once Wan Xiao catches his breath, he hands over the rope and says the snow is hiding a corpse. Gao Lishuan has the silver shadow leopard drag the line back, and one corpse turns into 8 frozen Yaoguang Academy bodies laid out in a grim row. Wan Xiao confirms the Lang brothers are not among the dead, which only makes the whole scene feel more suspicious. Gao Lishuan quietly admits he should have trusted Wan Xiao earlier, because if they had arrived sooner, these people might still be alive. Wan Xiao suddenly realizes something else is wrong too, because 8 bodies have been here this long and the audience outside should have noticed by now. Gao Lishuan explains this cliff base is a live broadcast blind spot, and he knows because he memorized every camera range before entering. Wan Xiao immediately says they need to alert the outside world and get military reinforcements involved. Before they can act on that, Wan Xiao suddenly senses trouble at Yuhing base, and his whole focus snaps away from the cliff. Gao Lishuan does not hesitate, and the two of them jump onto the silver shadow leopard and race back at full speed. Back in the wasteland, Yuhing base is already firing every fortification it has, but the non-stop barrage only proves the hidden enemy is still out there. Han Bufan warns that the energy cores are running out fast and asks Fang Tianyu whether they should call Tang Hingshan's group back. Yihan cuts in with a dramatic promise to protect Yuhing himself, then jumps straight off the wall before anyone can stop him. As he lands outside, Yihan spreads his elemental domain and turns the surrounding 1,000 meters into a lava field that instantly empowers the lava ripper. By the time everyone on the wall reacts, Yihan is already outside through the gap, and the base falls into a beat of stunned silence. Han Bufan finally blurts out that Yihan's heroic line was unbearably cringe, and even Zhou Shiro can only hold her forehead at that one. The awkwardness lasts only a moment before Zhou Shiro takes over, pulling out fresh energy cores and ordering everyone to replace the fortification power sources in careful batches. Because Yuhing is badly short on hands, Zhou Shiro asks Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan to help even though they are unfamiliar with the base. Fang Tianyu agrees on the spot and takes the outer fortifications, so the whole wall team splits up to keep the barrage alive. Outside the wall, Yihan charges out full of confidence, and only then realizes the fortifications are firing so wildly that he cannot even see where the enemy is. He still refuses to let the base stop attacking, so he plants himself in the wall gap and has the lava ripper flood the whole area with random slashing strikes. Yihan knows the area is too large to cover perfectly, but he bets that a truly random attack pattern will leave the enemy no absolutely safe blind spot. Outside in the city square, the audience watches the broadcast and mocks Yihan because the camera shows exactly what he cannot see. From the audience angle, the truth is obvious. 2 young lords from Yaoguang Academy are calmly standing right at the edge of the fortification's sensing range inside a defensive field. Commentators start spinning a bigger theory that Yaoguang may have used those 2 as bait to drain Yuhing's energy before the rest of their hidden team goes for the kill. They even call Yaoguang a possible dark horse that could steal the points of 4 teams at once if the ambush works. But Huang Tingwei is not buying the easy explanation, because he knows Yihan well enough to feel that something about this fight is badly off. Someone beside him tries to calm him down, but Huang Tingwei says bluntly that if the enemy were only this strong, Yihan would never have acted so rashly. That thought sends Huang Tingwei searching the stands, and the first thing he notices is that Yaoguang's academy head looks puzzled instead of pleased. Then Huang Tingwei spots Chen Jinrong sitting upright but secretly glancing down and fiddling with something under the table, and his bad feeling spikes. Huang Tingwei stands up at once, ignores someone calling after him, and heads out through the crowd toward a private corner. Once he finds a secluded spot, Huang Tingwei pulls out his communicator and calls Chen Jinrong directly. A few minutes later Chen Jinrong arrives looking calm, but Huang Tingwei gets straight to the point and demands the truth about whether something has gone wrong inside the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, Huang Tingwei catches Chen Jinrong dodging the truth and presses him hard about Yihan's abnormal battle state. When Chen Jinrong finally admits there is almost certainly an enemy inside, Huan Tingwei snaps and grabs him by the collar for risking the students' lives. Qin Jirong says Wang Xiao sent a signal and something is very likely happening, but he only gives one dry excuse: the younger generation has been far too bold. Forced to choose, Huan Tingwei drops the argument and tells Qin Jirong to save them first, while making it clear he still wants the truth afterward. Back in Yuhing Base, Yihan keeps driving the lava ripper into a frenzy even as his own energy drains fast, because stopping to recover could open a fatal gap. Yihan refuses to panic because Zhou Shiro already sent word, and he is hanging on with sheer faith that Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan will make it back in time. Outside the kill zone, Lang Lina fumes inside the golden barrier and wants to wipe everyone out already, but Lang Buley keeps him in check. Lang Buley reminds his brother that they cannot make personal moves before their deputy captain arrives, and rushing the base could kill the construction lord they came for. When Lang Lina worries their target's teammates may already be coming back, Lang Buley says that is exactly what he wants. Before he can explain the trap, Lang Buley senses the others arriving and yanks Lang Lina back out of the base's defense range. The instant the brothers slip out of range, the fortifications stop firing all at once, and the battlefield falls into an eerie silence. Yihan calls off the lava ripper too and, with the barrage suddenly gone, briefly wonders if the enemy was already finished off. A silver leopard suddenly bursts through the dust with Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan on its back, and Yihan blurts out Wang Zhao's name before hurriedly correcting himself. Wang Xiao jumps down before he even fully steadies himself and urgently asks where Zhou Shiro is and what happened here. Yihan points to the base and says Zhou Shiro should be safe inside, then explains that 2 Yaoguang Academy men came looking for her and attacked when they were refused. The name Yaoguang instantly puts Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan on edge, and Gao Lishuan sharply asks Yihan if he is sure. Yihan starts explaining that Kaiyang Academy is here helping them too, but then he spots movement in the dust and warns that the enemy is back. 2 young men in Yaoguang armor emerge through the haze, and Wang Xiao recognizes them at once as the Lang brothers. All 3 defenders snap into battle at once. The silver shadow leopard wheels around, the ice thunderhorn wolf rushes over from the base, Yihan summons the lava ripper again, and Gao Lishuan unleashes violent energy. But just as the real clash should begin, the 2 Yaoguang figures disperse like fog instead of taking the fight. The 3 freeze in confusion, and Gao Lishuan wonders if the brothers just left the secret realm. Wang Xiao immediately rejects that, saying leaving the secret realm should trigger a golden light, and this was not it. Before they can settle it, 2 distant figures take shape in the dust again, snapping all 3 defenders back to attention. The defenders tense up a second time, only for the distant figures to flicker and vanish again a few seconds later. After the same fake-out happens yet again, Gao Lishuan decides the enemy is trying to harass them until they drop their guard. Yihan relaxes at that explanation, but Wang Xiao immediately says the enemy's plan cannot be that simple. Wang Xiao points out the flaw: if those appearances were the enemy's real bodies, the base's fortifications should have auto-fired, but they never reacted once. That logic leaves Gao Lishuan with no answer, and Wang Xiao turns fully toward the base as a worse suspicion starts to form. Wang Xiao realizes Zhou Shiro should have come out as soon as she knew he was back, yet the whole base ahead of him looks strangely empty. When Wang Xiao presses him, Yihan admits the fortification's energy core was running low and the others should still be inside, which only makes Wang Xiao more certain something is wrong. Wang Xiao races through the enemy's odd behavior and realizes the contradictions only make sense if this whole attack was a setup. The last clue lands when Yihan repeats that the enemy wanted Zhou Shiro's help, and Wang Xiao suddenly realizes the fight outside was only a diversion. Wang Xiao shouts that it is a diversion, leaps onto the silver shadow leopard, and bolts for the base in a streak of light. The moment Wang Xiao crosses the wall, he finds Fan Tianyu, Han Bufan, and 2 Yuhing students collapse by the entrance as if they were struck while opening the gate. Zhou Shiro is missing from the fallen group, and Wang Zhao's heart sinks on the spot. Wang Xiao tears through the whole small base on the silver shadow leopard and even checks the outer arrow tower belt, but Zhou Shiro and another teammate are nowhere to be found. When Wang Xiao gets back to the gate, Gao Lishuan and Yihan have already started treating the fallen defenders with spirit herbs and tools. When Gao Lishuan asks what Wang Xiao meant by diversion, Wang Xiao answers by opening Zhou Shiro's base interface through their vassal contract. The interface exposes the real breach. The base fortifications were switched to manual mode, so they were never auto-targeting intruders. Wang Xiao explains that construction lords switch defenses to manual mode to avoid hitting teammates, and the enemy used that habit to lure them back outside while sneaking into the base. Gao Lishuan still questions it, because even he never knew construction lords had that habit, so how could the attackers know? Wang Xiao says there are only 2 possibilities left. The enemy either has a construction lord too, or they have fought in official wars before. Gao Lishuan finishes the thought with a grim face. If that is true, the people who took Zhou Shiro may be warriors from other planets. Zhou Shiro wakes up shivering in a white world of snow and ice, and her first stunned thought is why she has been dragged to the ice mountain venue. When she tries to move, Zhou Shiro realizes her hands are bound and someone else is tied back to back with her. A young man in a Yaoguang battlesuit walks over through the snow, crouches in front of her, and calmly asks which of them is the construction lord. Seeing his face makes Zhou Shiro remember the ambush at Yuheng base, when the fortification suddenly went quiet just as she thought Wang Xiao had returned. She had switched the base to manual mode and headed to the entrance with the others, only for a dull-looking Yaoguang youth to appear from nowhere and knock Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan out. Everyone tried to buy time by claiming they were the construction lord, but Zhou Shiro was knocked out from behind before she could learn what happened next. Back in the present, Zhou Shiro realizes the smiling man in front of her looks almost identical to that attacker, but this one feels sharper and much more dangerous. Forcing herself to stay calm, Zhou Shiro asks who he is and why he wants the construction lord. Lang Buley introduces himself as a Yaoguang Academy student and points to a strange metal arch nearby that he once assembled. Zhou Shiro recognizes the structure at a glance as an artificial teleportation gate, but she hides it and pretends she has never seen a fortification like that. Her slip makes Lang Buley suspicious, and he starts probing whether she is the real construction lord. Zhou Shiro lies smoothly that she is only close friends with the construction lord, so she knows a lot about fortifications without being one herself. Just then the person tied behind Zhou Shiro wakes up, and she instantly understands why they were taken together. Lang Buley pulls out a delicate white quality dagger, cuts the rope between them, and drags the other captive in front of Zhou Shiro. The terrified boy demands to know who Lang Buley is, but Lang Buley ignores him and turns the whole thing into a cruel guessing game. Without waiting for an answer, Lang Buley suddenly drives the dagger into the boy's thigh and leaves him screaming in the snow. Zhou Shiro had hoped to stall him with words, but one scream is enough to tell her she is dealing with a completely unreasonable madman. Lang Buley cheerfully says they can keep cutting pieces off until someone answers, and raises the dagger to stab again. To stop him, Zhou Shiro blurts out that she is the construction lord. When Lang Buley asks for proof, Zhou Shiro reveals her name and even says she is Wang Xiao's vassal lord, betting that his side is already targeting Wang Xiao. Then she bluffs hard, claiming Blue Planet already knows the Purple Star plot, and that Wang Xiao only kept the academy assessment running to trap them all here. Seeing him hesitate, Zhou Shiro presses the threat and says the Blue Planet army has already gathered, so surrender now is his only chance to live. Lang Buley briefly acts shaken and asks if she can really plead for him, almost like her bluff has worked. The next second he drops the act and stabs the boy's leg again, proving he was never frightened at all. When Zhou Shiro shouts that the Blue Planet army will charge in soon, Lang Buley just shrugs and says he knows. He admits her read on their mission is accurate, but says that is only the deputy captain's plan because he and his brother came here simply to kill people. That answer finally breaks Zhou Shiro's bluff, and she realizes schemes mean nothing against a lunatic who wants the army to walk into his trap. Lang Buley points at the half-assembled teleportation gate, and orders Zhou Shiro to finish it in 3 minutes because he has already built most of it. He cuts Zhou Shiro's rope, yanks the injured boy into his arms, and presses the dagger to the hostage's throat to warn her not to stall or sabotage the build. Knowing she cannot beat him and that one wrong move could get them both killed, Zhou Shiro swallows her anger and starts examining the gate components. As he reminds her that only 3 minutes remain, Lang Buley turns toward the distant Yuheng base with a secretive smile, clearly waiting for what comes next. Back at Yuheng base, the teammates who were knocked out wake up and explain the attack, and Wang Xiao suddenly senses through the vassal contract that Zhou Shiro is at the Ice Mountain venue. When Gao Lishuan asks how he knows, Wang Xiao says it is the vassal contract and keeps focusing until he confirms they can see Yuheng base from their position. Gao Lishuan immediately sketches the Ice Mountain map on the ground, and with Wang Xiao's clues he narrows the spot down to the cliff where they had found a corpse earlier. That realization hits Gao Lishuan hard, and he curses himself for not climbing the cliff when they had the chance. Before anyone can dwell on it, Wang Xiao gets another update from Zhou Shiro and learns the enemy is forcing her to build an artificial teleportation gate in just 3 minutes. The whole room goes tense because a 3-minute construction window means enemy reinforcements could arrive before anyone reaches the cliff. Wang Xiao stops waiting, turns for the exit, and says he is going to save Zhou Shiro himself. Gao Lishuan grabs him to stop him, but Wang Xiao tears free and starts issuing split orders for everyone else to move while he buys time at the front. He sends Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan to gather Kaiyang's team, and orders Gao Lishuan and Yi Han to find Flowing Cloud Academy, or at least drag them toward the Ice Mountain field. Gao Lishuan objects that this is effectively starting a war with no guarantee help can arrive in time, and he flatly refuses to support such a reckless move. Wang Xiao shuts that down at once and says he is not discussing options anymore because Zhou Shiro is still in enemy hands, and he will go even alone. Then Wang Xiao adds that the military is probably already waiting outside for a clear signal, and he decides to give them one himself. He pulls off the Nirvana mask and returns to his real appearance, ready to reveal himself openly. As Wang Xiao walks out of Yuheng base, beast summons answer one after another, starting with the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, the Silver Shadow Leopard, and the Blazing Lava Raging Bear. More and more mutated beasts fill in behind them until Wang Xiao steps out with an entire beast army packed around Yuheng base like an iron wall. Outside the secret realm, the sheer scale of that beast tide alarms the competition director enough to switch the main broadcast screen to Yuheng's base. The audience erupts in disbelief at the impossible number of monsters, and then someone spots the figure at Yuhing Base's gate on the screen and realizes it is Wang Xiao. When the broadcast zooms in, the whole square finally sees the truth. The person inside the secret realm is Wang Xiao. The audience falls dead silent because Wang Xiao was never supposed to be one of Yuhing Academy's official participants. Even the commentators are thrown off, awkwardly wondering on air if Wang Xiao's appearance counts as breaking the rules. A replay shows Wang Xiao taking off the Nirvana mask, and the commentators piece together that Su Junra had been his disguise all along. Qin Jinrong is already moving, quietly deciding that Wang Xiao revealed himself on purpose because he confirmed the enemy's location. After ordering the assault team to move, Qin Jinrong locks eyes with Wang Tingwei, and the two men rush off together toward the same corner of the venue. Back in the secret realm, Wang Xiao waits just long enough for the outside world to see him, then dismisses most of the beast tide and keeps only the silver shadow leopard for speed. Wang Xiao tells the base to follow the plan while he goes ahead to stall for time, then rides out as fast as a silver streak. Fang Tianyu sends Wang Xiao off, and Han Bufan immediately summons the Holy Knight to carry the two of them toward the lava field. The rest of Yuhing hesitates for a beat, then Gao Lishuan mutters that he is the captain and hurries Yi Han along to move out too. That leaves only two slower Yuhing members behind, and they prepare to head for the Ice Mountain venue together as ordered. Before they can leave, a lone enemy in Yaoguang battle gear staggers out of the drifting dust and blocks their path. Lang Lina calmly reveals the trap. His side guessed Wang Xiao was hiding here and expected Yuhing to split up, though he sounds disappointed that only two people stayed behind. The two Yuhing members brace to fight, but Lang Lina suddenly starts changing in front of them. Glowing purple patterns crawl from under Lang Lina's collar up his neck and across his face, shocking the two Yuhing students who have no idea what he is. Lang Lina answers with pure killing intent, calling himself the thing that wants their lives as a pale purple spatial vortex blooms open beside him. At the Ice Mountain field, Wang Xiao arrives at top speed, switches to the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, and climbs to a better vantage point above the cliff. From above, Wang Xiao spots Zhou Shiro under pressure, hurriedly assembling an artificial teleportation gate, while Lang Beauty guards her nearby. He also sees why Zhou Shiro is obeying. Lang Beauty has an injured Yuhing boy hostage, and the boy looks so weak he could die at any time. Wang Xiao quickly sees the problem. He can reach Lang Beauty and Zhou Shiro, but from this angle he cannot save the hostage first. The hostage suddenly wakes and almost gives Wang Xiao away by calling out to him. Wang Xiao hurriedly signals for silence, and the boy wisely closes his eyes again before Lang Beauty notices anything. With the immediate danger contained, Wang Xiao contacts Zhou Shiro through the vassal contract and tells her he has arrived. Zhou Shiro answers in a tight, anxious voice that she is almost out of time, but she keeps building without exposing that help has arrived. Wang Xiao steadies her, promises reinforcements are coming, and quietly explains a rescue plan that will only work if they move in perfect sync. When Zhou Shiro slows down for just a beat while listening, Lang Beauty instantly notices and threatens the hostage with his dagger. Zhou Shiro quickly covers for herself by holding up two similar parts, and claiming she is only trying to tell them apart. Because even he cannot distinguish the parts, Lang Beauty accepts the explanation and pushes her to finish faster. Zhou Shiro assembles the final pieces and slots an energy core into the machine, bringing the artificial teleportation gate to life. The moment the gate lights up, Lang Beauty gets greedy and drops the hostage to seize Zhou Shiro himself. Zhou Shiro was waiting for exactly that, and whips around to sprint away the instant his grip on the hostage is gone. Lang Beauty is left blinking in confusion for a split second, unable to understand why Zhou Shiro would abandon her teammates so fast. That confusion is the opening Wang Xiao needed, and he attacks from behind with Berserk Thunder. Lang Beauty wants to dodge, but the teleportation gate behind him forces his hand, so he throws up a defensive field instead. That is exactly what Wang Xiao wanted, because the barrier locks Lang Beauty in place long enough for the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf to snatch up the hostage and run. The lightning claw slams into Lang Beauty's barrier so hard that even he is shaken by how close it comes to breaking. When the dust settles, Lang Beauty realizes Wang Xiao used his own caution against him and rescued both Zhou Shiro and the hostage. A moment later, Turk steps out of the activated gate, proving the enemy invasion route is now open. Turk is immediately angry that the gate opened 10 minutes late, and Lang Beauty lazily blames the complicated portal assembly. When Turk presses him on how the gate got built at all, Lang Beauty coolly admits that Zhou Shiro was forced to do it, and that pulling Wang Xiao here was intentional. Turk calls him out for acting on his own, and then notices someone is missing. Lang Lina never came through the gate. Lang Beauty looks back toward Yuhing's base with ugly envy and says Lang Lina is probably off having fun, which makes Turk realize something much worse is happening there. A short distance away, Wang Xiao has the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf set the rescued boy down and gives him a recovery potion. Wang Xiao checks Zhou Shiro first, but she is physically fine and far more upset that she was forced to help the enemy. Zhou Shiro blames herself for not being strong enough, but Wang Xiao cuts that off and reminds her she endured all of this to save a teammate's life. Then Wang Xiao takes off his protection ring and hands it to Zhou Shiro so she can guard the injured boy until reinforcements arrive. Before Zhou Shiro can stop him, Wang Xiao decides the gate has to be destroyed and jumps back onto the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf. Wang Xiao covers the 100-meter gap in an instant and launches another berserk thunder straight at the teleportation gate. At the last second, a phantom condenses between the attack and the gate, and a bright blade draw cuts Wang Xiao's energy claw cleanly in half. The sight rattles even Wang Xiao, because this was not a normal person stepping through the gate, but a swordsman soldier that formed directly from phantoms. On the snowy mountain, Wang Xiao tears open an identification scroll and confirms the swordsman guarding the enemy's side is an undead swordsman at platinum rank, with its skill ominously marked as unknown. That single word rattles him, because the last enemy he saw with an unknown skill was the fake Wu Yan's Hellfire Spirit, a fight so brutal he only survived with Tang Longji's help. Wang Xiao remembers what he learned afterward. A skill shows up as unknown only if the soldier has never used it, or if everyone who saw it died. Outside the secret realm, the audience spots Yaoguang Academy opening a teleport gate and starts murmuring over how openly they seem to be breaking the rules. Then everyone notices the glowing purple patterns on Lang Buli's skin, and the whole square erupts because those marks look exactly like a purple Star-Lord using energy. Before the commentators can fan the panic, Qin Jirong cuts in and calmly declares that the purple pattern is only a newly developed enhancement item. When the commentators hesitate, Qin Jirong repeats himself with commander-level pressure until they understand this is the story they are expected to tell. So the commentators awkwardly parrot the lie on air, first hinting at a purple star invasion and then instantly correcting themselves with Qin Jirong's official explanation. Ridiculous as it sounds, most of the crowd accepts it the moment Qin Jirong's name is attached, because his credibility is stronger than their own eyes. Even the other academy heads turn to congratulate Yaoguang's academy head for secretly helping with a military experiment, leaving him smiling dryly because he has no idea what is really happening. One man is not fooled. Qin Kaiyang remembers fighting Purple Star people before, notices Wang Tingwei's disappearance and Qin Jinrong's hidden worry, and realizes something is badly wrong. Back on the ice mountain, Turk and Lang Buli step out from behind the teleport gate, and Turk greets Wang Xiao almost politely, as if this were a formal visit instead of an ambush. Turk casually notes that Wang Xiao looks thinner than in the photo, making it clear they have investigated him thoroughly before coming here. Still keeping that respectful tone, Turk introduces himself as the deputy captain of the special operations team and asks what happened to Brewer. When Wang Xiao looks puzzled, Turk explains that Brewer was the fake Wu Yan, and that one name instantly tells Wang Xiao exactly which enemy they mean. That answer gives Wang Xiao one small relief. If Brewer belonged to this group, then for now he is not surrounded by a second hidden enemy. So Wang Xiao answers plainly that Brewer is dead, and he was the one who killed him. Turk laughs it off at first, mocking the idea that a level 3 lord could kill a level 5 one. But Wang Xiao's silence slowly wipes the smile off his face. The mood snaps hard when Turk asks again if Wang Xiao really killed Brewer, and the undead swordsman beside him answers by drawing its blade half an inch into the freezing wind. Turk admits the mission just changed. He had only planned to kill Wang Xiao and reclaim the holy beast, but now he has to bring him back alive for judgment by the holy court. Wang Xiao has never even heard of the holy court, and Turk quietly makes it worse by saying a person would rather die in battle than be judged there. Wang Xiao hints that he still has a third option, but Turk dismisses it immediately and points to Lang Buli, warning that Wang Xiao definitely does not want to see that man's lord talent. Wang Xiao holds himself back, gambling that Qin Jinrong has already noticed the trouble outside, but the warning about Lang Buli's talent makes him even less willing to move rashly. Then the standoff twists unexpectedly when Lang Buli looks toward the wasteland battlefield, smiles like a man about to enjoy himself, and tells Wang Xiao not to listen to Turk. Lang Buli openly says he and his brother were locked in the holy prison for too long, and now that they are finally out, he has no intention of grabbing one captive and going home quietly. He pushes it further and says the holy court should not care if the ones dying are just blue planet lords, exposing that this mission means far less to him than the chance to slaughter freely. Before Turk can stop him, Lang Buli jams a finger into his mouth and unleashes a piercing whistle that rings across the entire secret realm. In the wasteland below, scarlet fog erupts over the small battlefield, and the instant system notice says Zhang Ken and Lucy have been eliminated. That instant kill shocks Wang Xiao, because those two Yuhing students were strong enough to matter, and with enemies like this he suspects elimination probably means death, not evacuation. A heartbeat later, the scarlet fog rises from the wasteland like a living red cloud and races straight toward the ice mountain peak. Wang Xiao realizes his plan to stall for rescue just died with that whistle, and he starts preparing to fight with force before the situation gets even worse. But before he can act, Wang Xiao catches an even stranger detail. The usually controlled Turk looks terrified the moment he sees that scarlet mass coming. Turk lunges at Lang Buli, grabs his collar, and pleads with him to stop because this was never part of their operation plan. Lang Buli coldly peels Turk's hand away and says this may not be Turk's plan, but it is absolutely his. Because if they were sent out to work, they deserve some fun in return. When orders fail, Turk tries authority instead and demands that Lang Buli make Lang Lina stop immediately, but he does not even get to finish the threat. Lang Buli shuts him up by wrapping one hand around Turk's throat and offering a brutal choice: watch obediently and live, or die together with the Blue Planet Lords. Then the scarlet fog lands on the summit and bursts apart, revealing Lang Lina in a wild, exhilarated mood after his massacre below. Lang Lina gushes that the feeling was incredibly satisfying, then notices his brother choking Turk and immediately perks up at the new entertainment. The brothers treat Turk's life like a joke, and when Lang Bewley asks what they should do, Lang Lina lights up and asks if they can kill him too. Turk cannot speak, but he can still act, and in that instant his eyes harden as the undead swordsman suddenly draws and strikes at both Lang brothers without warning. At the same time, Lang Lina's scarlet fog blooms again, and Wang Xiao finally sees the truth inside it. The red mist is really a dense swarm of countless tiny flying insects. The moment Wang Xiao sees the scarlet insect fog, his whole body goes cold as if pure instinct is screaming at him not to get close. A snow-white slash cuts into the swarm and does absolutely nothing, which makes the threat feel even worse. Then the insect fog suddenly spreads and swallows Turk and the undead hunter whole. Wang Xiao does not hesitate. He calls over the ice thunder horn wolf and pulls back instead of getting dragged into whatever that thing is. Since the purple star enemies are suddenly tearing into each other, Wang Xiao decides not to interfere and treats it as the best possible break for Blue Planet. He reaches Zhou Shira, and she stares at the huge red fog in shock as she asks what happened over there. Zhou Shira wants to use the chaos to evacuate and leave the rest to the military when they arrive. Wang Xiao refuses right away because Fang Tianyu and the others are still coming to meet them, and walking off now would send those allies straight into a trap they know nothing about. To get any clue at all, Wang Xiao tears open an identification scroll and aims it at the insect fog from afar. The result is nothing but unknowns, which tells Wang Xiao he is facing a soldier Blue Planet has never recorded before. That makes Turk's earlier warning about Lang Bewley's Lord Talent hit a lot harder, because Wang Xiao suddenly suspects the bluff was real. Then the insect fog bursts apart, and only Lang Bewley and Lang Lina are left standing on the cliff. Lang Lina licks his lips in twisted excitement, and raves that a level 8 platinum soldier tasted wonderful. Lang Bewley stays colder and points his brother's appetite toward Wang Xiao instead, asking if he wants to know what a holy beast tastes like. Hearing that, Wang Xiao realizes the impossible answer may be true. Turk and his undead soldier were not beaten, they were eaten. When the brothers start walking toward him together, Wang Xiao's hands begin to shake on their own like prey reacting to a natural predator. Wang Xiao quickly decides Zhou Shiro has to leave first with the injured boy on the ice thunder horn wolf, while he stays behind to cover them. Zhou Shiro flatly refuses and plants herself beside him, insisting that as his vassal lord she will face this with him. He tries to push her away with the harsh truth that she would only slow him down, and Zhou Shiro can only swallow the guilt because she knows he is right. Just as Zhou Shiro is about to leave, a green barrier drops from the sky and seals the whole area like a giant bull. Wang Xiao whirls around and sees Lang Bewley holding the torn challenge scroll that locked both sides together. Now Wang Xiao is trapped in the worst possible bind, because surrendering would save his life but hand all his resources to the Lang brothers and doom the others anyway. So he gives a bitter smile and admits they only have one option left now: fight side by side. Zhou Shiro answers without drama. She takes off her protection ring, puts it on the injured boy, and makes sure its defensive field opens before stepping back into the fight. Then she lightly teases Wang Xiao with Tian Gang's old complaint that he always loves charging into the spotlight and making every battle harder than it needs to be. Wang Xiao plays along, and in answer he summons the ice thunder horn wolf, the raging lava bear, and the silver shadow leopard one after another. Zhou Shiro grins and says battles go easier when a man and woman work together, then finally reveals she has real strength of her own too. A deep spatial vortex opens behind Zhou Shiro, and a clearly mechanical mutated beast starts stepping out. Outside the secret realm, everyone watching sees Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro get dragged into the challenge arena, and the commentators try to keep talking like this is still just a normal school match. The commentators even wonder if the Yaoguang side gave up its rule-breaking helpers out of conscience, completely missing how dangerous the situation really is. Xin Jinrong sits through the chatter with a dark face, because unlike the audience he knows this crisis is far worse than a ranking assessment. Then his eyes catch a faint light blue spatial vortex opening in one corner of the screen above the lava field, and his panic finally eases a little. A few minutes earlier in the lava field, the 10 Kaiyang students had already split into camps on an isolated island while Fang Tianyu tried to force a decision. Fang Tianyu declares that as captain she has decided to support Yu Hing now and demands a clear answer from the holdouts. One of the holdouts snaps back that Fang Tianyu is only a temporary captain and has no right to order everyone around. Another holdout piles on, demanding to know why Kaiyang should risk itself for Wang Xiao now that he is no longer their student. Fang Tianyu is trapped by the truth she cannot say, because if she reveals the Purple Star invasion she might scare these people into refusing outright. She also cannot just leave them behind, because Wang Xiao built his plan around all 10 Kaiyang participants, and every one of them matters. Seeing Fang Tianyu stalled, Tang Hingshan steps up like a hammer and warns the two holdouts that refusing a captain's support order means open disobedience. The two holdouts flinch under the pressure, but one still insists they are not Fang Tianyu's vassals and do not have to obey blindly. One holdout makes it uglier by hinting that Fang Tianyu's 4 close male allies are only backing her because of some dirty relationship. That rumor does not shake Fang Tianyu, but it instantly lights a fuse in the 4 boys who treat her like family. Han Bufan steps in first, and with the others closing around him, the nasty holdout goes pale as the argument is about to turn into a beating. Before anyone can explode, one of the watching students suddenly spots a spatial vortex opening high in the blue sky. Fang Tianyu recognizes it first and realizes with relief that reinforcements have finally arrived. A young officer drops to the ground first, followed by more than 30 soldiers in Blue Planet military armor with killing intent all over them. The officer introduces himself as Kaiyang Military Region Commander-in-Chief Ji Lianjuan and asks if these students are from Kaiyang Academy. Fan Tianyu immediately steps forward, identifies herself as captain, and admits she was trying to reinforce Wan Xiao but got stalled by internal trouble. Ji Lianjuan takes one look at the 2 resisting boys, understands enough, and cuts straight through the argument with military authority. In the name of the Kaiyang Military District, he announces that the academy ranking assessment is suspended and all of them are now temporarily drafted to cooperate with the military. When Ji Lianjuan orders Kaiyang's top students to move out with the military, Fan Tianyu's side is visibly relieved while a few other students turn tense at once, realizing the trip is dangerous. Even so, the 2 worried students do not dare refuse a military draft that could ruin their future as lords, so they exchange a bitter look and agree. Ji Lianjuan skips the pleasantries and asks Fan Tianyu where the target is. Fan Tianyu points toward the Ice Mountain venue and explains that another reinforcement group from Yuhing and Luyun should also be there, though she is not sure if they have arrived yet. Ji Lianjuan immediately signals the soldiers and orders Kaiyang's group to follow behind the team at once. Outside the secret realm, the audience is startled when a full military team suddenly appears on the field. Before the crowd can panic, Qin Jinrong grabs the microphone and says the military is arresting Yaoguang participants who used an illegal homemade artificial teleportation portal. His explanation calms the audience, and people quickly start treating the whole thing as rule enforcement instead of a disaster. But when the crowd starts asking where the rest of Yaoguang Academy went, Qin Jinrong quietly turns anxious because he knows their disappearance could expose a much bigger crisis. He realizes that if another large-scale student tragedy becomes public, it will not just damage Kaiyang military region but shake trust in all 12 military districts. So Qin Jinrong quietly slips away and orders the broadcast director to avoid showing the Ice Mountain venue at all. Back inside the Ice Mountain Challenge Arena, Wan Xiao has no idea help is coming and stares down only the enemies in front of him. Lang Buley laughs at their confidence, and Wan Xiao coldly fires back that they will find out soon enough. Zhou Shiro commits their last 3 advanced energy cores to the mechanical beast, knowing it buys only about 3 minutes of terrifying output. At the same time, Wan Xiao opens a deep spatial vortex behind him and prepares to unleash the blazing golden crow. Just before the clash starts, Lang Buley suddenly calls for a pause and casually asks how many helpers Wan Xiao arranged behind the scenes. Wan Xiao refuses to give details and only says the reinforcements will be more than enough to deal with them. That answer seems to satisfy Lang Buley, and he pats Lang Lina's shoulder, saying the holy beast is his brother's prize while the people coming later will belong to him. Lang Lina lights up at once, thrilled by the promise, and that strange excitement makes the threat feel even worse. Before Wan Xiao can respond, a scarlet insect fog explodes outward so fast that it swallows him almost instantly. Inside the red haze, Wan Xiao realizes something is off because he cannot even hear the insect's wings anymore. He reacts instantly, and orders the lava raging bear to fire raging flame beams straight through the fog. The opening lets him grab Zhou Shiro back to his side, and the blazing golden crow finally tears its way out of the vortex behind him. As soon as the blazing golden crow appears, the temperature surges and the scarlet insects visibly turn restless under the heat. Zhou Shiro catches the weakness immediately and sends the overdriven mechanical beast into action with heavy flame output. Those flames are strong enough to rival a flame magic tower, and in just seconds the insect fog starts thinning fast. Seeing the opening, Wan Xiao locks onto the densest part of the swarm and orders the blazing golden crow to use death-burning wind. A wall of superheated fire crashes down and wipes out nearly half the swarm in one terrifying sweep. The attack is so effective that even Wan Xiao is stunned, and the result immediately makes him wonder how Turk was taken down so easily before. After the remaining insects are nearly burned away, Wan Xiao has both area attackers stop and mocks the Lang brothers for relying on such weak tricks. Lang Buley answers with an eerie, careless smile, and Wan Xiao notices that Lang Lina looks excited instead of angry about losing so many insects. That abnormal reaction puts Wan Xiao on guard at once, and he demands to know what else they are hiding. Instead of answering, Lang Lina throws out another ball of scarlet insect fog. Wan Xiao burns that new wave away immediately, but another scarlet insect fog appears right after it like a nightmare repeating itself. Zhou Shiro is shocked by how absurd the consumption is, and Wan Xiao realizes Lang Lina's true soldier is probably the mother of these insects, not the expendable swarm itself. That means the insects can keep coming unless the hidden mother is exposed, which makes Zhou Shiro realize they could be trapped in a stalemate forever. Wan Xiao says delay should favor them, but behind that calm answer he is increasingly bothered by Turk's death and by whatever Lang Buley's Lord Talent is still waiting to do. Sensing his anger, the blazing golden crow pours on even more power and burns the next insect fog so cleanly that not a single bug survives. For the first time, the Lang brothers lose their easy smiles and study Wang Xiao with real caution. But instead of changing tactics, they throw out the same scarlet insect fog again, and Wang Xiao finally snaps at the pointless repetition. No one answers his shout, and only the insect's buzzing grows louder as he burns the swarm away one more time. When the flames clear this time, the Lang brothers are simply gone, even though the challenge arena is still active and should not let anyone leave. The impossible disappearance hits Wang Xiao at once, and he abruptly shoves Zhou Shiro away while throwing himself back. A split second later, the ground under their feet explodes. A scarlet insect fog suddenly erupts around Wang Xiao, and he finally realizes Lang Lina kept spamming it as a smokescreen for a hidden swarm to slip close. He lands blind inside the fog and hesitates to burn it away, because he cannot see Zhou Shiro and might hit her too. Dozens of flying insects settle onto Wang Xiao and bite him, and the strange, almost pleasant sensation makes him flinch out loud at the worst possible moment. A cold blade flashes through the mist, and Wang Xiao barely escapes by diving into the ground before the attack can split him apart. Shaken, Wang Xiao sees the trick more clearly now. The fog hides the Lang brothers' movements like a magician's black cloth while cutting off their target's vision. Before he can settle on a counter, another precise strike slices a palm-sized patch of skin off his shoulder, proving the enemy can still track him inside the fog. He gulps a healing potion and stares at the bug stuck on him, suddenly realizing Lang Lina may be using his own insects as living trackers. That thought hits harder because Zhou Shiro is somewhere in the same trap, and Wang Xiao immediately calls for her while sidestepping yet another hidden strike. When Zhou Shiro still does not answer, Wang Xiao fears the worst, but checking the vassal contract at least confirms she is still alive. Needing a fast answer, Wang Xiao shouts for Zhou Shiro to lie flat and immediately drops prone himself to set up a safer attack. The blazing golden crow answers with another burning death wind, and the flames rip more than half the insect fog out of the sky in one brutal sweep. Through the scorched opening, Wang Xiao finally spots Zhou Shiro lying nearby with a savage shoulder wound and half her shirt soaked red. Wang Xiao instantly summons the gold armor black turtle, using its mountain-like body as a shield to cover both of them from the brothers' hidden attacks. Under the turtle's cover, Wang Xiao crawls to Zhou Shiro, feeds her a healing potion, and asks if she can still hold on. Zhou Shiro insists the wound is only superficial, even though her pale lips make it obvious she has already lost a lot of blood. Wang Xiao wants to send her away to protect the injured under the protection ring's field, but Zhou Shiro refuses and says she may have spotted the Lang brothers' weakness. She cannot explain it clearly yet, and only says that when he shoved her aside, she saw something she needs to confirm one more time. Wang Xiao suspects she is partly bluffing just to stay in the fight, but after a beat he decides to trust her and cooperate. The gold armor black turtle dissolves into light, and the moment its cover is gone the Lang brothers are standing in the distance again as if they never moved at all. The standoff resets across dozens of meters, but now only Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro look battered while the Lang brothers smugly mock them as only SOSO. Wang Xiao answers with a cold glare, summons the ice thunder horn wolf and the raging lava bear, and says they only got lucky because he slipped once. He launches the same pressure again, sending the wolf charging straight in while the bear fires a blazing pillar at the brothers. Lang Beauty almost sounds disappointed as Lang Lina throws up the scarlet insect fog again, and both attacks vanish into it as uselessly as before. Outside the fog, Wang Xiao can only see stray flashes of lightning from the wolf's blind attacks, while Lang Beauty mocks him for still not learning. Then the entire insect fog surges toward them, and Wang Xiao shouts for Zhou Shiro to dodge as the trap closes again. Instead of dodging away, Zhou Shiro slides behind Wang Xiao and presses tightly back-to-back with him, gambling on the one-target trick just before the fog swallows them. Outside the fog, Lang Lina suddenly gets confused because his insects only detect one target inside, not two. The brothers bicker in confusion over where the missing person went, but even they know nobody can leave the challenge arena before the winner is decided. Inside the fog, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro hold the awkward back-to-back pose with real nerves, betting everything on her guess that the brothers care too much about catching both of them at once. Zhou Shiro explains that when Wang Xiao knocked her aside earlier, she happened to dodge the swarm and overheard Lang Beauty telling Lang Lina to lower the fog so they could catch them all in one sweep. Wang Xiao thinks the deduction sounds dangerously thin, but when no attack comes even after half a minute, he has to admit her instinct is working. Zhou Shiro quietly calls it an opportunity, and Wang Zhao's answer is only a small rising smile that says he already has an idea. Outside the arena, the scene shifts to the icy mountain venue where Qi Lianjuan arrives with warriors and the Kaiyang Academy team and immediately notices trouble on the cliff. Before they can move, a warrior calls Qi Lianjuan over to a patch of disturbed snow where something grim has been uncovered. They reveal 8 rope-bound corpses in Yaoguang armor buried under the snow, and their young faces make the sight hit even harder. A warrior suggests burying the bodies again so the academy students will not be scared, but Qi Lianjuan can only stare at the dead with a dark, clenched expression. Fan Tianyu cuts in before he can answer and says they are not children anymore. Looking at the dead through the ring of warriors, Fan Tianyu says they are all lords of the Blue Planet, and the Kaiyang students answer the scene not with fear but with anger. Qi Lianjuan finally stops treating the students like sheltered kids and silently decides they need to face the battlefield for real. He has 8 corpses laid out in full view, forcing the students to look at what this mission can really cost. The students remember past chaos, but this is the first time they have to stand still and truly feel how close death is. Qi Lianjuan gives them one blunt choice: go now if they are ready, or leave now if they are not. Liang Shuang and Sun Whiting are the first to back out, choosing survival even though it may cost them a military future. A second pair also asks to leave, and Qi Lianjuan does not pressure them at all. Fang Tianyu panics because Wang Zhao's plan needs those lord talents, but Qi Lianjuan calmly cuts him off and says it will still work. With the 4 withdrawals sent away, Qi Lianjuan orders everyone else to move out, and the operation continues. Back on the cliff, Wang Xiao uses the Lang brothers' argument as an opening and has the blazing golden crow burn away the insect fog again. When Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro reappear, Lang Beauty smacks Lang Lina for insisting there had only been one target. Wang Xiao mocks them for not even knowing how many enemies they are fighting, pushing their teamwork even closer to breaking. Lang Beauty snaps at his brother to trap them again, and Lang Lina floods the area with scarlet insect fog. This time Wang Xiao does not burn the fog away. He orders the golden crow to press it down with crimson earth 1,000 miles instead. With the fog pinned below waist height, Wang Xiao stands exposed on purpose so any sneak attack will be easier to catch. Lang Beauty realizes the trap and lashes out at Lang Lina again when the fog cannot rise any higher because of the heat. Then Lang Beauty notices the real problem. Zhou Shiro has vanished from Wang Zhao's side. Zhou Shiro suddenly pops up from the left and turns their attention just long enough for the real strike to land. At the same moment, Zhou Shiro's mechanical beast opens full fire from the other side and buries the brothers under a wall of attacks. The scarlet insect fog collapses into scattered light, showing the ambush hurt them badly, but Wang Xiao still refuses to relax. Wang Xiao immediately calls for the next move and sends the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf charging back into the fight. While Wang Xiao holds the front, Zhou Shiro opens her interface and speed builds a green fire defensive tower in under 10 seconds. Wang Xiao praises her faster building because that new tower will keep any future insect fog from pressing right on top of them again. With the area overheated by the golden crow, Wang Xiao swaps beasts and brings out the silver shadow leopard, finally free from the ice terrain handicap. Wang Zhao's confidence flips from defense to offense as the silver shadow leopard shrinks down and quietly activates, flickering light and shadow. That momentum is cut short when a hidden blade arc suddenly slashes the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and destroys it on the spot. At the same time, the mechanical beast burns to its last advanced energy cores and its barrage dies with a sharp crack. The Lang brothers step out of the dim aftermath in shredded clothes and strange purple patterns, furious but still standing. Lang Beauty coldly tells Wang Xiao he has truly angered him this time. When he spots the silver shadow leopard, Lang Beauty immediately guesses Wang Xiao may be running low on energy and starts pressing that weakness. Wang Xiao shouts back that he still has plenty left, but his stiff expression makes it obvious the taunt landed. Seeing that reaction, Lang Beauty decides to get serious and opens a territory vortex behind himself for the first time. Wang Xiao expects a new soldier, but the first thing he hears is a horribly familiar buzzing. Instead of a normal summon, a far larger tide of scarlet insect fog erupts from Lang Beauty's vortex and floods the entire challenge arena. The sky of the arena vanishes under the bug cloud, and only the fire defensive tower keeps a small circle of visibility around Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro. Even with that safe zone, the wall-to-wall insects are enough to make both of them go cold. Zhou Shiro quietly asks what comes next, and Wang Xiao decides to play along because if they cannot see the brothers cannot see them clearly either. The silver shadow leopard slips into the insect fog as their moving eyes and quickly scouts the brothers' rough position. Using the leopard's report, Wang Xiao summons 10 shadow golden thorn spiders and fires physical piercing spider spears into the fog. The first volley smashes against the barrier wall instead, telling Wang Xiao the target dodged in time. The silver shadow leopard feeds him a new location at once, so Wang Xiao keeps the spear volleys coming without hesitation. An arc blade suddenly cuts back through the bug cloud, but the fire defensive tower gives Wang Xiao just enough warning to dodge. He fires another 10 spider spears straight back along that attack line, turning the fight into a silent close-range exchange through the fog. Move after move, the hidden duel keeps going in eerie silence, and the tension only gets worse because either side can see the other clearly. In the middle of that pressure, Wang Xiao checks on Zhou Shiro and learns she still needs more time. Wang Xiao jokes that their lives are in her hands now, trying to keep her steady while she works on the spent machine. Then, under the insect buzz, both of them catch a faint voice calling Wang Zhao's name. Wang Xiao realizes the voice is too faint for anyone inside the arena, which means reinforcements have finally reached the outside. Zhou Shiro lights up too, because for the first time in this fight they no longer have to face the Lang brothers alone. With backup outside, Wang Xiao finally opens the surrender option because losing the arena no longer means certain death from total exhaustion. But before pressing it, Wang Xiao suddenly remembers something better, pulls out a glowing purple card, and asks Zhou Shiro if she is ready to hit back. At the Ice Mountain Cliff, Qi Lianjuan's group reaches the battlefield and freezes when they see a green challenge barrier covering the ground like an upside-down bowl. Fang Tianyu realizes it is a challenge arena, and the whole group immediately understands the worst part. Anyone outside can only watch. Qi Lianjuan presses his hand against the barrier, but the paper-thin green wall does not budge at all. Tang Hingshan explains the cruel rule plainly. Until the arena decides a winner, the people inside cannot come out, and the people outside cannot get in. Fan Tianyu desperately asks whether the military has any way to force entry, but Qi Lianjuan's silence already gives her the answer. When Han Bufan says they should at least warn Wang Xiao to surrender, Fan Tianyu rushes to the barrier and starts shouting his name herself. Inside the insect fog, the Lang brothers stay calm, because they believe the arena has already locked Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua in for a slow death. Lang Lina notices faint voices outside, and Lang Buli realizes Wang Zhao's reinforcements have arrived, which only makes him more excited. Just as the brothers start talking about enjoying the holy beast next, the challenge suddenly ends on its own and both of them are left staring in confusion. At the same time, Wang Xiao sees the Lang brothers' warehouse reward trigger and drags Zhou Shirua straight toward the voices outside. Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua burst out of the fog and finally meet the reinforcements waiting outside the barrier. Wang Xiao immediately asks for Gao Lishuan, and Fan Tianyu explains the Flowing Cloud Academy team is still stuck searching in the sea venue. Fan Tianyu is alarmed by the blood on both of them, but Wang Xiao brushes it off as superficial and turns straight to military numbers. When Qi Lianjuan says Commander Chen kept the support force small to avoid exposing the Purple Star matter, Wang Xiao cuts him off because he only wanted to know how much help he actually had. Then Wang Xiao pulls out a Purple Life and Death Arena card, making it clear he is not planning to let the Lang brothers walk away alive. Before using it, Wang Xiao coldly asks whether the military would object if he kills the invaders who murdered his beasts and left corpses on the cliff. Qi Lianjuan says the rules require captured invaders to be interrogated first, but when Wang Xiao asks what happens if he insists, Qi Lianjuan finally looks away and silently yields. Wang Xiao tears the card open at once, and a huge purple barrier expands over the battlefield to turn the fight into a real death match. As the scarlet fog finally breaks apart, the Lang brothers are exposed in the open just as Wang Xiao announces that this arena only ends with death. Lang Buli is not intimidated at all, and his amused reply makes the whole arena tense up for the coming clash. While everyone focuses on the showdown, a lone figure slips out of a distant artificial teleportation gate, jumps down the cliff, and vanishes without being noticed. Once the death arena is set, Qi Lianjuan orders the military to strike first, and 300 gold-level heavy armor beastmen thunder into the scarlet fog. The students are fired up by the scale of the attack, but Wang Xiao stays cold and pulls Tang Hingshan, Fan Tianyu, Yang Fan, Lin Dong, and Han Bufan aside for another plan. Wang Xiao checks whether their new formation is ready, because he is already assuming the military's opening attack is only a probe and will fail. Tang Hingshan is stunned when Wang Xiao bluntly says the military will lose this round, and Wang Xiao treats that outcome like the obvious setup for his own move. Lin Dong nervously admits the timing is too tight for him, and Wang Xiao can only clap his shoulder and tell him to make it work. Before the planned talk can go further, Zhou Shirua spots the fog collapsing, and the result is exactly as Wang Xiao predicted. When the insect fog clears, all 300 heavy armor beastmen are gone, and the Lang brothers are still standing there completely unharmed. Wang Xiao immediately kicks off his backup move and tells Han Bufan it is his turn. Han Bufan summons 5 holy knights, and Tang Hingshan enlarges them with giant tribe into towering holy giant knights for a heroic countercharge. Fan Tianyu shouts toward Qi Lianjuan that they are not children anymore, and the whole giant knight team charges in full spirit. Then the glorious charge turns absurd in 1 second, because the whole giant knight squad skids at the edge and tumbles straight off the cliff. Qi Lianjuan explodes in frustration and immediately orders a rescue team, because at this point it looks like Wang Zhao's side has just made a suicidal mess. But before the rescuers can get far, scarlet insect fog blocks the route, and Lang Buli makes it clear he has no intention of letting anyone save those fools. Qi Lianjuan retreats the rescue team and goes straight to Wang Xiao, now openly suspicious that the cliff disaster was arranged on purpose. Wang Xiao denies setting them up, but his eyes catch the tiny scarlet bug on Qi Lianjuan's collar, and he instantly understands their conversation has been overheard. On the enemy side, Lang Buli confirms to his bug scout that Wang Zhao's companions really did look like idiots, so Lang Lina excitedly asks to begin the real show. Purple patterns flare across both brothers, and spatial vortices start opening behind them, revealing that they had been hiding something far worse than insect fog. Lang Lina throws his arms wide and calls for the party to begin as a scaled beast head slowly pushes out of his vortex. Then the beast does something no one expected and swallows Lang Lina whole, leaving the battlefield stunned while Wang Xiao realizes this is part of their plan when he catches Lang Buli smiling. Lang Lina suddenly vanishes, and the scarlet insect fog hanging over the snowfield collapses with it. Before anyone can process that change, a violet new aura crashes down hard enough to make Wang Xiao panic. Wang Xiao shouts for everyone to retreat, but the soldiers freeze and look to Qi Lianjuan for the order instead. Qi Lianjuan cannot understand the warning and asks why they should pull back when one enemy seems to have disappeared. Wang Xiao starts to explain, but the giant teleportation door explodes first and turns the whole sky purple. The blast hurls Lang Buli backward and instantly tears apart the blue planet soldiers closest to the gate. Seeing the disaster unfold, Wan Xiao realizes his warning came too late. Then the scattered purple light starts gathering again, condensing into one scaled beast head after another. In seconds, a 30-meter nightmare takes shape, the 9 devouring Taotai, wrapped in black smoke with 9 savage heads and red eyes glowing like lamps. Its first roar punches through the battlefield, and thick black smoke gushes out to swallow most of its body. The warriors hurriedly call up their troops again, but the monster only keeps smoking in place instead of attacking. Lang Bewley gets back on his feet in the distance and watches in silence, which only makes the stalemate feel stranger. Even Qi Lianjuan is shaken enough to ask what that thing actually is. Wan Xiao tries an identification scroll, but his civilian version still returns nothing useful. Qi Lianjuan pulls out a military scroll instead, and this one actually opens a full data screen in front of them. The military file identifies the creature as a Platinum Level 2-9 devouring Taotai with shadow powers and terrifying devouring skills. The remarks are worse. The Purple Star Holy Court bred this beast, lost control of it, and watched it slaughter priests and clerics before escaping. When Wang Xiao asks what priests and clerics mean on Purple Star, Qi Lianjuan bluntly translates that into Blue Planet terms, Level 5 and Level 4 lords. That comparison makes Wang Xiao's face sink, because a beast like that should not still be this dangerous if it were only an ordinary Platinum Level 2. Then fighting noises explode from inside the black smoke, and Lang Bewley smiles like he has been waiting for this. As the smoke parts, one of the Taotia's heads spits Lang Lina back out alive. Lang Lina slams into the snow so hard it blasts powder across the field, but he still moves like he feels none of it. Instead of turning on Blue Planet, Lang Lina launches straight back at the 9 devouring Taotai and punches one head hard enough to snap it backward. He keeps bouncing from head to head, kicking and punching so fast that the giant monster cannot fight back even once. The smoke finally clears, and everyone on the Blue Planet side can only stare at a human lord physically overpowering a platinum monster. After nearly a minute of this beating, Lang Lina lands again looking shredded and filthy, but grinning with wild excitement. Behind him, the 9 devouring Taotai actually drops to its knees and lowers all 9 heads in submission. Wan Xiao finally understands the ugly truth. This beast was not attacking Blue Planet at all. It was trying to kill its own master and got beaten into obedience. That only makes the situation worse for him, because if Purple Star Lords can fight like this with their own bodies, defeating their soldiers will not be enough. Lang Lina wipes the slime from his face, calls the Taotai useless, and warns that he will kill it for real if it dares resist again. The giant beast shudders under that threat, clearly afraid of him now. Only after establishing that dominance does Lang Lina turn back to Blue Planet and casually ask if they are ready. That snaps the Blue Planet side out of their shock, and they answer by deploying a full formal formation of 500 peak gold level 3 elf warriors. Even with that lineup, almost nobody looks confident after what they just witnessed. Lang Lina, on the other hand, just cracks his neck and grins wider as he invites them to start the party. At his signal, the 9 devouring Taotai lunges straight into the battlefield. The elf warriors react instantly, retreating in step and firing a full volley of arrows into the charging beast. The Taotai answers with a thunderous roar that blows the entire arrow volley away in midair. 9 streams of black smoke pour out right after the roar, and Wang Xiao immediately realizes it is about to use a skill. But before Qi Lianjuan can get the warning out, the smoke bursts apart, and the one giant Taotai splits into 9 separate shadow clones. By the time they understand what happened, all 9 Taotai bodies have already slammed into the elf warrior formation. The 9 split 9 devouring Taotais crashed into the elven line and turned the opening clash into a brutal massacre in seconds. When the survivors finally scattered, only a few wounded elves were left, and the Blue Planet side felt real fear for the first time. Before morale could collapse, Qi Lianjuan barked out a clean new plan: pull back the elves, switch 10 people to strength units, and turn everyone else into ranged attackers. The elven troops vanished in white light, and 100 giant strength soldiers appeared in their place with 300 giant cannoneers forming up behind them. At Qi Lianjuan's order, the giants swarmed each Taotai in groups and physically pinned the monsters to the ice. The moment the giants let go, 300 cannon shots rained down and buried the trapped Taotais in a towering sea of fire. Watching the flawless teamwork, Wan Xiao was stunned by both the firepower and the level of discipline behind it. Then the fire twisted, black smoke surged up, and the whole inferno suddenly turned into cold black flame. Wan Xiao instantly realized the problem was evil contamination, and Qi Lianjuan reacted just as fast by pulling the cannoneers back. Even the next barrage turned black before it landed, and the contaminated flames began flowing straight back into the 9 devouring Taotai. As the 9 split Taotais lifted their heads and drank in the black flames, their combined aura only kept getting stronger. From the enemy side, Lang Lina threw his arms up and gleefully called for the Taotai to eat every attack the Blue Planet side sent. The sight dragged up Wang Zhao's anger from an earlier devouring battle, and he suddenly decided to answer fire with more fire. A sharp cry split the air as Wang Xiao summoned the blazing golden crow and sent its platinum-grade death-burning wind at the Taotai. Even that stronger flame turned black and got swallowed, but Wang Xiao did not stop there. Qi Lianjuan grabbed Wang Xiao by the collar, furious that he seemed to be feeding the monster on purpose. Wang Xiao met that glare head on and gambled on one idea. If the Taotai could absorb power, maybe too much power would break it. Qi Lianjuan understood the gamble at once, let Wang Xiao go, and ordered every giant cannoneer to hit the Taotai with full power. More reserves were summoned in, bringing the total to 500 giant cannoneers firing without holding back. Wang Xiao joined the overload plan too, calling out the raging lava bear so its blazing pillar could hammer the same target beside the golden crow's flames. The non-stop barrage still could not injure the split Taotais directly, and all that stolen fire only drove their aura higher. Lang Lina mocked the blue planet side as idiots, still convinced they were making his beast stronger. That smug look vanished when the 9-head Taotai suddenly roared in pain and started swallowing even more frantically. Lang Buley instantly saw the truth and shouted that the Taotai was only an artificially raised soldier with a hard limit on how much energy it could contain. Cracks spread across the Taotia's swollen body, but because Lang Lina's last order was still to eat every attack, the beast could not stop itself. Once the blue planet side saw the contamination field weakening, they attacked even harder to finish the overload. A hole finally burst open in the Taotia's body, strange black-purple light leaked out, and the giant monster exploded into dense smoke. The blast threw everyone away at once, and Wang Xiao's world became nothing but white light and rushing wind. When Wang Xiao came to, he found the silver shadow leopard had dragged him clear and was also carrying the unconscious Zhou Shirua and Qi Lianjuan. The size of the explosion rattled Wang Xiao, but the black smoke around the cliff told him the Taotai had to be in terrible shape too. He slapped Qi Lianjuan awake and urgently told him this was the moment to press the attack before the monster recovered. Qi Lianjuan came around just enough to ask the worst possible question, because none of his scattered troops were anywhere nearby. With no one else available, Wang Xiao decided he would have to rely on his own side instead. Wang Xiao laid the still unconscious Zhou Shirua on the snow, left 2 recovery potions beside her, and called Qi Lianjuan onto the leopard to move out. The 2 men climbed onto the silver shadow leopard and rushed back toward the smoke-covered cliff. Back at the enemy side, Lang Buley had already knocked Lang Lina to the ground and was beating him in pure fury for nearly ruining everything. Lang Buley tore into him for forgetting the Taotia's energy limit, then demanded a solution on the spot. Scrambling to recover, Lang Lina recalled the wrecked Taotai and resummoned it through a purple spatial vortex. The beast came back badly weakened, with drooping heads, a swaying body, and obvious damage from the overload. Before Lang Lina could steady himself, a silver flash cut across the battlefield and stopped right in front of the brothers. Lang Buley stared at the riders in disbelief when he realized Wang Xiao had survived the blast. Wang Xiao jumped down, took in the Taotia's miserable condition, and answered with a cold taunt about cruel commanders and unlucky beasts. When Wang Xiao warns the Lang brothers, they just sneer and remind him that he should be worrying about his own side instead. Lang Buley steps up and taunts them hard, saying Wang Xiao's larger group already failed once, so coming back with only 2 people looks like suicide. Wang Xiao bluffs that they are not alone at all, because he supposedly hid elite troops nearby before the fight even started. He shouts for those elite soldiers to appear, but the cliff stays dead silent and the bluff lands with painful awkwardness. Qi Lianjuan quietly asks if Wang Xiao actually warned anyone, because at this point even he can feel the plan falling apart. Wang Xiao doubles down and starts yelling even louder, practically begging his so-called elite soldiers to save him before he dies. Below the cliff, the real backup is scrambling, where Lin Dong sits by a steaming blood pool and strains to finish a dangerous undead enhancement. Tang Hingshan finally snaps and urges Lin Dong to hurry, because Wang Zhao's desperate shouting overhead makes it obvious they are running out of time. Han Bufan cuts in and explains that Lin Dong's undead blood pool clashes hard with his own holy divine domain, so reinforcing Han Bufan's Holy Knight trump card was never going to be quick or easy. Tang Hingshan does not care about the explanation and argues back, because every second they wait leaves Wang Xiao hanging alone above them. Fan Tianyu shuts the argument down and tells them to stop disturbing Lin Dong, insisting that Wang Xiao can hold out a little longer. Back on the cliff, Wang Xiao finally gives up on shouting, and Lang Buley openly mocks him for his invisible elite soldiers. Wang Xiao admits under his breath that the backup is not ready yet and tells Qi Lianjuan they need to stall somehow. When Qi Lianjuan asks how long they need to buy, Wang Xiao can only answer with an awkward "I don't know." With no better option, Wang Xiao opens a spatial vortex and starts throwing out his beasts at once, leading with the ice thunderhorn wolf and then the raging lava bear and gold-armored black turtle. The pressure jumps again when the blazing golden crow and dark swamp crocodile dragon take to the sky and a whole formation of shadow golden thorn spiders appears in the distance. Qi Lianjuan answers by summoning 10 peak gold level 3 elf commanders, giving their side a disciplined front line instead of just brute force. At Qi Lianjuan's order, the elf commanders draw their swords and release a holy aura that cuts through the bitter cold around the cliff. Wang Xiao immediately links everyone to the golden armored black turtle's defense, spreading a light green shield effect across his whole side. Then the blazing golden crow triggers Phoenix power, bathing the field in a scarlet ring that massively boosts every ally's stats and fire damage. A moment later a Thunder Beast Saiyan totem descends too, stacking another huge buff on top and leaving Qi Lianjuan stunned by how absurd Wang Zhao's support skills are. Wang Xiao warns him not to get too excited, because these crazy boosts are already every trump card he has left. Qi Lianjuan answers with new confidence, because with boosts like this he finally believes they can really hold the Lang brothers off. Across the field, even Lang Buley turns serious when he feels their aura spike and realizes the enemy is really betting everything here. Lang Lina settles it brutally by turning to the weakened 9 devouring Tao Tai and ordering it to kill everyone or die by his hand instead. Driven by fear, the 9 devouring Tao Tai goes berserk, its red eyes flaring as black smoke erupts and its body splits into 9 again. Wang Zhao's side answers immediately, charging in a horn formation with the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf at the tip and the rest of his beasts driving in behind it. The two sides crash together almost instantly, and Wang Zhao's opening combo hits with the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf's Thunder Slash and the Raging Lava Bear's erupting Earth Spikes. The Tao Tais leap into the air to dodge the ground assault, and one is instantly smashed in the nose by the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon so hard everyone hears bone break. The blazing Golden Crow follows with Flying Fire Meteor, forcing the Tao Tais back down under a storm of fireballs. As one Tao Tai drops out of the firestorm, the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf catches it and rips across its head with an ice claw packed with lightning, fire, and freezing force. That strike breaks its defense, burns and shocks the wound, then freezes its split-open head into a grotesque ice sculpture. The silver shadow leopard flashes in and shatters the frozen head, finishing that Tao Tai on the spot. With another Tao Tai already dropped by the earlier skull-breaking hit, Wang Zhao's side wins the opening exchange cleanly and cuts the enemy down to 7. Qi Lianjuan even starts to relax and jokes that Wang Zhao's beasts are cooperating so well he may not need to step in at all. That confidence vanishes instantly when another Tao Tai knocks the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon offline, and the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf's boosted ice claw slices into the dragon by mistake instead. The shared defense keeps the dragon from being seriously hurt, but the shock makes it recoil right into the blazing Golden Crow. The timid blazing Golden Crow finally breaks under the pressure and flees all the way back to Wang Zhao's territory in a burst of scattered light. The remaining 7 Tao Tai seize that opening at once and swarm the lone Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon in the air. No matter how the dragon thrashes, the Tao Tai's toy with it, and the beasts on the ground can only watch because none of them can reach that fight. Wang Zhao's early advantage collapses, and he curses the runaway crow when it refuses to answer any more summons. Forced to improvise, he asks Qi Lianjuan for any flying unit at all, saying even a weak distraction would be better than letting the dragon fight alone. Qi Lianjuan hesitates because what he has is a very strange fit for the job, but Wang Zhao cuts him off and tells him to send it anyway. Qi Lianjuan's answer turns out to be a flock of palm-sized jungle sprites, and Wang Zhao immediately feels his heart sink. When Qi Lianjuan explains that the jungle sprites are meant for stealth scouting, Wang Zhao can barely believe this is the rescue option he got. The two of them snap at each other for a second, but there is no time to keep arguing once the jungle sprites enter the battlefield. The sprites are weak, but their sudden swarm is visible enough to distract 2 Tao Hais for a moment, and that tiny opening is all Wang Zhao's side needs. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf pounces on that opening, badly wounding one Tao Tai with its claws and tearing another one's throat open in the same savage rush. One enemy bursts into black smoke immediately, dropping the Tao Tai count from 7 to 6. The injured survivor tries to run, but the raging lava bear chases it down, enters berserk beast form, and smashes it into smoke too. That counterattack cuts the enemy down to 5, but Wang Zhao does not relax, because he already knows the sprite's distraction trick will stop working once the Tao Tais realize how harmless they are. So even after clawing back the momentum, Wang Zhao stays grim and starts searching for the next move before this fragile setup collapses again. The battlefield keeps grinding on, and after 2 more Tao Tai clones fall, 5 shadow clones are still pinning down all 5 of Wang Zhao's mutated beasts. Even with more troops in reserve, Wang Zhao's side is losing the rhythm because the surviving Tao Tai clones have spread out and forced every beast into a separate duel. Qi Lianjuan finally asks if he should send in the elf commanders, but Wang Zhao shuts it down immediately. Wang Zhao explains that the clones should collapse once only 2 or 3 heads remain, so Qi Lianjuan's strongest reserves have to be saved for the real 9-headed body. Qi Lianjuan gets frustrated and points out the obvious problem. If they keep waiting, Wang Zhao's mutated beasts may collapse first. Qi Lianjuan offers a smaller compromise and asks to at least use the Shadow Golden Thorn spiders for support, but Wang Zhao refuses that too. Wang Zhao keeps the spiders in reserve as well, gambling everything on a single window against the Taotia's final form. Qi Lianjuan realizes Wang Zhao is carrying the heavier burden here, steadies himself, and asks one last time whether the clone form really will end after a few more losses. Wang Zhao says the logic is simple. Once too few heads are left, shadow clones stop being useful. After hearing that, Qi Lianjuan quietly says he has a solution. On the enemy side, the Lang brothers admit Wang Zhao is stronger than they expected, especially since even his gold-quality beasts can trade blows with Tao Tai clones. But Lang Lina still mocks the stalemate, thinking Wang Zhao's beasts can do nothing better than drag the fight into a draw. That confidence breaks the moment the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf suddenly abandons its own duel and leaps toward the Tao Tai fighting the Silver Shadow Leopard. The Tao Tai chasing the wolf attacks on instinct and smashes through the wolf's shared golden defense, carving bloody wounds across its back. Instead of slowing down, the wolf uses that hit to fling itself faster and lands exactly where the trap needs it. Lang Buley instantly sees the plan and yells for the shadow clone state to be cancelled, realizing Wang Xiao is sacrificing one position to break the whole board. By then it is already too late, because the wolf and leopard read each other in one glance and move together. The wolf forces the target Taotai to dodge with an ice claw feint, opening the exact lane the leopard needs. The silver shadow leopard flashes in behind it, and shears away half the Taotia's head with wind-splitting claw. Before the blood even hits the ground, the wolf and leopard pivot together and rush the Taotai that wounded the wolf. Cornered by two platinum beasts at once, that second Taotai is torn down almost immediately. With two more clones gone, the stalemate finally snaps and Wang Zhao's side surges forward. The raging lava bear roars into berserk beast form, and three allied beasts gang up on the seventh Taotai while only two enemies remain tied down elsewhere. Even as the advantage swings back, Wang Xiao and Qi Lianjuan stay tense because the real question is whether the Lang brothers will act logically at all. Their answer comes fast when the last two Taotai clones suddenly explode into black smoke. The smoke streams together to reform the true body, and Wang Xiao instantly shouts for the reserve strike to begin. 10 elf commanders charge in with heavy swords as Wang Zhao's exhausted mutated beasts pull back out of the kill zone around the reforming Taotai. At the same moment, 1,000 black spider spears rip through the air and punch hundreds of bleeding holes into the Taotia's huge body. The wounds are not fatal to something that huge, but the pain and poison hit hard enough to make it crash to the ground screaming. The elf commanders pile in and hack downward with brutal rhythm, their heavy swords finally breaking through the Taotia's famed scales. Once the monster is carved into a mangled wreck, the elf commanders suddenly jump back instead of overcommitting. That retreat sets up the second wave, and another 1,000 spider spears slam in to pin the ruined Taotai like a grotesque hedgehog. Lang Lina fumes and looks ready to intervene himself, but Lang Buley stops him cold and tells him to stand down. Then purple light flashes in Lang Buley's eyes, and the dying Taotai turns into black smoke and vanishes back under his control. That shocks Wang Xiao, because everything until now made the Taotai look like Lang Lina's soldier, not Lang Buley's. Before he can untangle that mystery, a new spatial vortex opens behind Lang Buley and leaks out a deeply wrong aura. Wang Xiao feels the strangeness at once, and his mutated beasts react even more clearly with visible unease. Only the dark swamped crocodile dragon reacts differently, staring at the aura with excitement instead of fear. Qi Lianjuan tries to calm Wang Xiao by saying they can still handle a new enemy soldier, but his trembling fingers give away that he is really steadying himself. Wang Xiao realizes Qi Lianjuan was not warning him at all. He was trying to keep his own fear under control after everything they already spent to beat one soldier. Just as Wang Xiao is about to reassure him, a familiar roar cuts across the field. A scaled beast head pushes out of the vortex, and Wang Zhao's expression goes cold when he recognizes it. Qi Lianjuan stares in shock as a full 9-head Taotai walks out again, looking almost identical to the one they just destroyed. At first it almost looks absurdly simple, like the brothers are just using matching soldiers, but Wang Xiao spots the truth in the details. The new Taotai is standing at full power, yet it still carries the exact same wound pattern as the one that was just butchered. That detail pulls an earlier clue back into place, because Wang Xiao remembers Lang Buley had already shown the same pattern with Lang Lina's scarlet insect fog. Between the shared soldiers, the same filthy aura, and Turk's old warning, Wang Xiao finally begins to understand Lang Buley's lord talent. He turns to Qi Lianjuan and says hoarsely that he thinks he knows what Lang Buley's talent is. But before Wang Xiao can say it aloud, Lang Buley interrupts the moment by expanding the vortex into something far larger. With a faint smile, Lang Buley delivers the cruel punchline: a person's greatest enemy is not someone else, but himself. A huge ancient bronze mirror floats out of the vortex, worn and dusty at first, then turning clear as it reflects Wang Zhao's mutated beasts. Then the mirror surface ripples like water, and a second ice thunderhorn wolf steps out in perfect peak condition, while the original remains on the field. The copies keep coming, as peak state versions of the raging lava bear and gold armored black turtle emerge too, with swarming shadow golden thorn spiders spilling out behind them. On the frozen battlefield, the two armies still looked evenly matched at a glance, but Wang Zhao's side was already drained while Lang Buley's mirrored army stood fresh and terrifying. Qi Lianjuan quietly asked for a new summon, and Wang Xiao could only admit he was out of real trump cards. He even tried calling the blazing golden crow again, but nothing answered, and the only reserve he had left was a swarm of spiders that would probably just get mirrored too. Then Wang Xiao heard the worst possible signal in his ears. The holy beast totem had just run out. With Phoenix power already gone and the totem boost collapsing too, Wang Zhao's beasts dropped off a cliff in strength while the mirror copies kept every peak state enhancement. Wang Xiao finally said it out loud to Qi Lianjuan. They probably were not getting out of this. Qi Lianjuan swallowed the shock fast and answered with a crooked smile that if this was the end, they should fight all out. That answer strangely relaxed Wang Xiao, and once death felt certain, overthinking stopped mattering. After downing a recovery potion, Wang Xiao saluted Qi Lianjuan like a comrade at the last line, and Qi Lianjuan returned it without hesitation. The two men turned cold at the same time, and their exhausted forces charged anyway. Lang Buley barely looked impressed, just flicked a hand and ordered his mirrored army to tear them apart. The fight immediately turned brutal, because every real beast was facing its own mirror image that knew the same habits, feints, and killing moves. The 9-head Tautai made it even worse by spitting black smoke and splitting into 9 elite soldiers that roamed the battlefield. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf was the first to fall, trapped by the Tautais and blasted through the chest by its own clone's Berserk Thunder. A minute later the Silver Shadow Leopard and Raging Lava Bear went down too, leaving only the Black Turtle barely hanging on and the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon still fighting in the air. The Crocodile Dragon only looked even because the ground beasts could not interfere much up there, but Wan Shao could tell that small advantage would not last. As the surviving mirror beasts finished off their matches, they spread into a semicircle and boxed Wan Shao and Qi Lianjuan in. Qi Lianjuan tried one last bit of dry humor about using their strengths better, and Wan Shao shot back that he would remember that in his next life. The Mirror Ice Thunderhorn Wolf stepped out from the pack and stopped 10 steps away, staring down at them with cold, empty eyes. Looking into those familiar eyes, Wan Shao could not help treating the fake like an old companion and asked it, half joking and half sincere, to make it quick. The Mirror Wolf raised a paw to kill him, and a bolt of lightning suddenly smashed down in front of it and hurled it away. An afterimage dropped from the sky, hit the ice in a storm of electricity, and forced every surrounding mirror beast back at once. When the lightning cleared, Wang Xiao saw a mechanical beast in front of him, and Zhou Shiro leaning out from its back asking if he was alright. Wang Xiao recognized Zhou Shiro, but instead of relief he felt worse, because one machine could never close a gap this big. After Zhou Shiro jumped down beside them, Wang Xiao pointed out the bronze mirror and explained the real problem. Anything it reflected could be projected at peak strength. The instant Zhou Shiro understood, she whipped around toward her mechanical beast, realizing it should have been copied too. The bronze mirror really did turn toward the machine and reflect its image, so all three of them braced for disaster. But after half a minute nothing came out, and Wang Xiao suddenly realized the mirror could not copy mechanical beasts after all. Qi Lianjuan corrected the idea right away. It was not the metal body that broke the mirror, it was the energy cores inside it. That flaw was real, but it changed almost nothing, because they had no resources left to field the 100 machines they would need. So Wang Xiao gave up on surviving with restraint, pulled Zhou Shiro into his arms, and declared that even if they died, they would die showing what a blue planet lord looked like. Zhou Shiro wrapped her arms around him and answered with a sweet calm that she would follow his lead. Before Qi Lianjuan could get a word in, the mechanical beast took its order and charged straight into the enemy cluster, and the nearby mirror beasts rushed in to pin it down. Its shell was already veined with fine cracks from running on borrowed energy, so Zhou Shiro stopped trying to conserve anything. She shouted explosive thunder flash, and the machine's core and weapon ports all began screaming with unstable light. The first blast turned the area around it into a lightning-soaked sea of fire, and sent the surrounding mirror projections flying. Then a second explosion erupted from inside the first one, even bigger and more violent than Zhou Shiro had intended. The nearest mirror bear and leopard were ripped apart on the spot, and the rest of the mirror army came out badly mauled. Even Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiro, and Qi Lianjuan were caught in the wave and thrown across the ice. When Wang Xiao shouted at Zhou Shiro about the machine's strength, she was just as shocked and insisted she had never built it to hit this hard. That answer made Wang Xiao think of something, and he immediately turned to stare toward the cliff instead of the blast zone. At the cliff edge, Lang Buley also felt the same chill and turned around to find a pair of crystal clear indifferent eyes right behind him. A shout came up from below the cliff that reinforcements had arrived, and the owner of those eyes rose into the sky on 6 white wings like a holy executioner. Everyone froze under the descending holy aura as the beautiful but terrifying Platinum Level 3 Holy Archangel finally showed itself in full. The Holy Archangel rises over the icy peak and spills down calm-looking holy light that is packed with pure killing intent. With one gentle point, the Archangel wipes out the battered mirror soldiers, and even the mirrored dark swamp crocodile dragon drops from the sky before anyone can see how it was hit. Wang Xiao is still taking in that power when hoofbeats thunder closer through the snow. 3 holy knights arrive with Fan Tianyu, Yang Fan, and Han Bufan, and Fan Tianyu calls out in obvious worry that they came as fast as they could. After Han Bufan dismisses the knights, Fan Tianyu jumps straight to checking Wang Xiao, and he answers with a grim little joke that he is still alive. Wang Xiao immediately drags Han Bufan's attention to the ancient bronze mirror, and warns that it can copy their soldiers. Before Wang Xiao can explain properly, the bronze mirror tilts and locks onto the Holy Archangel, making his heart jump. Seeing that target, the Lang brothers' side turns greedy, convinced that copying the Holy Archangel would guarantee their escape even against the Blue Planet army. But after the ripples settle, the mirror produces nothing at all. Lang Buley freezes, and Lang Lina demands to know why the projection failed while he snaps back that he has no idea. Shaken for the first time after projecting thousands of soldiers, Lang Buley keeps changing the mirror's angle and trying again, but the Holy Archangel still cannot be copied. Back on Wang Zhao's side, Han Bufan guesses the mirror may be failing because the Holy Archangel is simply too high level to copy. Wang Xiao rejects that idea at once, because the mirror had already copied his level 2 Platinum Ice Thunderhorn Wolf before. Qi Lianjuan offers a different clue, saying the issue might be the kind of soldier rather than the level. When Wang Xiao brings up Qi Lianjuan's elf soldiers, Qi Lianjuan points out that elves can have holy attributes without being true holy soldiers. That finally clicks for Wang Xiao. The mirror copies are carrying an evil, undead-like aura, so a true holy soldier like the Holy Archangel is their natural counter and cannot be replicated. With his confidence back, Wang Xiao tells Qi Lianjuan to summon his soldiers again because this is their chance to turn the fight around. Qi Lianjuan hesitates because he is not built for drawn-out frontline fighting, and his remaining soldiers are too badly hurt to bounce back on their own that fast. Wang Xiao says that part is covered and turns to Yang Fan with a knowingly nasty grin. Yang Fan complains that he must have owed Wang Xiao in a past life, but he still stomps down and opens a glowing emerald life array. Wang Xiao resummons his worn-down mutated beasts, and the emerald life array rapidly washes away their exhaustion and stabilizes their strength. Qi Lianjuan summons his soldiers too, and even he is stunned by how absurdly fast Yang Fan's healing has become. He finally recognizes Yang Fan by name, and asks how a Kaiyang Academy recovery lord is suddenly healing like a level 7 medic. Wang Xiao is impressed too, and Yang Fan instantly starts acting smug about how much he has improved. Fan Tianyu immediately tears down his bragging and reminds everyone that this boost comes from Wang Zhao's amplification card, and it only lasts 10 minutes. Wang Xiao and Qi Lianjuan trade one look and agree that 10 minutes is enough. Once every soldier is restored, Wang Xiao lays down one critical rule: except for the Holy Archangel, no one can let that mirror reflect their troops. Fan Tianyu says she can handle that part, and summons her Ice Mountain Saintess beside her. The newly strengthened Saintess-type summon looks so refined and holy that Wang Xiao blurts out a worried guess that it might count as another true holy soldier. Qi Lianjuan quickly clarifies that the Ice Mountain Saintess is an elf subtype, not a true holy soldier, which makes Wang Xiao flinch at the thought of the mirror copying another gold unit. Fan Tianyu, now fully exasperated, cuts them off and says they should let her finish because she has a way to stop the mirror from seeing anyone at all. She activates Silver Sacrifice, and silver light erupts from the Ice Mountain Saintess into a vicious cold whirlwind. In an instant, dark clouds swallow the sky and heavy snow crashes down until visibility drops to less than 10 meters. Wang Xiao praises the move at once, especially after noticing that the storm is also boosting his Ice-type Ice Thunderhorn Wolf. The wolf's extreme cold body kicks in, healing it instantly and raising all its attributes by half, and Wang Xiao starts smiling because every advantage is finally on their side. Qi Lianjuan catches Wang Zhao's confidence, and with both men ready at last, the counterattack starts for real. At Wang Zhao's order, the restored troops charge into the blizzard and almost immediately vanish into the whiteout. The Lang brothers instantly realize the snowstorm is there to blind the mirror and shut down its projections. Lang Beauty abandons the Holy Archangel idea and urgently orders Lang Lina to make him a fire venue around the mirror instead. Lang Lina answers without hesitation, opens the warehouse interface, and pulls out a green venue card they had taken from Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro before. When she tears the card open toward the mirror, intense heat spreads out, melting the snow in a wide circle and filling the area with rain, vapor, and steam. The mirror is still fogged by steam, but with constant heat drying it out, Lang Beauty can already feel the danger closing in and starts silently begging for more time. He does not get that time, because heavy footsteps suddenly break through the snow and a silver shape lunges straight at him. Lang Beauty panics and throws the bronze mirror in front of himself as a shield just as the silver shadow leopard reaches him. The silver shadow leopard catches the mirror too late and crashes into it anyway, exactly as Wang Xiao planned to start breaking the source of the projections. The collision blasts out a deafening shockwave that throws the leopard back and strips the snow from a 100-meter circle. That opening reveals the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Raging Lava Bear, who fire their strongest attacks together at the center of the mirror. Their combined blast hammers the mirror, and the rebound throws both beasts away too. But Wang Xiao has stacked the attack, and right behind them the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon and Gold Armor Black Turtle surge in to finish the job. The Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon folds in on itself, accelerates with berserk impact, and turns its defense into a brutal spear aimed straight at the mirror's heart. At the last second, a mirror-projected 9 devouring Taotai jumps out of nowhere and throws its mountain-like body in front of the dragon's killing blow. The dragon's hit blows the Taotai projection into black smoke, but the mirror is still intact, and Wang Zhao's beasts dive back into the blizzard the instant the shockwave fades. Watching the shaking but intact mirror, Lang Beauty grits his teeth for a beat and then suddenly smiles. He shouts into the storm that blurring the mirror was a clever trick, then reveals the ugly truth. The bronze mirror does not only project whatever is directly reflected in its surface. In the thick snow, Lang Beauty suddenly shouts and Wang Zhao's face changes first, because he realizes the mirror is about to do something worse. Purple patterns crawl over Lang Beauty's face as he forces his power to the limit, and ripples spread across the misty mirror. The mirror starts spitting out old projections at once, beginning with an Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and then the Raging Lava Bear, Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon, Silver Shadow Leopard, and more. The team finally understands the danger. Lang Beauty is reusing soldiers the mirror copied before, not just the ones in this battle. Qi Lianjuan realizes their snow cover plan is basically broken, because blocking the mirror's view no longer stops what it already recorded. Wang Xiao quietly makes it worse, reminding everyone that Lang Buley is an old veteran, so nobody knows how many past monsters that mirror can drag back out. Since the storm is only hurting their own view now, Wang Xiao tells Fan Tianyu to stop the snow. Fan Tianyu recalls the Ice Mountain Saintess, and the blizzard fades away until the whole battlefield opens up again. With the snow gone, everyone sees the enemy lineup almost perfectly mirrors Wang Zhao's side, except Lang Buley has a copied 9-head Tao Tai while Wang Xiao still has the Holy Archangel. The real Ice Thunderhorn Wolf charges out as vanguard, and its mirror copy lunges straight in to meet it. Instead of brawling, Wang Zhao's wolf swerves away at the last second and drags the mirror wolf out of position. That opening is enough for Wang Zhao's silver shadow leopard to flash in and rip off the mirror wolf's ear with wind-splitting claw. Before the injured mirror wolf can hit back, the berserk raging lava bear replaces the leopard and drives earth spikes straight through it. A thread-thin holy strike falls from above and erases the pinned mirror wolf into black smoke. The same rhythm starts repeating all over the field as the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard bait enemies. The raging lava bear and Shadow Golden Thorn Spider pin them, and the Holy Archangel finishes them. In under a minute, more than half of Lang Buley's fresh mirror soldiers are gone, and even the 9-head Tao Tai copy cannot turn it around. Wang Zhao's own beasts are hurt too, but Yang Fan's life array keeps healing them before the damage can really stack up. Watching the enemy line collapse, Yang Fan relaxes enough to joke that they may not even need Tang Hingshan or Lin Dong. Han Bufan gets cocky and starts calling the mirror soldiers weak, as if one holy light sanction is all it takes. Fan Tianyu shuts that down immediately and points out the win only looks easy because their holy damage and teamwork counter the mirror copies perfectly. Before Han Bufan can save face, Wang Xiao cuts in with a warning: morale is good, arrogance is not. Wang Zhao's ominous feeling proves right when fresh ripples spread through the bronze mirror, and a new shape forms inside that is clearly not one of the current soldiers. He instantly orders Fan Tianyu to signal Tang Hingshan and Lin Dong, because the real monster is finally coming out. After the last mirror 9-head Tao Tai falls, Lang Buley does not look worried at all and instead mutters impatiently for his next projection to come out faster. Lang Lina is thrown by his brother's sudden excitement and asks what he is summoning this time. When Lang Buley quietly answers Night Roarer, Lang Lina freezes, then lights up with the same shocked excitement. The mirror starts shaking so violently that even the Lang brothers retreat all the way to the cliff edge to get away from what is about to emerge. That reaction makes Wang Zhao's unease spike, because the brothers barely flinched even when a 9-head Tao Tai almost killed one of them. Then the mirror bangs again and again like something inside is slamming against its cage. A blast of black smoke erupts around the mirror, and for 1 second Wang Xiao thinks Lang Buley is just pulling out another 9-head Tao Tai. Instead, a thunderous roar tears across the mountaintop and instantly clears the snow for 1,000 meters. The pressure that follows is so terrifying that Wang Zhao's soldiers crash to the ground, and even the Holy Archangel is forced down before anyone sees the enemy clearly. Pinned to one knee under that invisible mountain, Wang Xiao forces out an order to call Tang Hingshan and Lin Dong into the fight now. Fan Tianyu, pale but still steady, fires a signal flare into the darkened sky. The flare is nearly snuffed out by the pressure after a single flash, but that brief signal is enough. Below the cliff, Lin Dong sees the signal and slams both hands onto the blood pool to unleash blood pool creation. A full set of armor made from blood rises out of the pool and shoots up the cliff toward the Holy Archangel. Piece by piece, the blood armor locks onto the Holy Archangel and boosts its aura several times over. At the same time, Tang Hingshan spreads out his giant tribe energy ring from below the cliff. The moment the blood-armored Holy Archangel touches that ring, it swells to more than 10 times its size. The giant Archangel forms a blood and light sword and raises holy light protection to push back the crushing pressure. Only after that shield goes up can Wang Zhao's side breathe again, and the black smoke finally starts to clear. When the smoke parts, Wang Xiao sees the thing Lang Buley dragged out at last, and it does not look like any natural soldier he has ever known. Up close, the monster is a nightmare patchwork of giant, snake, dragon, lion, eagle, crocodile, undead, and more, all crammed into one body. Wang Xiao can only stare and ask what this thing even is, because it feels less like a soldier and more like a manufactured monster. Shi Lianjuan tears open an identification scroll, and the result is almost worse than the creature's appearance. The scroll names a Night Roarer, a platinum level 4 monstrosity with a stack of attributes and a rumor that it is an artificial purple star soldier the Holy Court publicly denied existed. That revelation leaves almost everyone stunned, because this looks like an unbeatable secret weapon. But Wang Xiao narrows his eyes and smiles anyway, because to him a trump card this extreme means the enemy is finally running out of options. He tells the others this is their chance, turning the team's fear into the first spark of a counterattack against Night Roarer. Wang Xiao tries to lift the team's spirits, but with the Night Roarer blocking the way and the Lang brothers still alive, nobody can believe they have a real chance. He reveals that their enemy is a purple star criminal who was once captured there, hoping that clue will point them to a weakness. Wang Xiao reasons that if the Lang brothers were caught even with a monster like the Night Roarer, their projected soldiers must have some hidden flaw. Shi Lianjuan immediately shuts down the first guess, saying the projected soldiers they just faced were still at full strength. Before Wan Xiao can push the theory further, the Night Roarer loses patience and suddenly charges. Han Bufan throws out the Holy Archangel, and Yan Fan forces his life array to full power to keep it standing. The Holy Archangel lands a blazing holy light sanction and actually knocks the Night Roarer back a few steps. But the recoil shatters the Archangel's blood armor too, showing just how monstrous the Night Roarer really is. Yan Fan's life array floods the Holy Archangel with healing while its blood armor quickly reforms, letting Han Bufan keep stalling the Night Roarer. Han Bufan screams that he can stall for a little longer, buying Wan Xiao a tiny window to find the real answer. Wan Xiao first suspects the projection might have a time limit, but the past battles ended too fast for him to prove it. Then his eyes land on the exhausted Lang brothers, and a new possibility hits him. Maybe projection burns energy like any other summoning. Qi Lianjuan reaches the same conclusion before Wan Xiao even finishes asking, and the two decide to test it on the spot. Looking over the battlefield, Wan Xiao understands Qi Lianjuan's plan at once: force the enemy to reveal what he can still project. Wan Xiao orders the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard to circle the fight and sprint straight for the Lang brothers. The sudden flank shocks Lang Beauty, and before he can even warn his brother, a spatial vortex opens beside them by reflex. The vortex spits out the 9-head Taotai still covered in its old wounds, and that battered body gives Wan Xiao and Qi Lianjuan the proof they wanted. They shout the answer together. Lang Beauty's projection burns energy, and after the Night Roarer, he has almost nothing left. Even half-ruined, the 9-head Taotai still crashes into battle, but the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard manage to pin it down. Wan Xiao immediately adds the Raging Lava Bear and Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon, trying to break through and strike the lords directly. But on the main front, Yan Fan finally collapses, and the whole support chain around the Holy Archangel starts breaking apart. Without healing, Lin Dong's blood armor burns away under the Night Roarer's roar, and the Holy Archangel is suddenly hanging by a thread. Fan Tianyu hurriedly adds eye support in front of the battered Holy Archangel, but the Night Roarer's pressure still makes it feel hopelessly thin. Seeing the line about to break, Zhou Shira can only cry out for Wan Xiao because she has no resources left to save them herself. Wan Xiao grabs Qi Lianjuan and tells him to take command until the signal, making a decision before anyone else understands it. Then Wan Xiao does the craziest possible thing and sprints out toward the battlefield himself. A silver flash sweeps him up onto the Silver Shadow Leopard, and together they race straight toward the cliff. At the cliff, Lang Beauty explodes at Lang Lina for summoning the injured 9-head Taotai and exposing their weakness. Lang Lina snaps that without that summon they would already be dead, and for the first time he openly roars back at his brother. Lang Beauty decides the cliff is no longer safe and orders an immediate escape through the teleportation portal. That escape plan dies instantly when Lang Beauty looks down and realizes the artificial teleportation portal has already been smashed apart. Wan Xiao appears on the Silver Shadow Leopard holding the missing portal parts and tells Lang Beauty that this is where he dies. He throws the parts off the cliff, cutting off the brothers' last clean escape route right in front of them. That finally drives Lang Beauty berserk, and he swears he will kill Wan Xiao with his own hands. His fury pulls the Night Roarer away from the Holy Archangel, and the giant monster turns to hunt Wan Xiao instead. Wan Xiao immediately retreats on the Silver Shadow Leopard, but the Night Roarer's thunderous pursuit is almost just as fast. As the giant closes behind him, Wan Xiao can only hope Qi Lianjuan understood the trap he just set. Back with the others, the whole group freezes as they watch Wan Xiao get chased by the Night Roarer. Zhou Shira breaks first and begs someone to save Wan Xiao, her voice already shaking into sobs. Han Bufan is ready to react on pure emotion, but Qi Lianjuan clamps him down before anyone ruins Wang Zhao's gamble. Qi Lianjuan coldly orders everyone to ignore Wang Xiao for now and attack the enemy lord, because this opening is exactly what Wang Xiao risked his life to create. Once they really read the field, the opening is obvious. The Night Roarer is far away chasing Wang Xiao, the wounded 9-head Taotai is tied down, and Lang Lina is trapped in the lava bear's fire. That leaves only Lang Beauty hiding behind his ancient bronze mirror, and Fan Tianyu shouts the simple answer: kill the leader, and everyone survives. In the last beat, every idle soldier surges toward Lang Beauty at once, turning Wang Zhao's desperate bait into an all-or-nothing strike on the king. Seeing enemy soldiers closing in, Lang Beauty realizes his safe options are running out, but he still refuses to give up his chance to kill Wang Xiao. Instead of recalling the Night Roarer or playing it safe, the madman picks a third option: kill Wang Xiao and seize the holy beast in one desperate swing. Lang Beauty pulls out a blue planet energy potion he should never drink, gambling his own body for one last burst of power. Qi Lianjuan's group is stunned when they see a purple star lord chugging a blue planet potion that should be dangerous to him. Qi Lianjuan sees through it immediately, and warns everyone that Lang Beauty would rather poison himself than give up his chance to finish Wang Xiao. The first potion burns through Lang Beauty like lava, but he forces himself to endure it, and recovers only a fraction of the energy he wanted. Furious at the weak effect, Lang Beauty immediately drinks a second blue planet potion and pushes his body even closer to collapse. The double backlash nearly drops him dead on the spot, but Lang Beauty still claws his energy back above half as the enemy closes to striking distance. With red eyes and a cracked smile, Lang Bewley rasps that the party has begun and activates the bronze mirror. A mirrored 9 devouring Taotai bursts out of the bronze mirror, splitting into 9 smoke-wreathed bodies and slamming straight into the front line. Qi Lianjuan's elf vanguard is shredded on contact, and he instantly feels the difference. These soldiers are not retreating injured, they are being killed for real. Qi Lianjuan throws his stronger elf commanders forward, but the gold rank gap is still too wide and they vanish almost instantly, buying only a heartbeat of time. That tiny delay is enough for the rest of the coalition to reach the fight, and Han Bufan orders the Holy Archangel to strike with full power. The Holy Archangel floods the darkness with a storm of holy light, but the 9 devouring Taotai answers by wrapping itself in demonic smoke to resist it head-on. The clash explodes like daylight across the snow, and when the blast settles, the Taotai looks battered but still very much alive. Han Bufan's confidence wavers when even their best counter can't finish the monster. Qi Lianjuan steadies Han Bufan at once, calmly explaining that holy power is still working and telling him to keep the pressure on. Han Bufan regains his nerve and turns back to the battlefield, ready to look for another opening. Meanwhile, at the edge of the life and death arena, Wan Shao spots a steep ice mountain and tries to use the terrain to buy a little breathing room from the night roarer. But just as the leopard turns for the slope, a translucent purple screen appears in front of them and blocks the path cold. Wan Shao instantly realizes he has hit the arena boundary itself, and with the night roarer almost on top of him, there is nowhere left to dodge. He yells for the silver shadow leopard to evade, and the beast flashes sideways just before the night roarer crashes into the boundary. The impact shakes the whole arena wall, throws Wan Shao off his mount, and sends both of them skidding across the ice. When Wan Shao scrambles up, he is stunned to see hair-thin cracks in the supposedly unbreakable purple arena boundary. That single strike finally drives the truth home for Wan Shao. The night roarer is far more terrifying than he had imagined. The monster locks onto him again, and one look into its golden eagle-like eyes nearly crushes Wang Zhao's breath on the spot. Wan Shao snaps out of it, leaps up, and the silver shadow leopard catches him mid-move before sprinting away again. As the chase resumes, Wan Shao gives up any fantasy of fighting back alone and admits this thing is beyond him completely. He glances toward the distant cliff battle, sees only flickering lights, and realizes no one is coming to save him in time. Then another problem hits. The silver shadow leopard is slowing down, and Wang Shao realizes his last escape route is dying under him. For one bleak second, Wang Shao feels like he is out of options, then his old stubbornness kicks back in and refuses to die quietly. He decides to use the same dirty trick again and drag another monster into the chase, because any usable move is better than dying here. While racing through battle aftershocks and chaos, Wan Shao focuses his senses and searches the air for a hidden mutated beast nearby. He finally catches a faint unfamiliar aura from an ice mountain ahead, and the hidden presence feels strong enough to be at least peak gold level 3. Understanding this is their last shot, the exhausted silver shadow leopard forces out one more burst of peak speed toward the mountain. At the base of the mountain, Wan Shao orders a strike, and the silver shadow leopard tears through the ice with a wind-splitting claw. The upper half of the ice mountain starts sliding away, exposing a hollow cavity hidden inside like a frozen volcano. A violent aura erupts from the cavity, and Wang Shao realizes with a jolt of relief that he has just flushed out a platinum mutated beast. Its hiding place destroyed, the unseen mutated beast flies into a berserk rage and fires countless spinning arcs of light before it even shows itself. The night roarer charges in at exactly the wrong moment, and takes one of those spinning slashes straight across the chest. The hit does not truly hurt the monster, but it enrages the night roarer enough to turn the whole trap into an immediate platinum level brawl. Without even seeing each other clearly, the two monsters start a savage life and death fight by smashing and blasting through the ruined ice mountain. Wan Shao and the silver shadow leopard slip into a nearby ice crevice and hide there while the monsters tear into each other above them. Even hidden, Wan Shao knows the platinum beast was doomed the moment he dragged it into this fight, and now all he can do is worry whether he will survive what happens next. Pinned near the shattered ice wall, Wan Shao forces himself to focus again because the platinum beast fighting the night roarer is only level 2 and probably cannot finish it alone. He reasons that this cramped secret realm is overcrowded with mutated beasts, so there has to be another one nearby he can use to wear the night roarer down. 2 minutes later, the platinum beast's aura starts fading, and Wan Shao finally catches the faint scent of a second mutated beast with only gold level strength. Even a weak gold beast is good enough now, so Wan Shao rides out on the silver shadow leopard while the night roarer is still distracted by its current fight. He follows the trail to a huge crack in the ground and suspects the hidden gold beast is lurking directly below it. The moment he peeks over the edge, a deadly ice thorn shoots up from the darkness and misses his face by a hair. What comes out next is an ice corrosion python, and Wan Shao instantly recognizes the species from a brutal earlier encounter with a far stronger platinum version. This one is much smaller than the level 7 monster he once faced, but it still coils up in a defensive posture and watches him without blinking. To calm it down, Wan Shao raises his hands to show he means no harm and slowly backs away with the leopard. After he retreats far enough, the python eases slightly, and Wan Shao notices the terrifying commotion at the ice mountain has suddenly gone quiet. When he turns back fully, Wan Xiao sees that half the ice mountain is gone and the whole area has collapsed, confirming he narrowly avoided being buried alive. The platinum beast is already dead, but it mauled the night roarer badly enough to leave most of its back tentacles severed and white bone exposed. Moved by the unknown beast's sacrifice, Wan Xiao mutters a rough thank you and promises to collect its corpse later if he survives. Then he makes his move and charges straight back at the ice corrosion python to drag one more enemy into the night roarer's path. The startled python opens its mouth to fire an ice spike, but Wan Xiao throws 2 recovery potions straight into its jaws instead. The potions burst in its mouth, pure energy floods its body, and Wan Xiao shouts that this is compensation before vaulting past its head. With Wan Xiao gone from its sight, the confused python reflexively unleashes Ice Sting at the new threat rushing in behind him. The ice thorn slams into the night roarer's wounded chest, freezing a huge patch of flesh and driving freezing energy deep into its injuries. Enraged, the night roarer locks onto the python and the two beasts crash into another vicious fight, while Wan Xiao runs off to find the next unlucky target. Back at the cliff battlefield, the mirror image 9-head Tao Tai is still forcing out black smoke to resist holy light sanction, but now it can only stand there and gasp. Its real body is no better, cornered at the cliff edge by the ice thunderhorn wolf and the dark swamp crocodile dragon with barely enough strength left to growl. Inside the sea of fire, Langlina has already stopped moving, yet the raging lava bear keeps the flames burning so he cannot counterattack. Seeing the enemy side about to break, Qi Lianjuan shouts for everyone to push harder. But when no one answers, he turns and realizes his own side is just as spent, with Fan Tianyu and Zhou Shiro already on their knees and Han Bufan barely keeping his eyes open. The truth hits him hard. These kids have already held on far beyond reason, and Qi Lianjuan can no longer bring himself to force another empty rally. Just as he starts wondering whether they have any option left, Qi Lianjuan catches the faint smell of blood from below the cliff. A giant blood-red humanoid suddenly rises from the cliff bottom, and Tang Hingshan shouts that reinforcements have arrived. Tang Hingshan jumps into camp carrying Lin Dong, and Han Bufan, half revived by the sight, curses at them for disappearing at the worst time. Tang Hingshan bluntly explains that Lin Dong passed out after his blood armor broke, and the red finger marks on Lin Dong's face show just how hard he tried to wake him. Qi Lianjuan cuts the reunion short and points at Lang Buli, saying their whole side is spent now and only Tang Hingshan and Lin Dong can finish this. Tang Hingshan accepts immediately, and turns his body so the badly drained Lin Dong can see the target clearly. At Lin Dong's control, the giant blood man hammers down on the bronze mirror, and the first blow is blocked but does not stop the assault. The giant blood man keeps pounding, and under the relentless impacts the bronze mirror is driven lower and lower until it pins Lang Buli to the ground. The whole team roars for Lin Dong to hold on through one last hit, and even Qi Lianjuan can barely control his expression anymore. But just before the finishing blow lands, a cold flash slices the giant blood man clean in half. A second cold light wipes out all the summoned soldiers at once, and the entire battlefield falls into a stunned silence. With the summons gone, the raging lava bear disappears, the sea of fire dies away, and Langlina is revealed lying there burned black and motionless. At the same time the bronze mirror finally vanishes, leaving Lang Buli flat on his back with crazed open eyes and pupils already starting to dilate. Qi Lianjuan immediately realizes the Lang brothers were in no condition to launch those cold slashes, which means someone else interfered. Elsewhere in the arena, Wan Xiao suddenly sees the ice corrosion python curled on the ground while the night roarer has already burst into black smoke, and the result makes no sense to him. He quickly rejects the idea that the little gold python could have killed the night roarer by itself and starts searching for another explanation. When Wan Xiao notices the attack lights at the cliff have also disappeared, he suddenly understands and decides his teammates must have already beaten Lang Buli. Thrilled, he rides the silver shadow leopard straight back across the arena as fast as he can. He reaches the cliff in seconds, sees both Lang brothers down, and happily gives the team a thumbs up for pulling it off. Instead of cheering, the conscious survivors only stare at him strangely, and Wan Xiao is left baffled by the mood. Qi Lianjuan finally tells him the unsettling part: whatever ended the fight does not seem to have been their doing at all. After hearing the story, Wan Xiao can accept Lang Buli collapsing from injuries, but the two cold slashes still make no sense because the life and death arena should block outside interference. Qi Lianjuan pushes back with the obvious problem: several of them saw those slashes, so this is not a shared hallucination. That makes Qi Lianjuan ask the key question, whether Wan Xiao is absolutely sure there were only their people inside the arena when it activated. Wan Xiao cannot swear to that, but he reminds everyone that the enemy special operations team should only have had 5 members and almost all of them are already accounted for. He lists them out. The fake Wien died in Thorn Canyon, Turk died in internal conflict, the Lang brothers are right here, and that leaves only the broker Lan Dehai. Neither of them can believe a slick middleman like Lan Dehai was secretly the one who cut down the summons, so the mystery only gets worse. While Wan Xiao is still trying to soften the question with one last maybe we saw it wrong guess, a violent warning suddenly explodes through his instincts. A deadly warning hits Wan Xiao first, and he throws himself forward before the hidden strike can hit the exhausted group. Wan Xiao shouts a warning, summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard, and finally sees the ambusher at the cliff edge. The real shock lands when Turk calmly walks out from behind the swordsman, alive after everyone thought Lang Lina's insect fog had already killed him. Turk turns straight to Qi Lianjuan and greets him like an old enemy, making it clear this ambush was aimed at more than just Wang Xiao. Qi Lianjuan quietly questions Wang Xiao about Turk's supposed death, and that simple question twists the knife because Wang Xiao realizes he missed something obvious. Wang Xiao demands answers, and Turk casually explains that he escaped by diving back into the teleportation gate when the scarlet insect fog swallowed the area. That answer only makes Wang Xiao angrier, because he finally realizes Turk survived through a trick he should have seen himself. Qi Lianjuan cuts past the excuses and asks for Turk's true goal, forcing the conversation into open interrogation. Turk tries to dodge by teasing Wang Xiao, but Qi Lianjuan's cold pressure wipes the smile off his face and makes him answer seriously. Under that threat, Turk admits their original mission was to find Wang Xiao, kill him, and take back the holy beast, but Brewer's death changed the order to capturing Wang Xiao for judgment. Wang Xiao fills in one missing piece by identifying Brewer as the Purple Star Lord who once impersonated Wu Yan. Wang Xiao immediately presses the bigger contradiction. If Turk only wanted the holy beast, there was no reason to wait until the Academy ranking assessment to strike. The question lands hard enough that Turk drops the act for a moment, then bitterly praises Wang Xiao as smart enough to be Commander Chen's successor. Qi Lianjuan shuts down the taunt, warns Turk one last time not to talk nonsense, and demands the real secret mission. Turk starts to reveal the secret mission, deliberately pauses to draw their attention, and that opening becomes the real trap. In the same instant they lean in, the undead swordsman slashes, sending a blinding sword arc straight at Wang Xiao and Qi Lianjuan. The silver shadow leopard saves them by throwing itself into the slash, and even though the swordsman's strike cuts through its claw attack, the beast still burns itself out to stop the hit. With no time left for caution, Wang Xiao orders the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf forward while Qi Lianjuan summons elf warriors to raise shields around the group. Knowing they cannot survive a drawn-out fight, Wang Xiao gambles everything on a lethal opening and sends the wolf to hit Turk and the swordsman at the same time. The plan means nothing against a huge strength gap, and one cold sword draw shatters both berserk thunder attacks before knocking the wolf out of the air. The wolf does not even make it to the ground before it breaks into recall light, showing just how completely the swordsman outclasses Wang Xiao's beasts. Wang Xiao tries to answer with more summons, calling back the silver shadow leopard and the dark swamp crocodile dragon, but the level 7 platinum swordsman erases both in another instant. When Wang Xiao is about to keep burning through summons alone, Qi Lianjuan stops his arm and bluntly tells him this burden is not his to carry by himself. Wang Xiao snaps back that it is his problem, because almost everyone behind them is already down and cannot protect themselves anymore. The grim picture is obvious now. Zhou Shiro, Fang Tianyu, Yang Fan, and Han Bufan are unconscious. Lin Dong is badly injured from his broken blood armor, and only Tang Hingshan is still standing with any strength left. Qi Lianjuan still refuses to panic, and Wang Xiao finally catches his meaning. He is not surrendering, he is setting Turk up. Qi Lianjuan suddenly starts shouting at Turk like a sore loser, accusing him of sneak attacks and trying to bait him into talking more. Turk laughs off the accusation, but Qi Lianjuan doubles down and claims the elf warrior's shields are enough to stop the swordsman, a lie so bad even Wang Xiao almost winces. Wang Xiao quietly questions how anyone could believe that shield line can stop a platinum level 7 swordsman, because by raw power the claim is ridiculous. Turk takes the bait enough to mock Qi Lianjuan personally, calling him a fool and ridiculing how someone like him ever became Commander Chen's adjutant. Tang Hingshan cannot stand the insult and fires back, but Qi Lianjuan cuts him off because the whole point is keeping Turk confident and talking. Qi Lianjuan finally explains the plan in a whisper. Anger is useless, but if Turk believes he has the absolute advantage, he might reveal what they still need to know. When Wang Xiao says a real idiot would not stay this calm, both he and Qi Lianjuan slowly turn to look at Tang Hingshan instead. Lin Dong weakly spells it out for him. They think he looks like the believable idiot in this little act. So they workshop the performance right there behind the shields, with Wang Xiao directing the tone and Tang Hingshan feeding Qi Lianjuan cruder insults to make the act feel real. Qi Lianjuan throws himself into the role and bellows insults about Turk being a weak, sneaky coward, trying to sell the image of a man who has lost control. Through the shield gap, Wang Xiao sees that Turk is no longer laughing and is actually wondering whether the anger is genuine, which means the act is finally working. Qi Lianjuan decides suspicion is still too high, grimly says he needs to push harder, and tells the others to be ready to hold him back. Before either of them can stop him, Qi Lianjuan suddenly roars that he will fight Turk to the death and shoves past the shield wall himself. The instant Qi Lianjuan leaves cover, the undead swordsman answers with another flashing draw, and the excerpt ends right as the trap turns lethal again. At point-blank range, Turk's cold sword light lands in front of Qi Lianjuan's boots instead of on his body, leaving a deep scar in the ice and showing how close death just came. Qi Lianjuan finally feels how close he was to being cut down, and even he breaks into cold sweat. Turk mocks him for freezing up, while Qi Lianjuan forces himself to answer with a desperate challenge to kill him if Turk can. Turk says he will kill Qi Lianjuan later, then probes the battlefield and points out that nobody came to save him, exposing how weak Qi Lianjuan's bluff really is. Qi Lianjuan shouts that Blue Planet's main force is coming, but even his own voice sounds guilty, and Turk immediately tears the lie apart. Behind the shield, Tang Hingshan starts worrying that Qi Lianjuan is about to collapse under the pressure. Wang Xiao stops watching Qi Lianjuan's nerves and quickly huddles with the others to prepare an escape. He tells Tang Hingshan to take Yang Fan and Han Bufan and run the instant the signal appears, no matter what else is happening. Tang Hingshan immediately notices the unfair load split, because Wang Xiao is clearly planning to keep Zhou Shirua with him. Wang Xiao flatly says Zhou Shirua is his vassal lord, so he is taking her himself, and he tries to hand the remaining unconscious teammate off instead. Tang Hingshan refuses the handoff, saying the other unconscious teammate will probably hit him when she wakes up, and the oddly specific complaint cuts through the tension for a second. When Tang Hingshan asks what the signal even is, Wang Xiao admits he does not know yet and is betting that Qi Lianjuan has a hidden arrangement. Outside the shield, Turk drops the act, purple patterns spreading across his skin as he admits Qin Jinrong's plan has already disappointed him. Then Turk suddenly asks about live cameras, revealing that his real target is not just the students in front of him, but the whole audience watching Blue Planet. Qi Lianjuan realizes Turk wants to broadcast something, so he points him toward a surviving camera on a distant ice mountain. Turk gets annoyed that the camera is so far away, blames the wrecked battlefield on his own side's sloppy fighting, and vents by kicking Lang Bewley. After that, Turk faces the camera with polished manners and introduces himself as the deputy captain of the Special Operations Team. He even apologizes for the captain's absence, pretending this invasion scene is a formal public address instead of a massacre in progress. Qi Lianjuan stares at him in disbelief and asks if this bizarre speech was the secret mission all along. Turk ignores the interruption and tells the whole planet the real message. Blue Planet has 30 days to leave before the Holy Alliance army arrives, and after that the only choices are submission or death. That declaration hits the students like a shockwave, because a sudden interplanetary invasion in just 30 days sounds almost impossible to believe. Turk knows they will doubt him, so he coldly points at Wang Zhao's group and says he will use their deaths as proof for the entire world. Back in the city square, the public feed has already been switched away, but Qin Jinrong secretly keeps listening to Turk on a private screen, growing more and more terrifyingly tense. The pressure around Qin Jinrong gets so heavy that the director nervously tries to ask whether he can switch the screen again. Qin Jinrong smoothly shuts him down, hides the screen from everyone else, and keeps monitoring the scene in grim silence. Back at the Ice Mountain venue, Tang Hingshan wants to run immediately after hearing Turk promise to kill them, but Wang Xiao still holds him in place. Wang Xiao spots Qi Lianjuan making hidden hand signals behind his back and realizes the real signal still has not come yet. Once Turk finishes speaking to the world, Qi Lianjuan presses him for the mission's real meaning, and Turk openly confirms it was a declaration of war through the global broadcast. Qi Lianjuan demands to know why Purple Star would suddenly attack Blue Planet, and Turk answers with a rumor instead of a reason. Blue Planet has something valuable enough to make others greedy. That answer only deepens the mystery for Qi Lianjuan and Wang Xiao, because neither of them can guess what Blue Planet is supposed to possess that is worth a war. Turk abruptly ends the conversation, says his kindness is over, and gives the kill order at last. As the unseen undead swordsman draws its blade, Wang Xiao catches Qi Lianjuan clenching his hidden fist at the same instant and realizes the real signal has finally come. Wang Xiao shouts for Tang Hingshan to run, and both of them finally bolt, trusting Qi Lianjuan's arrangement because there is nothing else left to trust. Even at full speed, the white snowfield barely seems to move under them while the killing slash behind them closes in fast. The danger reaches Wang Zhao's back, and his dark swamp crocodile dragon leaps out on instinct to shield him even though the gap in strength is hopeless. The undead swordsman's power wipes the dragon out in a single touch, turning the loyal summon into shattered light. Before the killing slash can finish them, a new streak of light cuts in from elsewhere so fast that Wang Xiao almost thinks he imagined it. That strike blows apart the sword arc and shatters the giant purple life and death arena around them at the same time. With the arena finally gone, the ground under Wang Xiao and Tang Hingshan suddenly rises and carries them away like a fast-moving platform. Wang Xiao instantly recognizes Gao Lishuan's familiar earth magic and realizes their reinforcements have finally broken in. Another slab of earth races past from the other side, and in that split-second crossing Wang Xiao glimpses someone who absolutely should not be here. As the moving ground rushes them away, Wang Xiao suddenly stiffens like he just recognized someone impossible. Tang Hingshan asks what happened, but Wang Xiao hesitates and brushes it off, unsure if he really saw the person he thought he did. The ground finally slows beside an ice mountain whose peak has been cut flat into a rescue platform. Gao Lishuan and Yihan are waiting there with 10 white-armored Flowing Cloud Academy participants ready to receive the wounded. The rescue team sees how badly Wang Zhao's side was mauled, with 5 people still unconscious, and the whole mood turns grim. Gao Lishuan immediately orders treatment, and Flowing Cloud Academy students rush in with healing potions. Gao Lishuan introduces the short-haired captain beside him as Su Qingma of Flowing Cloud Academy. Wang Xiao barely greets her before trying to head straight back into the fight, and leave his team in their care. Yihan plants a hand on Wang Zhao's shoulder and tells him, oddly calm, that this time they are definitely going to win. When Wang Zhao asks what that means, Yihan flatly forces him to sit and says the enemy will be finished any second. Gao Lishuan backs Yihan up and tells Wang Zhao to stay put, clearly convinced the battle has already turned. Then Gao Lishuan grumbles that calling for help from Flowing Cloud cost him a huge favor, and he only did it because one person came with him. Wang Zhao catches the key word and asks who came, and Gao Lishuan finally reveals it with a smug sneer, the academy head himself. Back on the cliff, Turk watches Wang Zhao's group get carried away while a streak of light knocks aside the undead swordsman's attack, and his confidence immediately drops. A second flash slams into the undead swordsman so hard that its longsword is knocked clean out of its hand. Turk instantly judges the unseen attacker as monstrously strong, at least a level 6 lord, and starts feeling real danger for the first time. Then a domineering presence drops from the sky, not the strongest Turk has ever felt, but so violent and unreasonable that it scares him anyway. Huang Tingwei appears in front of Turk like a venomous joke, a thin man in a loose suit with a face so malicious that nobody can laugh at him. Huang Tingwei asks if Turk is the one who injured his students, and Turk stalls for time while quietly drawing out 2 glowing purple potions behind his back. Turk probes him instead, guessing he might be military, but Huang Tingwei calmly says he used to be and now runs Yuheng Academy. When Turk admits he never even learned the academy head's name, Huang Tingwei turns colder and says that on a battlefield, not knowing who you cannot provoke gets you killed. A deep gray vortex opens behind Huang Tingwei as he says that if Turk came to declare war for Purple Star, he should already be ready to die. Turk starts to answer, but a flash cuts him off and blows the undead swordsman apart before Huang Tingwei's soldier has even fully shown itself. Seeing his level 7 platinum soldier nearly erased in one strike, Turk finally feels the panic of someone who might really die here. Turk demands to know who Huang Tingwei really is, unable to believe someone this dangerous would be satisfied being just an academy head. Huang Tingwei gives the same calm answer again, but the name nags at Turk like something he should have remembered sooner. Before Turk can press further, Qi Lianjuan staggers up from the ground, still dazed from the aftershock but immediately asking whether the others escaped safely. Huang Tingwei points Qi Lianjuan toward the distant ice mountain and mockingly tells him to get out of the way. Qi Lianjuan refuses to leave yet because he still needs to confirm Turk's mission. That lets Turk test another angle, hinting that Huang Tingwei must still be tied to the military if he knows Adjutant Qi this well. Huang Tingwei shuts that down at once, yanks Qi Lianjuan behind him, and says this has nothing to do with Blue Planet or the military anymore. He makes it brutally simple. Turk hurt his students, so now he is going to teach Turk a lesson. Then the thing in the vortex finally starts coming through, one furry arm after another until a bizarre 8-armed monkey-like creature steps out. From the ice mountain, Wan Xiao can only stare because the academy head soldier looks almost harmless at first glance. Yihan is puzzled too and guesses Huang Tingwei might just be using it to test the enemy first. Gao Lishuan quietly corrects them and says no, that strange little monster really is the academy head soldier. He says he only knows it from what he has read, but since Huang Tingwei almost never fights in public, they should watch carefully. On the cliff, Turk sees the creature clearly at last and is jolted into recognition. This is the 8-armed Vajra, and that means this really is that Huang Tingwei. Huang Tingwei says Turk remembered too late, and the 8-armed Vajra vanishes forward in a blur. In the next instant the monster is already in Turk's face, fainting high with 2 fists, while 6 more arms hammer his ribs at once. Turk desperately resummons the undead swordsman as a shield, knowing he cannot beat the 8-armed Vajra head-on, and only needing a second to move. Using that tiny opening, Turk dashes to the fallen Lang brothers with the 2 purple injection potions still hidden in his hands. Turk coldly calls the 2 brothers traitors and decides they can at least be useful by dying for him. He triggers both potions and drives their heart needles straight into the Lang brothers' chests. From the ice mountain, Wan Xiao sees the injection and instantly knows something is very wrong. He urgently tells Gao Lishuan that he has seen that drug before, and it can force Purple Star Lords to keep fighting even after fatal heart damage. That finally shakes Gao Lishuan, and golden light flashes in his eyes as he immediately activates his Lord talent to move everyone back toward the battlefield. On the cliff, Huang Tingwei and Qi Lianjuan also see Turk inject the brothers, but only Qi Lianjuan reacts with real alarm. Qi Lianjuan recognizes the purple light and needle design from Wang Zhao's old Thorn Canyon warning and shouts for Huang Tingwei to stop Turk. He is too late, and as the purple medicine floods their hearts, the deadened patterns on the Lang brothers flare back to life. A violent burst of aura explodes from both brothers at once, strong enough to make even Huang Tingwei's expression finally shift. As the brothers start rising again under those boosted auras, Qi Lianjuan grimly admits he does not know exactly what Turk used, only that it is definitely bad news for them. As Qi Lianjuan speaks, the Lang brothers stagger back to their feet, both of them radiating wild purple energy but staring around in a daze. Still disoriented, Lang Lina notices his brother's terrifying aura, and Lang Beauly realizes the same thing is happening to him too. Lang Beauly checks his interface, realizes something is terribly wrong, and his confusion snaps into rage when he spots Turk standing nearby. He accuses Turk of injecting them with the potion, and Turk admits it without even trying to deny it. Lang Lina is even more shaken because the man in front of him should be dead, and Turk coldly mocks him for believing he was that easy to kill. Cutting the shock short, Lang Bewley tears open the cloth over his chest and finds a small hole near his heart where the purple patterns burn the brightest. The moment Turk confirms it, Lang Bewley explodes with murderous intent and lunges to kill him. Turk stops him with one brutal truth. The potion has already taken effect, so even killing him will not save them. That single sentence drains the fight out of Lang Bewley, and even Lang Lena finally understands that their sudden power-up came from the fatal potion. When Lang Bewley demands Turk's real goal, Turk points toward the distant clash and says he needs their help killing every blue planet lord in the secret realm. Lang Bewley scoffs at helping the man who doomed them, so Turk points at the incoming group and tempts them with one last reward: kill as much as they want, with no one left to stop them. That promise lands exactly where Turk wants it to, and the brothers trade a sick, eager look as they decide a final massacre is worth the price. Lang Lena makes the choice visible by opening a purple spatial vortex and summoning his huge ancient bronze mirror back into the fight. Huang Tingwei immediately moves to kill the brothers, but Turk has the undead swordsman erupt again and force the 8-armed Vajra to slow down for a crucial moment. Turk taunts Huang Tingwei to let the younger generation settle their own fight, and that tiny delay gives the Lang brothers their opening to escape. Huang Tingwei turns his full hostility on Turk instead, but Turk just sneers back and tells him to try. Farther back, Wang Xiao sees the bronze mirror reappear and urgently warns everyone that its light can project any soldier except holy ones. Gao Lishuan speeds their moving ground platform up even more, because Huang Tingwei is now alone against a stronger enemy side. As the team rushes in, Su Qingma steps behind Wang Xiao and offers him a recovery potion. Wang Xiao tries to refuse, but Su Qingma flatly tells him this is no time for stubbornness because the whole team needs him in fighting shape. Before Wang Xiao can explain himself, Gao Lishuan backs her up and jokes that if he keeps refusing, she really might kick him off the platform. Su Qingma even shows off the mithril-embedded short boots she would use, which leaves Wang Xiao too speechless to keep refusing the potion. They finally reach the battlefield edge, but Gao Lishuan stops about 100 meters short because the Lang brothers are already there waiting to block them. The brothers look even stronger than before, with the 9-head Tao Tai and the ancient bronze mirror looming behind them in a haze of evil black smoke. The instant their eyes meet, Wang Xiao barks for everyone to get ready. With a heavy thud, Wang Xiao summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, Yihan brings out the Lava Ripper, and the Flowing Cloud Academy students call up their own soldiers too. The allied soldiers gather into one formation, and the force they release is strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with the 9-head Tao Tai. Gao Lishuan asks if everyone is ready, and once he gets the moment he wants, his eyes flash gold and he stomps the ground. An earth-yellow shockwave spreads out, and towering walls of soil surge upward in a ring around the entire battlefield. The walls rise hundreds of meters and close overhead in seconds, sealing everyone inside a giant airtight earthen coliseum. Watching from outside, Turk recognizes Gao Lishuan as a spatial lord and sneers that Huang Tingwei's students have trapped themselves. Huang Tingwei answers coldly that Turk should worry about himself, because with his students sealed off, he can finally fight without holding back. Freed from those distractions, the 8-armed Vajra overwhelms the undead swordsman again and knocks it clean off the cliff with a brutal string of punches. Turk immediately recalls the fallen soldier through his territory, but his face turns heavy because the 8-armed Vajra is already beating it on pure instinct alone. Then a thunderous impact shakes the ground from inside the fortress, and both men pause as the sealed battle erupts hard enough to be felt from far away. Huang Tingwei catches that signal and smiles strangely, saying Turk's side seems to be losing inside. Turk refuses to show panic and insists he still has more methods left, but Huang Tingwei says he is not talking about their duel at all. Huang Tingwei flips Turk's own words back at him and says this is not a trap for his students, but a hunt where they went after easy prey. He follows that with a gamble: stop fighting, wait to see who walks out alive, and let the loser surrender. Turk senses the stalling, but since the undead swordsman cannot win head-on and he needs time for his own trump card, he accepts anyway. Both sides honor the deal for now, pulling their soldiers back while the atmosphere grows even tighter around the silent fortress. Inside the giant fortress, orange firelight floods the sealed space as Yihan activates his talent and turns the whole arena into a lava field. No one complains about the brutal heat, because every eye is locked on the fight now raging in the middle of the arena. To match the new terrain, Wang Xiao switches from the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf to the Raging Lava Bear so he can better combo with Yihan's Lava Ripper. With Tang Hingshan's giant tribe support and Gao Lishuan's Lord talent added in, their side actually trades blows evenly with the injured 9-head Tao Tai and sometimes pushes it back. The Flowing Cloud Academy group can only stare in shock, because seeing the top academies fight seriously is even more overwhelming than they expected. Su Qingma says it with a little bitterness. Their soldiers and talents are so strong that her side barely has anything to do. Wang Xiao, Yihan, and Gao Lishuan shut that idea down at the same time, because they know this fight is nowhere near settled. Wang Xiao explains that the unscaled 9-head Tao Tai is still injured and not at full strength, and more importantly, the bronze mirror has not made its move yet. That warning makes everyone finally turn and look toward the forgotten corner where the bronze mirror has been silently hovering the whole time. Some of the Flowing Cloud students still doubt Wang Zhao's warning and suspect he is overstating how dangerous that mirror really is. Wang Zhao does not bother arguing, because with the fight already at a kill or be killed stage, he knows they will understand soon enough. What really bothers him now is that Lang Buley still has not made a move, and that hidden restraint feels more dangerous than an open attack. Wang Zhao knows Turk's drug is burning the Lang brothers' lives for a short burst of power, so Lang Buley suddenly hiding behind the bronze mirror feels wrong instead of safe. The more Wang Zhao thinks about it, the worse it feels. If he were in Lang Buley's place, he would already be using the Night Roarer projection to wipe people out fast. That hesitation convinces Wang Zhao the enemy is setting up something even more troublesome, and he immediately orders Su Qingma to strike the person behind the mirror without looking into it. Su Qingma answers at once and summons a squad of flame skeleton archers, using the fire-rich lava field to push their strength even higher. Because the mirror blocks the shot, the flame skeleton archers sprint sideways for a clear angle, and Wang Zhao and Yi Han instantly read the plan. Without needing to speak, Wang Zhao and Yi Han pull the 9-head Taotai away by directing the raging lava bear and lava ripper, opening space for the archers to target the mirror's blind spot. Just when Su Qingma is ready to fire, the archers send back a baffling answer. There is nobody behind the bronze mirror. Su Qingma relays the report, and Wang Zhao turns in shock because from his side he cannot see behind the mirror either. Then Wang Zhao catches the real problem first. Lang Lina is gone too. Everyone looks around and realizes both Lang brothers have vanished in the middle of the fight without anyone noticing. Gao Lishuan urgently calls for a search, but the sealed space is so small that everyone already knows there should be nowhere normal to hide. Tang Hingshan guesses the brothers might have slipped out while everyone was distracted, but Gao Lishuan flatly rejects it because his control over the ground would have caught any escape. Pressed for an answer, Gao Lishuan admits he can still feel the brothers inside this space, but he cannot lock them down, as if they are moving insanely fast. That makes no sense to the others, because nothing visible is moving fast enough to explain it. Wang Zhao suddenly remembers the brothers pulling the same vanishing trick earlier inside another sealed arena, and he suspects Lang Lina's side is the real key. With no time to explain more, Wang Zhao warns everyone to summon defensive troops at once because the enemy could pop out anywhere for a sneak attack. Gao Lishuan responds immediately by summoning heavy shield goblins into a tight wall, but Su Qingma's group hesitates instead of copying him. When Gao Lishuan demands to know why they are standing still, Su Qingma points out the problem bluntly. If the enemy never appears, pure defense just leaves them trapped and waiting. Wang Zhao asks what she has in mind, and Su Qingma answers with a riskier idea. If the hidden enemy will not come out, they will force them out. Su Qingma calls over a thin handsome youth from her team, and he steps up with a bright, almost carefree smile. A deep gray vortex opens behind the youth, and countless fist-sized red birds pour out until they fill almost every corner of the sealed arena. Wang Zhao first thinks it might be some kind of search method, but one bird suddenly flashes red and explodes. That first blast sets off the rest, and the trapped battlefield erupts into a chain of non-stop explosions so loud they shake the whole fortress. Wang Zhao clamps his hands over his ears, but the blasts still leave him half-deaf and convinced for a moment that the whole place might collapse on them. When the explosions finally die down, nearly everyone is sprawled on the ground in a daze, and even the fighting soldiers are staggering. Even Su Qingma is filthy from the blast and furious enough to grab the smiling youth by the collar, while Wang Zhao still cannot hear a word. Then Wang Zhao spots the payoff. The Lang brothers have been blasted out of hiding less than 20 meters away, both of them dazed and badly shaken. Wang Zhao immediately shouts that the enemy has appeared and sends the silver shadow leopard charging in, only to realize the others are still too deafened to react. Grinding through the chaos, Wang Zhao waves and physically shakes his allies to make them notice the target before the chance disappears. By the time the team finally focuses on the brothers, Lang Buley has also recovered enough to curse them for detonating explosions inside a sealed space. Lang Buley slaps Lang Lina to get moving, and purple light patterns flare across Lang Lina's body as sand whips up around them. The brothers vanish again before the silver shadow leopard can hit them, and the battlefield seems to reset back into a nasty stalemate. This time Wang Zhao catches the trick properly, and realizes they are not using simple stealth at all. An earth element mutated beast is carrying them underground. Wang Zhao shouts that the brothers are underground and instantly summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon to dive after them with roaming dragon shadow. The others finally switch tactics too, turning all their soldiers toward the ground to guard against another sudden pop-up attack. Wang Zhao leans close and tells Gao Lishuan the enemy's earth-type helper is too fast for the crocodile dragon to pin down alone, so he needs Gao Lishuan's terrain control. Gao Lishuan answers by stomping the ground, and the earth across the battlefield rumbles under his control. The pressure works at once. Two afterimages shoot out of the ground as the Lang brothers are forced into the open. The moment the brothers appear, every nearby soldier attacks without waiting for orders. At the critical second, the 9-head Taotai breaks off its old fight, splits into 9, and throws itself into the barrage to shield the brothers. Several Taotai bodies are blown apart into black smoke, but the sacrifice buys the brothers just enough protection to survive with only light injuries and sink away again. Now that Gao Lishuan understands the trick, he keeps the earth in turmoil and squeezes the hidden brothers right back out of the ground almost immediately. This time even the freed raging lava bear and lava ripper join the kill zone, and the brothers are swallowed by a massive combined blast. Most of the team is ready to believe the brothers are finished, but Wang Xiao still shouts for everyone to keep attacking. To prove he means it, Wang Xiao drives the violent lava bear to fire another blazing pillar straight into the blast zone. Then a faint buzzing cuts through the battlefield, and everyone's attention shifts toward the ancient bronze mirror in the corner. The once dull mirror has turned bright and liquid-looking, and a blurry shape is condensing inside it. Wang Xiao instantly realizes what is happening and tries to finish Lang Beauty before the projection completes, but the others lose focus and rush the mirror instead. Wang Xiao shouts for them to come back, but he is too late. With a deafening roar, black smoke floods out of the bronze mirror, and the Night Roarer projection appears again. The Night Roarer opens with one brutal roar, and weaker allied soldiers shatter into light before they can even reach it. The students freeze as the massacre keeps going, and Wang Xiao knows they already missed their best chance to kill the Lang brothers before this projection appeared. Su Qingma tears open an identification scroll, but the result comes back blank and scares her even more. When Su Qingma demands answers, Wang Xiao only tells them the Night Roarer is a Purple Star Platinum soldier, and keeps the worst details to himself. Wang Xiao points straight at Lang Beauty and reveals the key rule. This Night Roarer is only a projection sustained through the mirror. He lays out their two options: kill Lang Beauty to erase the projection, or drag the fight out until the enemy runs dry. One look at Lang Beauty hiding behind the mirror and the Night Roarer guarding him makes everyone abandon the direct kill plan immediately. Su Qingma pushes for the second plan, but the Night Roarer wipes out the last allied soldiers right in front of them before Wang Xiao can finish the warning. Then Wang Xiao drops the real problem. Both Purple Star Lords were injected with some drug, and for now their energy is basically endless. The group nearly sinks into despair, and Su Qingma has to ask the only useful question left: how long does that effect last? Wang Xiao says the drug should last at least 10 minutes, and even last time he only won after teaming up with a level 5 lord against a badly wounded enemy. Any relief dies again when he reminds them that this time there are two enemies, and neither one came into the fight already crippled. Su Qingma refuses to let the mood collapse, summons several fierce poison slimes, and openly challenges Flowing Cloud Academy to prove they can do what Yuhing did. Her words hit home, and Flowing Cloud Academy answers with a reckless surge as wave after wave of soldiers rushes the Night Roarer. Wang Xiao, Gao Lishuan, and Yihan trade a quick look, and Yuhing jumps in too rather than let another academy carry the whole fight. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and the Lava Ripper appear together, as Yuhing finally commits its own real force to the battle. Tang Hingshan drags himself to the front and declares that even alone, Kai Yan will not hide behind the others. He activates Giant Tribe, and every allied soldier caught in the khaki shockwave swells to more than 10 times its original size. The giantized army almost breaks the arena, so Gao Lishuan hurriedly expands the Beast Coliseum and turns the standoff into a full-scale siege. Outside the Coliseum, Huang Tingwei and Turk keep their promise not to interfere and simply watch each other from a distance. When the Coliseum suddenly expands, Huang Tingwei smiles first and acts like the outcome is already leaning his way. Turk mocks him for betting on a so-called holy beast that Wang Xiao probably cannot use properly anyway. Huang Tingwei cuts him off with open contempt and reveals Turk still has not understood what is really inside that arena, a true holy beast. Back inside the Coliseum, Su Qingma's fierce poison slime reaches the Night Roarer first, clings to it, and bursts into a dark purple numbing fog. The poison actually slows the level 7 platinum monster, and the rest of the allied army immediately piles on while it is staggered. Yihan sees the Lava Ripper in position and urgently shouts for everyone in front to clear the line of fire. The Lava Ripper condenses an incandescent fireball between its claws and unleashes sooner fiery flame like a blinding beam. At the same instant, Wang Xiao orders the raging lava bear to add its own blazing pillar, and Tang Hingshan's buff pushes the combined finisher to a much higher level. The combined blast slams into the Night Roarer's chest and erupts so brightly that the whole Coliseum looks like it is facing a newborn sun. When the light finally fades, a huge charred hole has been burned through the Night Roarer's chest, and the students explode into relieved cheers. Yihan is ready to celebrate, but Wang Xiao stays grim because a projected soldier should have vanished if that wound was really fatal. From far away, Lang Beauty laughs and says that level of damage was never enough to kill the Night Roarer in the first place. Wang Xiao catches the clue in that taunt and starts piecing together the Night Roarer's real body structure. Before he can explain it, the Night Roarer spits out more dark poison fog, proving it was only stiff from Su Qingma's slime and not from a mortal wound. Su Qingma instantly understands what happened and shouts the truth, pushing everyone to restart the assault before the opening disappears. Even with the missing chest section, the Night Roarer fights on, but its slowed movements tell Wang Xiao the poison is still buying them a narrow chance. Wang Xiao finally sees it clearly and points at the lion body, realizing this chimera monster has another heart hidden there. Yihan does not waste a second and relays the new aim point to the Lava Ripper while the frontline keeps the monster pinned. The Lava Ripper and Wang Xiao's raging lava bear fire their full power combination a second time, this time straight at the lion body's heart area. When the glare clears, Everyone stares in disbelief because the second attack left only a black scorch mark and barely burned a single hair. Su Qingma questions the miss, but Ihan snaps back that the shot definitely landed. Wang Xiao cuts in with the real answer. After 2 all-out kill skills in a row, their own platinum soldiers are the ones hitting their limit. The proof is right in front of them. The lava ripper's golden fur has dimmed badly, and the raging lava bear has already collapsed flat on the ground. Ihan curses their bad luck and says the lava ripper would be much stronger if they were fighting in a natural fire environment instead of this arena. Su Qingma shoots back that complaining now is pointless, but Wang Xiao suddenly latches onto Ihan's complaint as if it might be the missing key. With his eyes lighting up, Wang Xiao asks the one question that could change the whole fight. Would the lava ripper really become stronger in a natural fire-attributed battlefield? At the cliff, Huang Tingwei calmly needles Turk by bringing up Purple Star's old fear of the Holy Beast race and the origin of its artificial soldier research. Turk is rattled that Huang Tingwei knows secrets planets usually hide from each other, and Huang almost admits his old military background before cutting himself off. Huang steers the talk back to the battlefield and forces Turk to admit the key rule. A holy beast becomes far stronger when the battlefield attribute suits it. When Huang reveals there is a gold fire-type holy beast inside the Colosseum, Turk still scoffs because the ice field should cripple fire soldiers. Inside the beast Colosseum, Su Qingma asks the same question everyone is thinking, and the flowing cloud students panic at the idea of chasing the night roarer anywhere. Lang Bewley mocks them from a distance for shouting their plan out loud, and Su Qingma shrinks back in instant embarrassment. Wang Xiao ignores the awkwardness and rushes to Gao Lishuan, because Gao's energy is nearly spent and the Colosseum will fail if they wait any longer. The moment Gao agrees, he stomps the ground and raises a tight earthen dome around everyone, buying Wang Xiao one last hidden pocket of time. Using that brief shelter, Wang Xiao drops into his territory and heads straight for the scorched chamber where the blazing golden crow is hiding underground. Wang Xiao orders the crow out, but the newly platinum-ranked holy beast only wriggles deeper into the scorched ground to show open defiance. That refusal makes Wang Xiao snap, and he drags out their contract to remind the crow that it begged to sign with him in the first place. Wang Xiao puts his finger on the release option and gives the crow 5 seconds to choose, warning that freedom just means getting thrown back to the night roar alone. Back inside the dark earthen dome, Wang Xiao opens his eyes to worried faces, and Ihan immediately demands to know whether the gamble worked. Before Wang Xiao can explain, the blazing golden crow answers for him with a scream from outside, and its 10 burning feathers bloom into 10 blazing suns. The fire surge turns the stone walls glassy and vaporizes nearby rock, while the lava ripper drinks in the heat and swells into a towering golden monster. Seeing the fire field finally swing their way, Wang Xiao grins coldly and tells Ihan to burn everything. As the battle rages outside, the group waits in the dome with grim faces, and Su Qingma quietly realizes just how much Yuheng Academy has been carrying this fight. Wang Xiao suddenly snaps Su Qingma back to reality and tells her team exactly what matters next: ignore the night roarer and smash the mirror. Gao Lishuan finally drops the dome, and a blast of furnace-hot air hits the group the instant the earthen shield collapses. When the dust clears, everyone is stunned by the transformed battlefield, where the blazing golden crow, the giant lava ripper, the maimed night roarer, and the resummoned 9-head Taotai are all locked in a furnace-hot deadlock. The lava ripper is no longer ordinary either, because the fire boost has turned it into a giant golden predator with strength far beyond its usual state. Across from them, the night roarer looks wrecked, with half its upper body charred and 2 lion legs torn away under the relentless fire assault. Langlina has also resummoned the 9-head Taotai, but even that brutal monster is now being overwhelmed by the overcharged lava ripper. Wang Xiao shocks everyone back into motion, and the flowing cloud team finally rushes for the ancient bronze mirror instead of staring at the monsters. Langlina panics as Wang Zhao's side rushes the mirror and sends the 9-head Taotai to intercept them. The lava ripper cuts that move off instantly by flashing in front of the Taotai and stabbing its burning claws straight through one thick neck. While the night roarer gets pinned back by the blazing golden crow's burning wind, the lava ripper rips one of the Taotia's heads clean off. Langlina breaks down over her main beast, and that panic leaves the mirror side wide open. Su Qingma takes the lead, rallies the students, and drives the attack force straight toward the mirror where the Lang brothers are hiding. At the mirror's edge, the whole attack force unleashes its strongest moves together, and a massive combined blast slams into the ancient bronze mirror. The first head-on clash hits so hard that Wang Xiao coughs blood, but the attackers grit their teeth and keep hammering the mirror. Lang Bewley screams back from behind the mirror, mocking them for thinking this kind of assault can break his defense. That challenge wakes the others, and Han Bufan rises first before Zhou Shiro, Fan Tianyu, Lin Dong, and Yang Fan all join the mirror assault without hesitation. Fresh reinforcements pile onto the same target, and every survivor who can still stand starts battering the mirror head-on. The fight turns brutally simple and almost manic, as both sides ignore everything except pouring more force into the mirror than the other side can endure. Behind the mirror, the Lang brothers are bleeding too, with purple patterns flickering out of control as they force the defense to hold. The Beast Colosseum itself starts failing under the repeated shockwaves, with cracks spreading through the structure and nearby stone turning to dust. Even as the attackers start to tire, Lang Bewley laughs from behind the still-standing mirror and boasts that it is his Lord's core. That boast almost crushes everyone's morale, because if the mirror really is a higher Lord core, their chances should be practically zero. Then a hair-thin crack finally appears in the core crystal, and Wan Shao instantly roars that the enemy is the one breaking first. Inside the Beast Coliseum, Lang Bewley and Lang Lena brace the ancient bronze mirror and freeze when another crisp cracking sound rings out. Lang Lena panics and asks if her brother's Lord core just shattered, while Lang Bewley nervously insists it probably did not. Risking his life, Lang Bewley peeks past the mirror and finds only scorch marks, which means the strange sound came from somewhere else. On the other side of the battlefield, the shattered sound and Wang Zhao's roar hit the exhausted crowd like a spark, and their morale surges back to life. The students start screaming out promises, battle cries, and even last words, then throw everything they have into one desperate counterattack. Gao Lishuan stays oddly calm in the middle of the frenzy and quietly taps Wang Zhao's shoulder instead of joining the shouting. When Wang Zhao thinks Gao Lishuan is running out of strength, Gao Lishuan points down at the crushed recovery potion under Wang Zhao's foot and asks what happened. Caught red-handed, Wang Zhao admits Su Qingmao gave him the potion and begs Gao Lishuan not to expose his morale-boosting lie. Gao Lishuan silently helps him cover it up by scraping dirt over the broken potion and dryly tells him to pay more attention next time. Before Wang Zhao can answer, another crisp crack sounds out, and this time both of them know the berry bottle was not the cause. The two blurt out that it is real this time, and the mood flips from bluffing to genuine hope. The dark swamp crocodile dragon suddenly appears overhead, and Wan Shao instantly calls Tang Hengshan for help. Tang Hengshan reacts at once and has his giant pitcher seize the dark swamp crocodile dragon and whirl it around like a discus. Tang Hengshan unleashes super strength throw, and the dragon spreads its wings, stacking both forces into a sonic boom charge. The bronze mirror is already spiderwebbed with cracks, and the charging dragon fills its surface with fractured reflections. Behind the mirror, Lang Bewley sees the shield is already ruined and freezes because guarding the Lord Core or dropping the shield both end in death. He hesitates one beat too long, and the curled dark swamp crocodile dragon slams straight into the cracking bronze mirror. The mirror breaks, the Lang brothers are blasted away into scattered light, and the students' follow-up attacks swallow the last of them. When the smoke clears and the corner is empty, Wan Shao immediately calls for Gao Lishuan to confirm whether the enemy is really gone. Gao Lishuan activates his Lord talent, feels the ground, and rules out the one possibility everyone fears most: they are not hiding underground. Su Qingmao starts to wonder if the brothers escaped, but Yihan finally says the truth out loud: they were burned down to ashes. The moment it sinks in that they really won, the whole battered group finally breaks and erupts into raw, tearful celebration. Wan Shao notices that Gao Lishuan still has not relaxed at all and jokingly asks if he is not going to join the crying. Gao Lishuan calls the celebration childish and warns this is only a staged victory, because enemies outside are still not dealt with. The mood hardens immediately, and Su Qingmao wipes her tears and demands that Gao Lishuan get them out there now. Seeing everyone ready again, Gao Lishuan asks Wang Shao if he is prepared, and Wang Shao answers with a grin that he is. Outside the Beast Coliseum, Huang Tingwei and Turk are still facing off, and Huang Tingwei calmly notes that the fight inside seems finished. Huang Tingwei presses Turk to honor his promise and surrender, but Turk sneers that the winner may not be decided yet. The Beast Coliseum suddenly shakes apart into dust, and the surviving students burst out of the wreckage alive. Turk's face turns black when he sees the students are exhausted but all still alive, which means his side failed completely. Huang Tingwei rubs it in with a sly little smile and asks again whether Turk will now admit defeat. Turk pretends to surrender by tying his own hands, but he smirks as he twists the promise and says he never promised his soldiers would stop fighting. Before the sentence is even finished, the undead swordsman draws its blade and floods the field with a killing aura. Huang Tingwei does not budge at all and flatly calls Turk shameless for playing word games. Turk snaps back that Huang Tingwei would have cheated the same way if his own side had won. Huang Tingwei only smiles, and beside him the 8-armed Vajra finally starts moving again. The 8-armed Vajra spreads all 8 arms, rapidly bulks up, and its pressure instantly crushes the undead swordsman's momentum. As the students rush in to help, Gao Lishuan abruptly stops them and says the battlefield no longer needs them. Wang Shao argues that Turk should be even more dangerous than the siblings they just beat, so at least helping should matter. Gao Lishuan refuses with rare force and hands Wang Shao an identification scroll so he can see what the academy head soldier really is. When Wang Shao tears the scroll open from afar, the result nearly blows his mind. The 8-armed Vajra is Diamond Level 4. Wang Shao and the others are left staring because even many legendary lords only have platinum soldiers, yet their academy head has a diamond one. Enjoying their shock, Gao Lishuan points out the remark that only one person has ever subdued this soldier, and that person is Huang Tingwei himself. Su Qingmao cannot understand why a man strong enough for a brilliant military future would be running a city academy instead. Gao Lishuan starts to hint at Huang Tingwei's military past, but a shout from the battlefield cuts him off. Huang Tingwei warns that the enemy is troublesome enough for him to get serious, and he orders Gao Lishuan to take the students away immediately. Gao Lishuan obeys on the spot, hustling everyone farther back and even raising a sloped earth wall for safety. Out on the field, the 8-armed Vajra finishes transforming and stands revealed as an 8-armed giant ape nearly 10 meters tall. Watching from behind the wall, Gao Lishuan clenches his fists in excitement and tells them to pay close attention because they rarely get to see this side of the academy head. Then the 8-armed Vajra moves first, dropping a plain, brutal punch straight at the undead swordsman's head. The punch tears through the air with crushing pressure so strong that even the students far away feel their hearts tighten. The undead swordsman barely breaks free in time and slices upward, carving a deep wound into the Vajra's fist. For one brief second, Turk thinks Huang Tingwei's beast is all brute force and starts to smile. That smug look dies instantly when the bleeding Vajra acts like it felt nothing and keeps the punch coming without slowing down. The punch lands like a meteor, cracking the earth open and smashing the undead swordsman completely into the ground. On the snowy cliff, the 8-armed Vajra slowly lifts its blood-soaked fist after that brutal exchange, and the students can only stare, still trying to process what they just saw. Once the shock breaks, the whole group erupts in cheers for Academy head Huang, and even Wang Xiao shouts himself hoarse. In the middle of the celebration, Wang Xiao grabs Gao Lishuan and asks what he meant about Huang Tingwei once having a bright future in the army. Gao Lishuan lowers his voice and reveals the rumor that Huang Tingwei once built enough military merit to become a candidate for Commander-in-Chief of the 6th Military Region. Wang Xiao nearly blurts that out loud, and Gao Lishuan has to clamp him down and warn him that Huang Tingwei hates people bringing it up. When Wang Xiao asks why a future commander ended up running an academy instead, Gao Lishuan admits he only heard that Huang Tingwei made some huge mistake and was expelled from the military. Their gossip cuts off when Su Qingma points at Turk and realizes something is off. His soldier was supposedly destroyed, but he looks almost pleased. A blade suddenly flashes out of the ground, and the undead swordsman reappears in full view, somehow looking completely unharmed. Yihan blurts out in disbelief, and Su Qingma quickly guesses that Turk must have recalled the soldier at the last second. Gao Lishuan immediately shoots that down, pointing out that a recalled soldier should have vanished in a flash and reappeared on the ground, not from underground. Pressed for a better answer, Gao Lishuan admits he does not know either, then points everyone toward Wang Xiao because he looks like he already figured it out. Wang Xiao hesitantly says the undead swordsman probably stabbed into the ground and dropped by itself, so fast that everyone mistook it for getting smashed down. Before the students can argue more, the fight resumes as the undead swordsman throws out a cross slash, and the 8-armed Vajra smashes it apart with its injured fist. The Vajra swings another crushing punch, and this time everyone finally sees the trick clearly. The undead swordsman flips its blade, drills into the ground, and drops out of the fist's path in less than a second. The crowd goes dead silent, because Wang Zhao's wild guess was exactly right. Su Qingma tests him right away, but Wang Xiao can only play it off with a dry joke about maybe being talented. Then the cliff battle turns sharp again when the undead swordsman rushes back in and catches the distracted Vajra with a clean cross slash straight into its chest. A huge cross-shaped wound splits open and blood erupts from the Vajra's chest, making almost every watcher's face go pale. Strangely, Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan are the only ones not panicking, because they are no longer watching for the Vajra to fall but for the undead swordsman to finally die. When Yihan demands an explanation, Wang Xiao bluntly says they are discussing when the undead swordsman will die, leaving the whole group stunned again. Out on the cliff, the wounded Vajra turns sluggish, and the undead swordsman takes over completely, circling it at full speed and carving fresh wounds into its body. The Vajra roars and swings all 8 arms wildly, but it cannot keep up, and in seconds more than 10 bloody gashes tear across its body. Watching the one-sided pressure, Turk coldly decides to finish the fight with one decisive strike. At Turk's order, the undead swordsman accelerates again and runs so fast around the cliff that it whips the snow into a towering white tornado. The storm hits even the spectators, and Gao Lishuan reacts fast enough to tilt the earth wall into a steep slope that diverts the wind away from the students. Inside the tornado, the swordsman's speed leaves 8 separate figures in the air at once, and Turk unleashes the skill called 8-directional gold-shattering carve. A storm of sword beams rips through the tornado, and when the red haze clears, the Vajra is covered in countless cuts from head to toe. The 8-armed Vajra gives one more pained roar, sways heavily, and crashes to the ground in a mountain of blood. That collapse rattles even Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan for a moment, because the battlefield finally looks as bad as everyone feared. But on the cliff itself, Turk's face darkens, because even after that massacre, the 8-armed Vajra still has not dissipated. Turk mocks the Vajra's stubborn durability, but Huang Tingwei answers with easy confidence and asks whether that was really Turk's strongest move. When Turk calls those wounds injuries, Huang Tingwei almost laughs them off and keeps pressing him for something stronger, which only makes Turk more unsettled. Turk runs through every explanation he can think of, from testing strength to draining energy to bluffing, but none of them make Huang Tingwei's attitude feel normal. In the end, Turk stops thinking and decides to force the answer out by killing the Vajra outright. The undead swordsman shoots into the sky so fast it disappears, and a terrifying sword aura drops over the entire battlefield like something hanging above everyone's heads. Even Wang Xiao feels his heart clench, because the pressure from this move is worse than the level 8 platinum demon he faced before. Then the clouds split with the sound of a blade being drawn, and a gigantic sword-shaped phantom appears overhead, filling the sky with snow-white light. With Turk's shout of heaven's slaying sword, the giant blade drops like a flaming meteor toward the fallen 8-armed Vajra, and only Huang Tingwei stands there without a trace of despair. A gigantic flaming sword phantom crashes toward the battlefield, and everyone watching feels like no human could possibly stop it. Huang Tingwei stays perfectly calm and finally calls out to his golden iron tiger just as the attack closes in. The dying 8-armed Vajra forces itself back up, blood spraying from its wounds as dark metallic light spreads across all 8 palms. At Huang Tingwei's next command, the 8-armed Vajra meets the descending sword phantom head-on with the first explosive punch of 8/Hurricane. It keeps hammering the phantom again and again until the impossible finally happens and a crack opens across the giant blade. The hurricane turns savage enough to tear Gao Lishuan's shout apart, and the whole group has to drop and cling to each other just to avoid being blown away. When the wind finally dies, everyone crawls up and sees the battlefield has been carved into a gigantic crater. Gao Lishuan goes pale with cold sweat and realizes they were nearly buried in that attack even from hundreds of meters away. Gao Lishuan nervously suggests retreating again, but Wang Xiao stays put because he has already spotted the 8-armed Vajra climbing out of the pit with someone in its hand. The 8-armed Vajra climbs out of the crater carrying the limp undead swordsman in one hand, proving it won the exchange outright. Su Qingma is baffled that the undead swordsman has not been forcibly recalled yet, and Wang Xiao points to the crippled body as he explains the damage still does not count as fatal. Before Wang Xiao can finish, the undead swordsman suddenly bursts into star fragments, meaning Turk chose to recall it himself. Across the crater, Huang Tingwei looks almost absent-minded, while Turk stands there seething under flickering purple patterns. Turk praises Huang Tingwei's old fame through gritted teeth, and Huang Tingwei calmly asks the only thing that matters now, surrender or keep fighting. Turk claims he will surrender, then immediately pulls out a glowing purple potion with a hidden needle and tries to stab it into his own heart. Huang Tingwei's face hardens at once because he knows Turk is about to do something far worse than surrender. Before Turk can plunge the needle in, an arrow rips in from afar and shatters the potion in his hand. The shooter is Qi Lianjuan, who somehow climbed up in his weakened state and refuses to let Turk die before answering one question. Qi Lianjuan demands to know what preparations Purple Star made for the invasion they plan to launch in 30 days. Turk mocks the question, but Qi Lianjuan quietly repeats that Turk is not allowed to die yet and keeps him pinned under threat. Seeing Huang Tingwei and Qi Lianjuan lock Turk down, Wang Xiao calls for the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf so he can ride over and check the situation himself. Gao Lishuan instantly jumps onto the wolf, and Yi Han follows right behind him without even pretending to stay back. Zhou Shiro does not climb on, but she quietly grabs Wang Zhao's hand, making it clear she is going too in her own way. At the same time, Han Bufan summons Holy Knights and the rest of Kaiyan Academy mounts up too, so the whole group ends up moving together. Wang Xiao can only laugh helplessly and wave everyone forward, turning his solo trip into a full group charge. Back at the crater, Turk tries another purple injector, but a second arrow smashes it before he can use it again. The 8-armed Vajra shrinks back to normal size, flashes in close, and wraps all 8 arms around Turk to lock him down completely. With Turk finally immobilized, Huang Tingwei props the weakened Qi Lianjuan up on his shoulder and dryly tells Turk he can still earn a quicker death by cooperating. Wang Zhao's group reaches the crater, and Gao Lishuan immediately starts praising Huang Tingwei while Turk is still pinned behind him. Huang Tingwei answers the flattery with a scolding, but Gao Lishuan grins right back because he knows the old man would have stopped them sooner if he truly wanted them gone. Wang Xiao steps in and asks Huang Tingwei for permission to question Turk himself. Turk cuts him off at once and sneers that he will not answer anything, almost daring them to hit him. Annoyed, Wang Xiao immediately turns and asks if he is at least allowed to beat Turk up a little for that attitude. Qi Lianjuan is about to refuse, but Huang Tingwei lets it happen as long as Wang Xiao does not kill him. Wang Xiao walks up with Gao Lishuan, Yi Han, and Tang Hingshan, and the 4 of them form a threatening half-circle in front of Turk. Tang Hingshan starts the intimidation, warning Turk to cooperate before their fists do the talking. Instead of reacting to the threat, Turk goes straight for Wang Zhao's weak point and correctly guesses he wants to know how Lang Lina can fight soldiers barehanded. Wang Xiao tries not to show it, but his eyes give him away, and Turk realizes he has found the perfect bait. Turk offers to reveal the secret, but only if Wang Xiao comes close enough to hear it alone. Tang Hingshan, Gao Lishuan, and Yi Han all call it a trap immediately, but Wang Xiao starts overthinking the risk instead of backing off. He studies Turk's restraint and convinces himself the setup is safe, because breaking free would mean ripping out his own joints and turning himself into a cripple. Confident in that logic, Wang Xiao waves the others back and leans in until his ear is almost pressed against Turk's face. Turk whispers the real clue at last. Purple Star's research on strength was never limited to soldiers. The meaning hits Wang Xiao just as a terrifying aura erupts beside him, as strong as a platinum-grade soldier. The blast catches the 8-armed Vajra off guard and blows Wang Xiao completely off his feet in the same instant. Before Wang Xiao can recover, a huge hand clamps around his throat and lifts him into the air. Gao Lishuan, Yi Han, and Tang Hingshan are blasted straight into the pit, and Wang Xiao finally sees the trap he walked into too late. On the far side, everyone erupts in panic, and Zhou Shiro tries to rush in to save Wang Xiao until Fan Tianyu and Su Qingma stop her. Even the 8-armed Vajra freezes in panic, waving its arms helplessly because one wrong move could get Wan Xiao killed. Dangling in Turk's hand and watching the disaster unfold, Wan Xiao bitterly admits to himself that this time he was the fool who missed an obvious trap. Turk suddenly tightens his grip on Wan Xiao's throat, snapping him out of his racing thoughts and reminding him that one wrong move will kill him. Even while being choked, Wan Xiao mocks Turk for using such a crude trick, and Turk calmly says any method is fair as long as it wins. Wan Xiao realizes Turk's body has probably been modified like the Night Roarer and bluntly calls the Purple Star Lords a bunch of lunatics. He goes further and guesses Turk let himself get captured by the 8-armed Vajra just to lure him close enough for this trap. Turk admits the risk was worth it, and says Wan Xiao is so smart that he almost hates to kill him. Wan Xiao answers with reckless humor, telling Turk to let him go, and joking that he can ask the others to kill him more cleanly. Across the deep pit, Huang Tingwei and the others can only watch in dread because one wrong interruption could set Turk off instantly. Instead of exploding, Turk bursts out laughing, lets go of Wang Zhao's neck, and grabs his shoulder like they are suddenly old friends sharing a joke. Wan Xiao seizes the opening and jokes that if Turk really cannot bear to kill him, then he should just stay on Blue Planet and never go back. Turk actually acts enlightened by the idea, and the people on the far side of the pit are left staring at the absurd sight of Wan Xiao nearly talking an enemy into surrender. Then Zhou Shiro quietly reveals the real point. Through her vassal connection, Wan Xiao has secretly told them to retreat to their prepared base and wait for him to lure Turk there. Huang Tingwei doubts that a hostage in this position could possibly have a plan, but Zhou Shiro still says she believes Wang Xiao. Fan Tianyu, the Kaiyang and Flowing Cloud students, and even the weakened Qi Lianjuan all back Wang Xiao, forcing Huang Tingwei to give in. Huang Tingwei finally agrees to withdraw and tells Zhou Shiro to warn Wan Xiao to stay alive, because he still plans to punish him later. As the group slips away in silence, Qi Lianjuan remembers one last message and asks Zhou Shiro to pass it on to Wang Xiao. Back at the pit edge, Wang Xiao keeps Turk talking and casually asks whether Purple Star really plans to invade Blue Planet in 30 days. Turk says the invasion is real, so Wang Xiao pushes further and wonders why Purple Star would wage a war this far from home if not for resources. Enjoying the advantage, Turk offers to tell him the truth but says Wan Xiao must first agree to 2 conditions. Wan Xiao agrees too fast, and Turk's face suddenly goes cold as he names the real second condition. Wan Xiao has to give him his life. Before Wan Xiao can react, Turk's metal-bright fingertips slash through his special fiber armor and spears straight for his heart. At the last instant, a thin flesh wing snaps open in front of Wan Xiao and blocks the fatal blow. The strike still hammers through the wing hard enough to blast Wan Xiao several meters away and make him cough up blood. Gasping through the pain, Wan Xiao jokes weakly that if the rescue had come a little later, both of them would have been free. The dark swamp crocodile dragon folds its wing and lands beside him, finally exposing Turk again on the other side. After drinking a recovery potion, Wan Xiao calls Turk out and says that attack was never really about killing him at all. Turk stops dodging the point and stares at the dark swamp crocodile dragon, openly recognizing it as Purple Star's holy beast even in its youthful form. Wan Xiao presses him on how he could identify it at all, because Purple Star supposedly has no normal way to distinguish that holy beast. Turk finally lays out the trap. When a lord's life is in danger, Purple Star soldiers can forcibly override contract limits, so he staged a killing strike to make the hidden holy beast expose itself. Wan Xiao calmly says the plan was close to what he had expected too, except he underestimated Turk's speed and really could not summon a soldier in time. That answer jolts Turk, because if Wan Xiao really saw through the setup, then this test only confirmed what Turk desperately wanted to know. Wan Xiao does not deny it, and Turk immediately states his real goal now that the secret is out: crush Wang Zhao's Lord Core, annex his territory, and seize all his soldier contracts. Then, oddly enough, Turk pauses before attacking and says he wants to ask the dark swamp crocodile dragon one question first. Wan Xiao is baffled because soldiers are not supposed to understand normal speech, but his curiosity wins out, and he lets the dragon step forward. Turk politely introduces himself to the dragon as someone from Purple Star and asks why a holy beast would acknowledge such a weak Blue Planet lord. Wan Xiao is about to laugh off the question, but before he can finish, the dark swamp crocodile dragon rumbles out a blurred answer of its own: strong. The dark swamp crocodile dragon suddenly blurts out that Wan Xiao is strong, and Wan Xiao freezes because he has only just realized his beast can actually talk. Once the shock passes, Wan Xiao quickly connects the dots. This dragon has always acted smarter than ordinary mutated beasts, understood human speech, and probably learned to speak after staying with him so long. Turk immediately mocks that a mere level 3 lord should not count as strong at all. When Turk guesses the dragon means Wang Zhao's potential is strong, the dark swamp crocodile dragon gives a firm nod instead of backing down. Turk tries to explain Wang Zhao's early power as luck, but the dragon repeats that same blunt answer again: strong. That settles Turk's decision, and he coldly declares that if he wants the dragon back, he will have to prove he is stronger than Wang Xiao. Turk challenges him outright with soldier against soldier and lord against lord, turning the standoff into a direct duel. Before Wang Xiao can answer, Turk explodes forward with terrifying speed and nearly reaches him in an instant. Wan Xiao drops low, grabs onto the dark swamp crocodile dragon, and the dragon instantly beats its wings to blast Turk back and launch them into the sky. As they climb higher and higher, Wan Xiao sticks to his real plan. He never intended to beat Turk head-on, only to stall until Zhou Shiro finishes setting up the wasteland base. He chooses the high sky because he wants to stay out of attack range without exposing the hidden base below. Then Wan Xiao turns around and gets a nasty shock. Turk is chasing them on the back of a massive black flying bird, with the undead swordsman riding behind him. Realizing he never confirmed whether Turk had flying troops, Wan Xiao is so irritated by his own low-level mistake that he vows to write a 20,000-word self-criticism if he makes it back alive. The air suddenly turns thick and sticky around them, and Wan Xiao realizes they have flown all the way to the secret realm's upper border where there is simply no way higher. With the sky route cut off, Wan Xiao instantly orders a dive and sends the dragon back down. Turk follows the turn perfectly, and keeps his pursuit steady at about 200 meters, refusing to let them shake him off. Even while panicking, Wan Xiao notices something strange. The undead swordsman still has not attacked, even though this distance should already be within range. That mismatch gives Wan Xiao a bold idea, and the scene shifts to the hidden wasteland base where everyone else is racing to make his gamble possible. Back at the wasteland base, Huang Tingwei leads the group inside, and Zhou Shiro immediately starts repairing the damaged defenses and replacing the fortification's energy cores with every construction-capable lord she can find. Most of the others can only stand aside in anxious silence because they have no way to help with the technical work. Su Qingma is the first to break the silence, asking the question everyone is afraid to say out loud: will Wan Xiao be alright? Tang Hingshan answers without hesitation that Wan Xiao is definitely smarter than him and will absolutely make it back. Han Bufan quietly points out that being smarter than Tang Hingshan is not exactly a high bar, and the weak joke only makes the room feel more awkward. Seeing the group spiral again, Qi Lianjuan speaks up in his usual calm way and says that since Wan Xiao left a plan through Zhou Shiro, all they need to do is trust it and cooperate. Huang Tingwei then turns to Fan Tianyu, hoping someone who has worked with Wan Xiao before can explain what he is thinking. Fan Tianyu can only give a bitter smile and admit that Wang Zhao's ideas are always strange, and nobody really understands them until the results appear. Before Huang Tingwei can press further, Zhou Shiro hurries over and solemnly asks both him and Qi Lianjuan for help. After making sure the fortifications keep getting fresh energy cores, Zhou Shiro privately explains Wang Zhao's next assignment to the two men. The explanation is clear enough, but both Huang Tingwei and Qi Lianjuan are left staring because the plan sounds bizarre even by Wang Zhao's standards. Embarrassed, Zhou Shiro asks if she explained it badly, but Huang Tingwei says the real problem is that the plan sounds so abnormal he can barely believe Wan Xiao came up with it. Zhou Shiro admits she cannot promise it will work, but she firmly says Wan Xiao did arrange it this way and that she believes him. That answer is enough for Huang Tingwei, who finally accepts the madness, helps Qi Lianjuan up, and heads out to carry out Wang Zhao's strange plan. The story cuts back to the air, where Wan Xiao keeps the chase over the icy mountain field so Turk still will not discover the hidden base route. But the dark swamp crocodile dragon is tiring, and the distance starts shrinking from 200 meters to about 100 in just a few seconds. As the gap falls toward 50 meters, Wan Xiao finally sees the undead swordsman draw a dazzling cold slash across the air. At the last second, the dark swamp crocodile dragon forces out another burst of speed and barely escapes the killing blow. The same pattern repeats several times, and Turk slowly realizes this is no random survival instinct because Wan Xiao is deliberately probing his limits. By baiting those attacks, Wan Xiao confirms that the undead swordsman's current range is only about 50 meters, so he resets his own safe line at 70. That discovery matters immediately because the dragon no longer has to waste energy staying 200 meters away and can save precious strength for the longer chase. With the distance problem solved for the moment, Wan Xiao launches the second step of his plan and starts loudly insulting Turk and his mount to provoke a mistake. Turk instantly sees through the childish provocation and tells himself not to take the bait. Even so, Wan Zhao's trash talk is vicious enough to get under his skin, and Turk can only grit out a curse while pouring more power into his slower flying soldier. The black bird still cannot match the dark swamp crocodile dragon's speed, and even after Turk burns energy in anger he has only clawed back about 10 meters while Wan Xiao still has plenty of room to maneuver. Wan Xiao keeps provoking Turk in midair, but behind the act he knows his lead is fake because the dark swamp crocodile dragon is almost out of stamina. A minute later, Wan Xiao realizes Turk is closing in much faster than expected, and his smug face finally slips. When the gap becomes dangerous, Wan Xiao abruptly tries to smooth things over and asks Turk not to take the taunts personally. Turk does not buy it, but he still waits until he is close enough before finally ordering the undead swordsman to strike. The undead swordsman fires a cross slash through the air, and Wan Xiao reacts in pure survival mode by recalling his mount and dropping out of the attack path. Turk instantly closes in on the falling Wan Xiao, leaving him no room to resummon the dragon and escape normally. Just as Wan Xiao is cornered, a woman's voice sounds in his mind and gives him a split-second opening. Turk instinctively looks back to check for a trap, and Wan Xiao immediately uses that mistake to spring away and summon the dragon again. By the time Turk realizes he was baited, Wan Xiao is already fleeing again, and the desperate chase restarts at full speed. Both sides stop holding back and tear across the map, from the icy mountain zone into the hotter wasteland air. When the dragon suddenly dives, Turk spots Yuhing's base below and realizes Wan Xiao is trying to break back into his allies' defenses. Afraid Wan Xiao might reach Wang Tingwei inside the base, Turk makes a hard decision and launches himself forward faster than his own mount. Turk appears right behind Wan Xiao and tries to finish him with a hand strike, but the exhausted dragon whips its tail into block. Turk's arm is barely affected, but the dragon loses more than 10 scales and still succeeds in knocking his trajectory off just enough. Using that tiny chance, the dragon curls around Wan Xiao and crashes into Yuhing's base like a falling meteor. The dragon collapses from the impact, but Wan Xiao survives with light injuries, climbs out of the crater, and runs for the base interior. Turk lands hard behind him with only minor injuries and immediately continues the chase on foot. Before Turk can catch Wan Xiao, Yuhing's fortifications open fire and force even him to dodge for his life. The small base turns out to be packed with purple-quality attack weapons that auto-lock onto Turk, making his speed and feints almost useless. After several near hits, Turk finally has to swallow his anger and retreat to a safer distance. Under that cover, Wan Xiao makes it into the base at last, and Zhou Shiruo rushes straight into his arms in frightened relief. Zhou Shiruo finally breaks down and admits how terrified she was, but Wan Xiao forces the moment back to the plan because the battle is not over. When Wan Xiao asks if everyone is in place, Zhou Shiruo steadies herself and confirms they followed his arrangement exactly. With the trap ready, Wan Xiao resummons the dark swamp crocodile dragon but leaves it idle while he goes alone to the wall to bait Turk again. Outside the stopped fortifications, a dust-covered Turk glares at Wan Xiao, and Wan Xiao immediately starts taunting him again from behind the wall. Turk calls Wan Xiao shameless, but Wan Xiao keeps provoking him to come in, trying to drag him exactly where he wants him. The standoff turns absurdly childish, with Wan Xiao yelling "come in if you dare" and Turk snapping back "come out if you dare." Meanwhile, 100 meters underground, the hidden students from 3 academies are crammed inside a stone chamber waiting for a signal that has not come. Tang Hingshan quietly asks Gao Lishuan to make the space bigger, but Ihan explains Gao Lishuan is already stretched thin maintaining another tunnel for the academy head and Qi Lianjuan. Fan Tianyu is especially miserable because the crush leaves him nearly face-to-face with Su Qingma, and Ihan can only tell everyone to endure until Wang Zhao's signal. Han Bufan suddenly points out a nasty flaw in the plan. None of them signed a vassal contract with Zhou Shiruo, so how is any signal supposed to reach them this deep underground? The underground hideout erupts into anxious arguing, with some demanding to go up and Ihan refusing to ruin Wang Zhao's plan on a guess. Before they can decide anything, everyone senses a weak energy drawing close from above and falls silent. Then the answer literally peeks in, as the dark swamp crocodile dragon opens a hole from above and blinks down at them. Back above ground, Wan Xiao keeps shouting himself hoarse at Turk, still trying to hold his attention right where the trap needs him. Turk finally runs out of patience, resummons the undead swordsman, and threatens to destroy the entire base if Wan Xiao refuses to come out. The ground under the undead swordsman explodes, launching it into the sky, and Wan Xiao instantly recognizes the setup for its deadliest move, Heaven's Slaying Sword. A terrifying sword aura gathers overhead, but instead of looking at the forming giant blade, Wan Xiao stares at Turk as if waiting for something else to hit first. Turk notices Wang Zhao's strange reaction, remembers he already checked the area, and grows uneasy because that confidence no longer fits what he is seeing. Then Turk's expression changes for real when he suddenly feels a powerful aura rushing straight toward him. A terrifying new aura suddenly flares up, and Turk instantly abandons his attack on the base because this hidden enemy feels stronger than anyone he has faced before. He spots the source and sends the undead swordsman plunging straight into one patch of ground before Wang Xiao can react. The slash cuts into the earth so cleanly it leaves giant cross-shaped marks, and for one eerie second the battlefield goes quiet. Then the ground erupts and a huge earth ball bursts apart in midair, revealing not a hidden powerhouse but Gao Lishuan and the other students. The exposed students start dropping, and instead of protecting themselves they push their power out wildly, turning the space around Turk into a chaotic blur of mixed aura. Turk refuses to bite and assumes these students are just suicidal bait, but their insane move still leaves him rattled because he cannot read Wang Zhao's plan at all. Before Turk can sort it out, he senses danger behind him and turns to find 10 elf warriors already aiming at him and the undead swordsman. Turk thinks he has finally seen through the trick and decides these elf warriors must be Wang Zhao's real killing move. Sure he has cracked the plan, Turk orders the undead swordsman to rush the archers and wipe them out before they can matter. The archers do fire, but the undead swordsman shreds their arrows, tears through the summons, and sends a killing sword light straight for Qi Lianjuan's throat. Qi Lianjuan roars back and throws out 10 elf commanders as shield bearers, turning his own body into the final bait point. The sword beam rips through 5 shields in a row, then dies at the 6th and bursts into star-like fragments before it can reach Qi Lianjuan. Just as Turk tries to strike again, he notices the ground bulging under his feet and realizes too late that something has been creeping up from below. The earth explodes open and the 8-armed Vajra's huge furry arm shoots up to seize Turk's ankle. In that instant, Turk finally understands the full trap. Every frantic move on the battlefield, even Qi Lianjuan's stand, existed to hide Huang Tingwei's real kill grab underground. The 8-armed Vajra bursts fully out of the ground, shifts into berserk beast form, and locks all 8 arms around Turk before he can escape. With one crushing squeeze, the giant ape grinds Turk's bones until he screams in pain and can do nothing but rage inside its hands. The moment Turk's body is crushed, the undead swordsman collapses too, proving the whole fight was decided in barely 2 or 3 seconds. But the students are still in danger, because the ones blasted into the air are now dropping hard back toward the battlefield. 2 silver beasts leap out from the base to save them, but even the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard cannot catch everyone in time. They save 12 people, while tougher students like Gao Lishuan, Yihan, and Tang Hingshan slam down on their own and grit through the pain. Wang Xiao rushes out to check the injured students, and only relaxes after making sure everyone is still alive. Even half-broken, Gao Lishuan still finds time to complain that Wang Xiao only seems worried about the girls. Wang Xiao helps him up and asks for one last push, because they still need to lock Turk down properly. Still cursing the whole idea, Gao Lishuan forces out his earth talent, and tears the nearby base apart to turn it into a prison around Turk and the 8-armed Vajra. At the same time, Zhou Shiro opens her control panel and says she can switch more than 100 purple fortifications to autofire the instant Turk tries to move. With the trap complete, Wang Xiao thanks her and turns to Huang Tingwei and Qi Lianjuan, telling them his part of the plan is done. Qi Lianjuan stays quiet, but Huang Tingwei looks at Wang Xiao with open approval and calls him a true young hero. Wang Xiao tries to push the credit back onto the 8-armed Vajra, but Huang Tingwei makes it clear that is not the part that impressed him most. He presses a hand onto Wang Zhao's shoulder and says Wang Zhao's nerve and planning under pressure already match a professional lord. That sudden sincerity leaves Wang Xiao happy but suspicious, because he cannot shake the feeling that a trap might be hiding inside the compliment. Huang Tingwei simply climbs up the wall toward the captive, and the others snap out of it and follow because Turk still has answers they need. From the top of the wall, everyone gets their first close look at the diamond grade 8-armed Vajra, and even allies feel the pressure pouring off it. Wang Xiao finally asks the question bothering him. If Huang Tingwei is not a beast tamer, why is a mutated beast like this serving as his soldier? Huang Tingwei answers with a dry rebuke, pointing out that lord classes do not limit someone to only one kind of troop and using Zhou Shiro as the obvious example. Wang Xiao tries to explain he only meant raising mutated beasts should be inefficient for other lord types, but Huang Tingwei shuts that down too with a blunt answer. He uses it because he likes it. Chastened, Wang Xiao drops the topic, and Huang Tingwei signals the 8-armed Vajra to show them the battered Turk between its fingers. Seeing Wang Xiao again, Turk admits he badly underestimated him and now understands just how deep the young man's planning runs. Qi Lianjuan cuts in immediately and demands the real issue. What exactly is Purple Star preparing before its war with Blue Planet in 30 days? Turk answers with pure contempt, curling into a sneer and telling them to beg if they want to know. Qi Lianjuan's face darkens, and he asks Huang Tingwei to help him take Turk back for a proper interrogation. Huang Tingwei refuses on the spot, because once they leave the secret realm he cannot keep summoning troops, and no one else will be able to physically hold Turk down. Qi Lianjuan tries one more practical fix and suggests knocking Turk out first, hoping that would make transport possible. Huang Tingwei shoots that down too, reminding him Turk would eventually wake up, and they cannot have him and the 8-armed Vajra babysit the prisoner forever. Out of options, Qi Lianjuan can only ask if Huang Tingwei has a better solution, and Huang Tingwei answers with a sinister smile that yes, he does. When Huang Tingwei says he has an idea, the whole group goes tense and listens. Huang Tingwei bluntly proposes dropping the interrogation and killing Turk on the spot. Qi Lianjuan immediately objects, insisting Turk still carries important intelligence they need. Huang Tingwei cuts him off and says the enemy attack in 30 days is already the key information, and they cannot afford to chase more at any cost. Qi Lianjuan still looks troubled, but he finally swallows his argument and yields the decision. Instead of striking, Huang Tingwei turns the moment into a lesson and warns the students not to waste time probing enemies they cannot understand. The students answer in unison, and Huang Tingwei immediately puts the choice to Turk: cooperate, or die here. Turk sneers back and claims Huang Tingwei is bluffing badly. Huang Tingwei answers with force, and the 8-armed Vajra suddenly tightens until Turk's bones crack. Even half delirious with pain, Turk still insists Huang Tingwei does not dare to kill him. Huang Tingwei has the Vajra crush him again, and this time Turk is too wrecked to even scream. The students look sickened, and some of the girls turn away because they cannot bear the sight. Yihan finally speaks up and says killing is one thing, but this feels too cruel. Huang Tingwei coolly answers with his second lesson: mercy to the enemy can become cruelty to your own side. He pushes the point harder by asking what the Purple Star would do to them if the roles were reversed, and the students fall into uneasy thought. Qi Lianjuan quietly protests that these are still children, but Huang Tingwei says the coming war will not wait for them to grow up gently. Watching that exchange, Wang Xiao realizes Huang Tingwei is forcing the students to face the reality of war before it crashes over them. Wang Xiao decides to step in and asks for the chance to kill Turk himself to avenge his dead mutated beast. Huang Tingwei clearly doubts Wang Xiao can do it, but after a pause he still gives him room. Wan Xiao walks right up to Turk and asks if he has any last words. Turk can barely stay conscious, but he still spits out one last arrogant taunt and tells Wan Xiao to just do it. Wan Xiao grabs a refined iron arrow from a defensive arrow tower and drives it straight toward Turk's forehead. The arrow pierces Turk's skin but stops at the skull, proving Wan Xiao really is not strong enough to finish the job. Wan Xiao calmly admits it will not work and hands the arrow back to Huang Tingwei, asking him to do the killing instead. Huang Tingwei catches on to Wang Zhao's real point, suppresses a reaction, and instead asks the other students if anyone else wants to try. The students all look at each other, but when it comes to killing a helpless prisoner, not one of them can step forward. Huang Tingwei lets the matter drop with a gentler tone, making it clear he understands this is not something they can change overnight. He tells them the ranking assessment will continue while he and Qi Lianjuan handle the captive and return later. Before they go, Qi Lianjuan orders everyone to keep the 30-day war warning secret until the military confirms and announces it properly. The students agree and head down from the wall in scattered groups. Once the last student is gone, Huang Tingwei drops the performance and quietly admits to Qi Lianjuan that he was bluffing about killing such a valuable prisoner. Qi Lianjuan is left speechless, because Huang Tingwei had sounded completely serious a moment ago. Huang Tingwei casually explains the real plan. Once they leave, he and Qi Lianjuan will immediately enter another secret realm with Turk so the captive cannot escape. Outside the base, the temporary alliance breaks instantly, and the three academy teams separate into wary groups again. After an awkward pause, Su Qingma politely asks to leave first, and Gao Lishuan thanks her for the help. Su Qingma gives Fan Tianyu a final nod and leads the entire Flowing Cloud team away intact. Gao Lishuan cannot quite start the next farewell, so he nudges Wang Xiao to handle Kaiyang instead. Wang Xiao forces out a stiff thank you, and Fan Tianyu answers just as awkwardly that friends help each other. Fan Tianyu says there is no time to waste if Kaiyang still wants points, and the rivalry fully slides back into place. Before leaving, Fan Tianyu runs over and gives Zhou Shiro a quick hug. Kaiyang leaves too, and suddenly only the 4 battered Yuheng members are left by the base. Gao Lishuan checks their current score and sees Yuheng's points have gone up again, likely thanks to the Lang brothers dying to the crocodile dragon. The score bump helps, but they still cannot see anyone else's numbers, so the only safe plan is to chase every point they can in the time left. Gao Lishuan says the fastest way to earn points would be fighting another academy, but he cannot bring himself to target Kaiyang or Flowing Cloud after what just happened. Yihan suggests hunting the remaining academies instead, but Gao Lishuan starts counting and realizes most of them are already gone. By the time Gao Lishuan finishes tallying the eliminations, only Kaiyang and Flowing Cloud are still left in the match besides Yuheng. That leaves Mutated Beasts as the only easy target, but with less than an hour left and all 4 of them injured, Yuheng is badly outnumbered and too slow to compete cleanly. Just when the plan seems dead, Wan Xiao remembers one more target. Lu Yuyang from 9 Heavens escaped earlier. Gao Lishuan instantly gets excited too, because if that runaway really is Captain Lu Yuyang, catching him would be worth a huge 100-point swing. Yihan immediately points out the obvious problem. The arena is enormous, so finding one hidden person sounds impossible. As Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan hit the same wall at once, Zhou Shiro hesitates, raises her hand, and says she might actually have a way. In a shallow pit beside the blazing lava field, Wang Xiao quietly tells Zhou Shiro she does not have to force herself into this plan just because he mentioned it. Zhou Shiro holds his hand and admits she feels guilty for dragging him down in the academy ranking, so this dangerous job is the one thing she wants to do for the academy. Wang Xiao starts to push back hard against that idea, but Zhou Shiro cuts him off and steers the talk back to the target hiding in the lava field. Wang Xiao explains why he is almost sure Lu Yuyang is hiding deeper in the lava field, because Lu mentioned gathering people there before his first escape was interrupted. After hearing enough, Zhou Shiro summons her own plain white warhorse, using a personal travel mount because she cannot summon Wang Zhao's beasts herself. Zhou Shiro climbs out, gets on the horse, gives Wang Xiao one last look, and rides alone toward the deadly lava zone. Once she disappears into the distance, Wang Xiao can only stare after her and mutter that nothing can go wrong. A teasing voice answers from behind, and Wang Xiao whips around to find Gao Lishuan and Yihan standing there after apparently catching the whole awkward moment. Gao Lishuan casually seals the pit into an underground chamber, and starts moving it through the earth, turning their hiding place into a mobile tunnel. When Wang Xiao worries this trick should fail under the lava, Gao Lishuan says Zhou Shiro already solved it by having Yihan maintain the chamber's earth attribute with Element Overlord. Now convinced, Wang Xiao urges them to move faster because Zhou Shiro has already ridden far ahead as the bait. Outside the secret realm, Qin Jinrong steps out of the broadcast room after restoring the live feed and immediately finds the pale, wounded Qi Lianjuan waiting for him. Qin Jinrong scolds him for not treating his injuries first, but Qi Lianjuan says he came to ask for instructions. Before Qi Lianjuan can finish whispering, Qin Jinrong guesses it is about the prisoner, and says Academy head Huang can listen in on the interrogation too. Qi Lianjuan is alarmed because Huang is officially a civilian now, and any real progress in that interrogation would become highly confidential military information. Qin Jinrong quietly drops a bigger bomb and reminds Qi Lianjuan that the Purple Star will launch a large-scale attack in 30 days, so Huang's civilian status will not last much longer anyway. After making sure Qi Lianjuan understands and keeps quiet, Qin Jinrong orders him to let someone else handle the prisoner, pull Huang's file from his office, and prepare a teleportation gate for a trip to the military after the competition. When Qi Lianjuan asks whether Huang should be warned first, Qin Jinrong grins wickedly and says no, because he wants to give Huang a surprise himself. Back in the lava field, the three-man earth ball races under molten rock, but even Yihan's support cannot stop the brutal heat from cooking everyone inside. Half delirious from the temperature, Wan Xiao jokes that he finally understands how roast chicken feels, but inside the earth ball nobody is in the mood to laugh. Then Wan Xiao suddenly snaps alert and calls out a target 30 meters to the northwest. Gao Lishuan leaps up to strike at once, only for Wan Xiao to stop him again because Zhou Shiro wants a little more time. Wan Xiao explains, with obvious worry, that Zhou Shiro is using herself as bait so they can first figure out Lu Yuyang's lord talent. Yihan does not understand the caution at all, but Wan Xiao insists that they are all injured and Lu Yuyang has been waiting patiently, so being careful now is still the smart move. So the three men stay hidden beneath the lava, and Wan Xiao can only stare upward in silence, worrying about the trap Zhou Shiro is walking into. Above them, the lava field looks like a piece of hell, and Zhou Shiro waits on her snow-white warhorse across from Lu Yuyang and more than 10 gold mutated beasts. Lu Yuyang greets her like an old friend, but Zhou Shiro ignores the act and immediately demands to know why the competition's mutated beasts are helping him at all. He smugly jokes that it is probably his personal charm, and Zhou Shiro has to physically fight down the urge to throw up. Then Lu Yuyang turns the meeting into a sales pitch, belittling Wan Xiao as a small beast tamer lord who just got lucky and saying he will end up feeding stronger lords. He finally reveals the key point Zhou Shiro wanted: his talent. All things increase can trade for stronger power, and even let him use mutated beasts and other soldiers that are not his. Lu Yuyang boasts that her construction talent plus his increase ability would make them unstoppable, then reaches out and orders her to become his vassal. To keep him talking, Zhou Shiro pretends to be tempted and asks whether joining him really could help her sweep across the blue planet. That bait works perfectly, and Lu Yuyang eagerly doubles down, praising her limitless potential and treating their alliance like a guaranteed path to domination. Then he gets impatient and summons a vassal contract on the spot, pushing her to give up on Wang Xiao and sign immediately. Zhou Shiro tries to delay him again by saying she needs time and still does not fully understand his talent, but Lu Yuyang refuses to give her space to think. When Zhou Shiro tries to back the horse away, Lu Yuyang suddenly grabs the reins and his whole attitude turns dark. At his signal, the gold mutated beasts start closing in, and the fake recruitment finally shows its real shape as naked coercion. Lu Yuyang drops all pretense, says making her his vassal is already a reward, and snarls that she should stop being shameless and sign. He grabs Zhou Shiro's hand and forcefully tries to press it onto the contract, turning the whole meeting into an attempted forced subjugation. The moment he suddenly lets go, Zhou Shiro loses her balance and falls hard off the horse onto the charred ground. Instead of helping her up, Lu Yuyang sneers that she cannot beat him and should just sign, showing exactly how little respect he ever had for her. That is the moment Wan Xiao can no longer hold back, and the lava beside them explodes as the hidden earth ball bursts out with him, Gao Lishuan, and Yihan inside. Lu Yuyang instantly recognizes the three men as opponents he cannot fight head-on, and his confidence collapses into pure survival instinct. He starts to turn and run like a man who knows exactly when he is outmatched, but one glance at the fallen Zhou Shiro and the contract in his hand makes him hesitate over whether to gamble on one last chance. Lu Yuyang makes a desperate gamble and orders his gold mutated beast to hold everyone back while he forces Zhou Shiro's hand toward the vassal contract. Lu Yuyang thinks he only needs a few seconds to seal the contract and 10 seconds to escape, but Wan Xiao answers with brute force. The raging lava bear roars out fear deterrence, and the whole pack freezes on the spot under its overwhelming pressure. A silver blur tears through the frightened pack and drops the trapped beasts before they can move again. Gao Lishuan ignores the beasts completely and hurls himself at Lu Yuyang, furious over being roasted underground for half a day. The kick sends Lu Yuyang flying, and before he can even recover, Yihan crashes in to stomp him flat. Yihan happily beats Lu Yuyang while yelling that this idiot dared to steal his idol's wife, and Zhou Shiro instantly flushes red. Gao Lishuan joins the kicking too, and Lu Yuyang's screams finally get so pitiful that even Wang Xiao feels a little sorry for him. Wang Xiao adds only a few restrained kicks of his own, then leaves the others to vent and goes straight back to help Zhou Shiro up. Once Zhou Shiro is back on her feet, Wang Xiao checks her over in obvious relief and asks if she is hurt. Zhou Shiro says she only fell, then wonders why Wang Xiao rushed out so fast when she still had not figured out Lu Yuyang's talent. Wang Xiao jokes that if they had waited any longer, she would have become Lu Yuyang's vassal, then turns serious and reminds her not to linger on enemies she cannot read. Zhou Shiro admits she only hesitated because she feared Lu Yuyang was hiding something, but the mist still leaves her quietly blaming herself. When Zhou Shiro says she is too useless to even handle something this simple, Wan Xiao shuts that down and tells her nobody is good at everything. Zhou Shiro blurts out that Wang Xiao seems good at everything, and the second she realizes what she just said, her face burns even hotter. Before Wang Xiao can change the subject, Gao Lishuan and Yihan stomp back over, annoyed that Lu Yuyang surrendered and slipped out of the secret realm. The four of them open their interfaces and count the hall, but even after nearly 400 new points, Gao Lishuan thinks Yuhing is still far behind. Gao Lishuan says Flowing Cloud alone picked up 5,600 points by eliminating the 4th and 5th teams, and Yihan groans that Yuhing might fall even farther instead of reaching first. Wang Xiao tries to steady the mood by saying their early choices still saved a lot of people, so the academy head should understand even if the final ranking looks bad. Their weird silence tells Wang Xiao he may be badly underestimating how their academy head reacts to failure. Before anyone can explain, all four of them sense a powerful presence racing straight toward their position. A mounted Kaiyang squad thunders into view first on Imites, and Yuhing recognizes the Holy Knights charging straight toward them. Then a giant tornado sweeps in from the Sea Arena side, and Yuhing realizes the top two academies are closing on them from opposite directions. Not knowing why either side came, Wang Zhao's group stays put and waits instead of making the first move. The two top teams dismount and face Yuhing from dozens of meters away, and the same people who fought side by side earlier now slip back into wary rivals. Wang Xiao breaks the silence and asks what they want, because the air has already turned too awkward to ignore. Su Qingma bluntly says Flowing Cloud came to challenge Yuhing, and Fan Tianyu immediately says Kaiyang came for the same reason. Instead of bracing for a fight, Wang Xiao catches both sides off guard by saying there is no need to rush. He proposes that all three academies lay out their goals first, framing the whole confrontation like a negotiation instead of a clash. Wang Xiao says Yuhing wants to surpass Kaiyang for first place, Su Qingma declares Flowing Cloud wants to beat both of them, and Fan Tianyu says Kaiyang only needs to stay on top. Wang Xiao pushes one step further and asks everyone to compare point ranges, saying Yuhing is also in the 5 digits but starts with the 1. Both Fan Tianyu and Su Qingma admit their teams are in the 20s, which lets Wang Xiao argue that the gap is real but not hopeless. Wang Xiao solemnly states the obvious rule that eliminating any team could decide the title, but his big build-up only leaves both women more confused. Even Wang Zhao's own teammates look baffled, because he sounds like he is just repeating the competition rules everyone already knows. Yihan quietly asks Gao Lishuan why his idol suddenly started reciting rules, and Gao Lishuan can only admit he has no idea either. Then Gao Lishuan notices Zhou Shiro quietly smiling, which tells him she already understands what Wang Xiao is really doing. Zhou Shiro quietly tells them through the vassal link that Wang Xiao is bluffing about Yuhing's score, because their real total is already above 20,000. She pieces it together fast. Flowing Cloud got huge team elimination points but fought fewer beasts. Kaiyang fought many beasts but eliminated fewer teams, and Yuhing secretly collected extra points from enemies Wang Xiao killed earlier. Once Gao Lishuan realizes Yao Guang's points may also have gone to Yuhing, he finally understands why Wang Xiao is pretending the score gap is smaller. Gao Lishuan spells it out for Yihan. If they fight now and lose even one person, the gap only gets worse, so Wang Xiao is dragging things out instead of gambling with an injured four-man team. Yihan finally catches on, out in the open, with only 4 injured teammates, and no fortifications. Stalling is their best shot left. Up front, Wang Xiao keeps calmly spinning his overlong analysis, and somehow his serious tone is working well enough that neither rival team cuts him off. At the same time, Zhou Shiro quietly checks the remaining time through the vassal link and feeds Wang Xiao the countdown without alerting anyone else. The stall keeps working until the last 10 minutes, when Su Qingma finally cuts in and asks Wang Xiao to stop circling and speak plainly. Fan Tianyu checks the time too, realizes there are only 10 minutes left, and bluntly asks if Wang Xiao has been dragging this out on purpose. Wang Xiao goes stiff on the spot, because denying the stall sounds impossible now, but admitting it could spark the exact 3-school brawl he was trying to avoid. Outside the secret realm in Kaiyang City Square, the crowd is half asleep from Wang Zhao's non-stop chatter when the commentators suddenly snap everyone awake with news that the last 3 teams have finally moved. The main screen fills with a tide of mutated beasts, and the audience immediately realizes Wang Xiao has dumped an absurd number of summons onto the field. Once someone identifies them as metal-devouring ants, the crowd gets even more confused because these creatures are known for eating minerals, not fighting. Back inside the secret realm, Gao Lishuan stares at Wang Xiao like he has lost his mind and complains that suddenly dropping 10,000 soldiers without warning is terrifying. Wang Xiao awkwardly explains he had no safe chance to warn them, because one wrong move would have made the other teams attack immediately. When Gao Lishuan points at the ants eating dirt and demands real combat troops, Wang Xiao admits his stronger mutated beasts are mostly injured and these ants can only buy time. That answer kills the mood fast, because Gao Lishuan has almost no spare soldiers left, and Yihan admits he only has Lava Ripper while still drained from earlier fighting. Zhou Shiro suddenly steps in and says she still has 10 silver level 2 skeleton archers at full strength. Gao Lishuan reacts to that with obvious doubt, then decides they might as well rely on Wang Zhao's useless-looking ant wall and drag things out a little longer. On the opposing side, both Kaiyang Academy and Flowing Cloud Academy see the giant ant swarm, turn wary at once, and summon troops without daring to commit too hard yet. Han Bufan grumbles that the ants' shells are annoyingly hard, and Tang Hingshan instantly mocks him, while his own giant soldiers kick the creatures aside with ease. Their bickering nearly turns into a full argument until Fang Tianyu coldly cuts in and orders them to stop wasting time and go kill Wang Xiao first. With the team back in line, Fang Tianyu turns to Lin Dong and checks whether his setup is ready. Lin Dong, standing before a wide blood pool, says ordinary troops will not be enough against Wang Xiao, Gao Lishuan, and Yi Han, so he needs a little more time. Fang Tianyu decides gold quality power should be enough because Wang Zhao's side has already spent too much strength, and she bluntly says this is the moment to pick the softest persimmon. Flowing Cloud Academy reaches the same conclusion even faster, because Su Qingma quickly sees that the ants look scary in number but are almost harmless in a real fight. Instead of wasting energy clearing ants, Su Qingma has her team stand right inside the swarm and prepare a clean counterattack. Once the plan is set, Su Qingma summons several explosive slimes and sends them rushing straight toward Wang Zhao's team as the opening blast. At the same time, Lin Dong's blood pool erupts skyward and condenses into 10 muscular gold-quality blood men, giving Kaiyang Academy its own heavy strike force. Fang Tianyu tells her team this may be their first real chance to beat Wang Xiao, and the whole group answers with ugly, eager smiles. Then the flowing cloud explosives go off first, blasting dozens of ants into the air and proving the race to reach Wang Xiao has already started. Not willing to fall behind, Fang Tianyu orders Tang Hengshan to clear a path, and Kaiyang Academy surges forward with giants and blood men charging together. Both enemy teams rush forward almost together, only to find that after the blast clears the ants, Wang Xiao and his 3 teammates have completely vanished. Tang Hengshan blurts out whether Su Qingma somehow blew them up, but she checks the score interface and flatly says no points changed, so that is impossible. Su Qingma concludes that Wang Zhao's side must have slipped away during the setup window, because they were never going to sit still and wait to be killed. With too many ants and too little time to hunt a 4-man team, Su Qingma and Fang Tianyu silently arrive at the same answer. If Wang Xiao is gone, they may as well attack each other. Fang Tianyu acts first and calls on Lin Dong, and the 10 blood men immediately lunge at Flowing Cloud Academy to trigger a full battle between the top 2 teams. 5 meters below that battlefield, Wang Zhao's whole team is hiding inside a cramped underground chamber while the war above finally turns exactly the way he wanted. Gao Lishuan gives Wang Xiao a thumbs up and praises the whole scheme, from the endless chatter to the ant smokescreen to forcing both enemy teams to waste their last minutes on each other. Yi Han is still confused about one thing, because if the other 2 teams keep eliminating each other, Wang Zhao's score gap could also get worse. Wang Xiao admits that risk is real, but says fighting head-on would only hand away more points, so hiding and watching the Tigers fight is their only remaining chance to protect second place and maybe steal first. A fresh tremor shakes dirt from the ceiling, and Wang Xiao grins evilly because the harder those 2 teams fight up there, the better the hidden team might profit in the end. Yi Han and Gao Lishuan both call Wang Xiao evil again, and Wang Xiao barely swallows the urge to curse them out. Trying to move past that, Wang Xiao thanks Gao Lishuan for still having enough strength to make this underground refuge, because without it they would be running for their lives right now. That is when Gao Lishuan's face turns awkward and he quietly says he has good news and bad news. Yi Han instantly asks for the good news first, so Gao Lishuan opens the competition interface and reveals there are only 7 minutes left in the assessment. Yi Han starts to question how that counts as good news, but Wang Xiao already realizes something is very wrong and turns to ask about the bad news instead. In a voice barely louder than a mosquito, Gao Lishuan admits he is out of energy. Wang Xiao immediately understands the disaster. If Gao Lishuan cannot use his talent anymore, this underground hideout has become a trap surrounded by lava. He frantically checks for an energy potion, only to remember he has nothing left after earlier losses and the chaos with the Lang brothers. With nowhere to go and no easy fix, Wang Xiao explodes at Gao Lishuan for not saying this sooner, snapping that they cannot exactly swim up through lava. Gao Lishuan fires back just as angrily, pointing out that Wang Xiao only told him to dig the hideout and never asked how much energy he had left. Wang Xiao has no answer to that, so he slumps to the ground and bitterly accepts that all they can do now is wait for time to run out and pray their score survives. The chamber falls into a miserable silence, because first place is now out of their hands and even second depends on luck. Then Zhou Shiro quietly breaks the silence, and says she still has 1 energy potion. A faint blue potion appears in Zhou Shiro's hand, and Gao Lishuan's eyes light up as he grabs it and starts drinking immediately. Wang Xiao is relieved for a second, but then he frowns because every surrendered resource should have returned to him earlier, so he asks where Zhou Shiro got that potion. Blushing hard, Zhou Shiro admits Fang Tianyu gave it to her earlier when she was injured and unconscious, and she had secretly kept it because she thought she might need it for Wang Xiao later. Underground, the air turns painfully awkward after Zhou Shiro's embarrassing slip, and even Yi Han looks like he is barely holding in a laugh. Wang Xiao forcibly acts normal and urges Gao Lishuan to hurry, saying their whole victory now depends on him. Gao Lishuan pretends he heard nothing, gulps down the last half of the energy potion, and everyone is stuck waiting in even worse silence. Above ground, Taiyang keeps crushing Flowing Cloud, with Wang Zhao's joint battle plan and the giant Holy Archangel making them look nearly unbeatable. After repeated Holy Light sanctions, more than half of Flowing Cloud soldiers are down, and the rest are clearly on the verge of collapse. A Flowing Cloud teammate begs Su Qingmo to retreat before they are wiped out and hand Kai Yang free points. Su Qingmo refuses immediately because he suspects Gao Lishuan, and the others are hiding nearby, waiting to flank them the moment they run. Even when his teammate warns that Kai Yang alone can already finish them, Su Qingmo still will not give the retreat order, leaving the whole team agitated and stuck. Outside the secret realm, the audience has no idea an alien invasion happened earlier, because the broadcast spent most of the day showing scenery and harmless beasts instead of the real crisis. Now that a real top-tier battle is finally on screen, the crowd absolutely does not want Flowing Cloud to retreat. The commentators lean into the excitement too, joking about how this is one of the first serious fights the broadcast has shown all competition. They judge that Flowing Cloud has basically lost, and one commentator says retreat would be the rational choice since they are still ranked first overall. Then they remember the missing third team and wonder if Yuheng has been hiding this whole time to sit safely on the sidelines and profit from the chaos. Before anyone can finish that thought, every metal-devouring ant around the battlefield bursts into shattered light at once. When the glare clears, Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiro, Yihan, and Gao Lishuan are suddenly standing right in the middle between Kai Yang and Flowing Cloud. The commentators explode with excitement as Yuheng finally reveals itself with only 5 minutes left, and suddenly the whole match feels wide open again. Everyone expects Yuheng to ally with one side, because with only 4 people left, charging both top academies should be suicide. Instead, 2 spatial vortexes open over the battlefield, and the Ice Thunderhorned Wolf and Lava Ripper burst out together. The 2 beasts split instantly, with the Horned Wolf charging Kai Yang on the left and the Lava Ripper rushing Flowing Cloud on the right. The commentators can barely believe what they are seeing, because Yuheng has chosen to attack both sides head-on instead of joining anyone. Inside the secret realm, both academies also sense something is wrong, and Su Qingmo's first instinct is to pull back before he walks into a hidden trap. Kai Yang reaches the same conclusion, and Han Bufan immediately has the giant Holy Archangel withdraw while covering itself in dense holy light. At the very center, Wang Xiao sees both sides retreating instead of charging, and he finally knows the bait worked. He coldly calls out to Gao Lishuan again, because this entire comeback now rests on Gao Lishuan's talent going off in time. The summoned wolf and lava ripper suddenly dissolve into light, exposing that their charge was only a feint to force everyone into position. Gao Lishuan stomps down and unleashes a khaki energy ring that races across the battlefield in every direction. The ring slices through both enemy teams without hurting them, and that harmless touch is exactly what makes Su Qingmo realize the real danger. Su Qingmo yells for everyone to stop Gao Lishuan before he can fully activate his lord talent. Flowing cloud soldiers rush the center, and Kai Yang tries to answer too as Han Bufan orders the Holy Archangel to call down Holy Light Sanction on Gao Lishuan. Gao Lishuan grins and tells them Yuheng will be taking their points first, because by now they are already too late. The ground across a 600-meter radius suddenly splits apart, and the entire battlefield gives way into a massive bottomless pit. Flowing Cloud and Kai Yang alike drop with the collapsing earth, and even the flying Holy Archangel bursts into light because its owner has already been eliminated. The square and the live stream both go dead quiet, because for a moment it really looks like everyone just died together. Then the camera zooms in and reveals the trick. At the very center, one narrow stone pillar never fell, and the 4 Yuheng members are still standing on it. Yihan stares at Gao Lishuan in shock, because from their angle it looked like he had just collapsed an entire battlefield in one blow. Gao Lishuan quickly explains that he secretly hollowed out the ground earlier and only left a thin shell, so all he had to do now was release the support and let the whole area cave in. After hearing there is only about a minute left in the competition, Gao Lishuan gives a tired crooked grin and asks Wang Xiao to accept the award for him. The moment he says it, Gao Lishuan's eyes roll back and he faints from overusing his power. Outside, the points board updates at last, and the commentators realize Yuheng has pulled off a full comeback by eliminating both top academies at once. Kai Yang is locked in third, Flowing Cloud lands second, and Yuheng rockets to first with an overwhelming 70,650 points. The audience erupts in cheers, but the academy heads react very differently to the upset. Flowing Cloud's academy head is secretly delighted because his school still climbed one place, and he even has the nerve to praise the match with calm satisfaction. Kai Yang's academy head looks much worse, because Kai Yang has fallen from its long-held throne all the way to third place. His mood is darker than simple frustration, because he notices Huang Tingwei still has not returned and starts connecting that disappearance to Qin Jinrong's suspicious absence and the strange dead-air broadcast. Staring at Qin Jinrong smiling and clapping on the commentary platform, Kai Yang's academy head does not know the details yet, but his instincts tell him something big has happened behind the scenes. When the secret realm countdown ends, Wang Zhao's group is wrapped in golden light and dumped straight into a crowded medical tent outside. The mood is immediately ugly, because the students from Flowing Cloud and Kai Yang glare at Yuheng's team like they just stole history from them. Wang Xiao is about to hand Gao Lishuan over for treatment when he spots Qi Lianjuan standing there pale and badly hurt, clearly waiting for him. Qi Lianjuan gets straight to the point, and warns him that the foreign race invasion must stay secret, and everyone here has already been told the same thing. He explains that the commander already blocked the battle footage from the audience, so if anyone asks what happened in that missing stretch, Wan Xiao needs to invent a believable cover story himself. Wan Xiao can hear the backhanded compliment in that order, but he still slips in one more question about the 8 Yaoguang participants who never came back. Qi Lianjuan cuts him off cold and says the authorities will handle Yaoguang, while Wang Zhao's only job now is silence and rest. With that conversation shut down, Wang Xiao hands the unconscious Gao Lishuan to the medics and leaves the tent with Zhou Shiro and Yihan. Outside, they realize the tent sits behind the giant event screen with a red carpet path leading toward the main podium and the roaring crowd beyond. That is when Wang Xiao suddenly remembers the obvious question he forgot to ask: what place did Yuheng even get? A warm voice answers for him, and Qin Kaiyang steps out smiling to tell them that wiping out 2 teams at the end could only mean first place. Even after transferring away, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro still greet Qin Kaiyang like their old academy head, and he proudly tells them they did not disappoint him. Wang Xiao awkwardly starts to explain the mess with Kaiyang, but Qin Kaiyang waves it off and says his own academy needed the lesson after staying on top for too long. When Wang Xiao asks about Huang Tingwei, Qin Kaiyang says Yuheng's academy had already left on urgent business and asked him to escort the champions to receive the award instead. That answer bothers Wang Xiao, because after Turk's death he cannot figure out what could still pull Huang Tingwei away so fast. A moment later, Qin Kaiyang personally leads Yuheng onto the podium, and the crowd explodes at the sight of the former top academy head presenting the title to the new winners. Then Wang Xiao has to give the champion's speech with almost no warning, but pure habit saves him and he delivers polished, humble words even while his mind is somewhere else. Once Wang Xiao steps down, the public ceremony still has more speakers, but for the exhausted competitors the academy ranking battle is finally over. The 3 of them return to Yuheng Academy's bus, where only Su Junru is still there because the rest of their teammates were already sent to the hospital. Su Junru tries to congratulate them, but all 3 are too drained to fake any excitement, and even Yihan has nothing left for a victory mood. Seeing their condition, Su Junru drops the celebration, takes the driver's seat herself, and simply gets everyone home. Wang Xiao barely makes it back before crashing into bed, and when he wakes again it is already deep night under a bright starry sky. The competition is finally over, but the victory does not feel light at all, because his whole body hurts so badly he cannot even sit up. After several failed attempts, he gives up on moving in the real world and drops his consciousness into his territory instead. Inside the territory, the first thing he sees is Zhou Shiro already there, and both of them blurt out the same question at the same time. It gets even more awkward when they answer in perfect unison too, both saying they came to organize the resources. Wang Xiao tries to smooth over the weird silence by suggesting they sort everything together, and Zhou Shiro is just about to respond. Then Zhou Shiro suddenly notices something behind him and points upward with a suspicious frown. When Wang Xiao turns around, he sees his normal Azure Lord core in the air and, just beside it, a second identical core floating where absolutely nothing like that should exist. The duplicate looks so exact that Wang Xiao can only stand there stunned, trying and failing to guess what could possibly have gone wrong with the foundation of his territory. He first asks if the extra core belongs to Zhou Shiro, but she points out her own Lord core somewhere else, next to Tang Hingshan's, which means the problem is only his. That answer only makes it worse, because Wang Xiao knows a Lord core should not behave like this unless the territory was directly invaded, and that never happened. He runs through every explanation he can think of, from the challenge arena surrender to Anda's old case to even his own system, but none of them fit this absurd scene. Desperate for anything, he even rubs his eyes like a fool, but when he looks again the second core is still there. Zhou Shiro suggests calling Huang Tingwei or Commander Chen for help, but Wang Xiao decides he has to inspect the anomaly himself first. She immediately tries to stop him, because neither of them knows if going near that thing is dangerous. Wang Xiao insists that if his Lord core is involved, he cannot hide from the risk, and he argues that someone needs first-hand information anyway. Zhou Shiro offers to go with him, but Wang Xiao refuses again and says she needs to stay back and watch the whole field in case something suddenly changes. After one last warning to be careful, Zhou Shiro lets him go, and Wang Xiao floats alone toward the 2 cores. Up close, a status panel confirms the first crystal is his original Lord core, so he turns toward the second one to inspect the fake. But the second he turns, Wang Xiao freezes, because another Wang Xiao is hovering opposite him beside the duplicate core. He does not dare move at first, and what feels even stranger is that Zhou Shiro on the ground gives no warning at all, as if she cannot see the extra person. Then Wang Xiao glances down and notices the other Wang Xiao copying the same movement in reverse, and the truth suddenly clicks into place. To test it, he raises his right hand, and the figure opposite instantly raises its left exactly like a mirror image. After trying a few more movements, Wang Xiao finally relaxes enough to laugh at himself, because the threat was not a clone at all but some kind of reflection. Now convinced it is safe enough, he calls Zhou Shiro up to see it for herself. The moment Zhou Shiro flies into range, another Zhou Shiro appears opposite her too, proving the whole thing really is acting like a giant hidden mirror. Zhou Shiro startles for a split second, then immediately catches on and guesses there is a mirror in their territory. Wan Xiao flies straight toward the reflected version of himself, and the two figures meet perfectly in the middle without touching anything solid. Their palms overlap exactly but feel nothing at all, so Wan Xiao realizes this is not a normal surface but a thick, invisible mirror-like layer. Zhou Shiro tests it too and gets the same result, leaving both of them staring at the impossible mirror suspended inside the territory. While Zhou Shiro asks why something like this would appear in their territory at all, Wan Xiao suddenly remembers another possibility, and dives downward to check beneath it. As soon as he slips around the bottom and reaches the far side, Wan Xiao sees enough to confirm his suspicion and blurts out that he was right. Behind the bright surface, Wan Xiao finally sees the truth and freezes because the giant object is Lang Buli's ancient bronze mirror. He quickly realizes the bright side he saw earlier was just the back of the mirror, which only makes the mystery worse. Wan Xiao is rattled by two ugly questions at once. Why did Lang Buli's mirror appear in his territory? And how did a shattered core come back whole? Zhou Shiro rushes over, takes one look, and immediately recognizes Lang Buli's bronze mirror too. When Zhou Shiro asks why Lang Buli's mirror is sitting in his territory, Wan Xiao can only admit he wants that answer just as badly. Wan Xiao says the mirror's appearance probably ties back to the dark swamp crocodile dragon, the purple star sacred beast Lang Buli came to retrieve. Zhou Shiro follows the background but still cannot see how the dragon and the mirror connect. So Wan Xiao starts from the rules she knows. In a challenge battle, surrender costs resources, but soldiers and contracts are not taken that easily. He explains that because the dark swamp crocodile dragon is his contract beast, Lang Buli would have needed a lord duel and a shattered lord core to steal that contract away. That leads Wan Xiao to his theory. Lang Buli must have triggered a lord duel inside this territory, but died before the battle could truly begin, leaving his core behind. Zhou Shiro grimly jokes that she used to be too weak to even imagine breaking someone else's lord core, so of course she never learned this rule. The joke passes quickly, and they turn back to the real problem. The mirror is still here, and neither of them knows how to get rid of it. Zhou Shiro suggests the simplest answer first. If it is a lord core, maybe they should just smash it. Wan Xiao doubts it will be that easy and walks up to test the mirror first. His knuckles hit solid metal with a clang, and that alone tells him this thing will not break like ordinary glass. Mid-explanation, Wan Xiao suddenly realizes their attacks might do nothing and yanks Zhou Shiro dozens of meters back to stay safe first. Then Wan Xiao tears open a white skill card and hurls a fireball straight at the mirror to see what happens. The mirror answers with a bell-like blast that throws both of them back, and when the flames clear, the surface is completely untouched. Wan Xiao only shrugs, because after seeing this mirror withstand the Academy's bombardment before, he never expected their test to matter. Zhou Shiro does not like leaving Lang Buli's core hanging over their land, but right now they are stuck with a threat they cannot touch. After thinking it through, Wan Xiao suddenly suggests asking Tang Longji, the level 5 lord who should know more than they do. Zhou Shiro immediately agrees, relieved that Tang Longji can enter their territory directly through his vassal connection. Wan Xiao sends the message through the vassal contract, but Tang Longji does not answer right away. With nothing else to do, the two of them spend the next stretch of time sorting their chaotic resources while the silent mirror keeps hanging there overhead. More than an hour later, Tang Longji finally arrives and cheerfully congratulates Wan Xiao on Yuheng winning the championship. His smile fades the moment he notices 4 lord cores in the air and wonders if Wan Xiao somehow took in another vassal. Wan Xiao corrects him at once. That strange one is not a new vassal's core at all, but a mirror. He then walks Tang Longji through the whole incident in detail, only deliberately leaving out the coming full-scale war with the Purple Star. Tang Longji falls quiet for a long time to digest the story, and Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro wait him out without interrupting. At last, Tang Longji gets to the point and says the normal answer is simple. Use Wan Zhao's own lord core to devour and assimilate the abandoned one. Wan Xiao does not buy the easy answer and shoots Tang Longji a suspicious look, because this definitely sounds too neat. Pressed by that look, Tang Longji admits the catch right away. That method is only normal theory, and no one knows if Blue Planet and Purple Star Lord cores can really fuse. He explains that on past battlefields they either captured foreign invaders for information or killed them outright, so Wan Zhao's situation is something he has never seen before. That answer sets Zhou Shiro off, and she snaps that they came to Tang Longji for help, not for Wan Xiao to gamble his life on an untested guess. Wan Xiao immediately cuts in, apologizes for Zhou Shiro's outburst, and makes it clear she only reacted because she is worried about him. Tang Longji is not offended at all and frankly admits Zhou Shiro is right to question him. He says his reasoning is simple. Challenge arenas already work on foreign races, so maybe the Lord duel system works across planets too. Then Tang Longji lays out the deeper argument. Blue Planet and Purple Star Lords may look different, but they still fight the same way, build territories the same way, and rely on the same kind of energy. He even points out that Wan Xiao already uses Crimson Star fortifications, so if the essence is the same, the 2 Lord cores should be able to fuse too. Wan Xiao cannot answer because the idea hits a dangerous nerve in him instead of sounding impossible. Inside his own head, Wang Xiao remembers that the dark swamp crocodile dragon was raised by the purple star, yet it can still contract with him and fight in sync with blue planet energy. That memory pushes him toward a dangerous conclusion. If the two kinds of energy already mix, maybe the two Lord cores really can too. The urge gets so strong that the giant mirror stops looking like a problem and starts looking like a starving man's feast. Joe Shiro catches that look instantly, and calls him out before he can say a word. She flatly tells him not to deny it, because after everything they have been through, she can read risky ideas straight from his eyes. Wang Xiao backs off verbally and claims he is not going to do it now, only think through whether the idea might be feasible. Joe Shiro shuts that down too and tells him the risk is so high he should not even let the thought grow. Unexpectedly, Tang Longji backs her up and says Wang Xiao really should not try this yet. Tang Longji explains that his theory only applies later, because right now Wang Xiao is just a level 3 lord trying to handle a core that likely belonged to a level 4 or 5 enemy. When Wang Xiao asks when he would be strong enough, Tang Longji first says level 4, then immediately corrects himself and insists level 5 would be safer. That answer nearly chokes Wang Xiao, because reaching level 5 would take years and leave Lang Buli's core hanging in his territory the whole time. So Wang Xiao hides his real frustration and says he understands now. Instead of waiting years, he will ask Academy Head Huang or Commander Chen if they know another solution. Tang Longji agrees that those seniors might have a better answer, and on the surface the discussion finally seems settled. But Zhou Shiro knows Wang Xiao too well, and one look tells her he has not given up at all, only buried a very dangerous plan deeper. Zhou Shiro can tell Wang Xiao is still hiding something, but in front of Tang Longji, she keeps quiet and watches him carefully instead of exposing him. Tang Longji gives Wang Xiao a few more elder contacts from Kaiyang City's big families, then takes off a Tang family ring and tells him to use it if anyone refuses to meet him. Wang Xiao gratefully accepts the ring, and Tang Longji laughs it off, saying they have life and death friendship and Wang Xiao is close to Tang Hengshan anyway. Tang Longji even says the ring is probably just insurance, because with Wang Xiao's current fame, those families should be eager to win his favor. Then Wang Xiao suddenly says he will return the ring through Tang Hengshan later, because he wants to terminate his vassal contract with Tang Longji. Wang Xiao explains he kept the contract secret to investigate the Purple Star Lord more easily, but now that that matter is settled, he cannot keep a level 5 lord tied to him as a vassal. Tang Longji immediately acts like he never cared about the contract, but his huge grin gives away how relieved he is to get his dignity back. After a solemn goodbye, Tang Longji leaves the territory, ending that temporary alliance on good terms. Wang Xiao personally releases Tang Longji's vassal contract, and the invalid contract shatters into drifting light fragments in front of him. The smile disappears from Wang Zhao's face, and he turns to Zhou Shiro with the real question he has been avoiding. He asks Zhou Shiro if she still wants to remain his vassal, and the sudden question catches her completely off guard. Wang Xiao points to the two lord cores suspended in the air, and says she has been staring at him in silence, so she must already know what he is planning. Once she realizes there is no point pretending, Zhou Shiro drops the act and bluntly asks if he understands how dangerous this plan really is. Wang Xiao admits he knows the risk, but says if the attempt fails, even her lord core could be dragged down with his. Before he can even finish asking, Zhou Shiro cuts him off and says there is no need to ask because she is not leaving. When Wang Xiao presses her about losing everything if her lord core is implicated, Zhou Shiro blurts out that she will just start over with him. The moment the words are out, Zhou Shiro realizes how intimate that sounded, flushes red, and hurriedly explains that she simply believes he can succeed and will stand with him no matter what. Wang Xiao stares at her in silence for several seconds, clearly moved, then makes his decision. He suddenly says they are leaving now, and when Zhou Shiro asks where, Wang Xiao answers with the plan in one line: gather resources and rush to level 5. The two head straight to Kaiyang City's trading market, because from level 3 onward, upgrading a Lord Core needs such absurd resources that Wang Xiao decides the fastest answer is money. At the entrance to the Lord's shop, Zhou Shiro finally admits she is uneasy and quietly asks Wang Xiao if this plan can really work. Wang Xiao reassures her with a calm smile, but before he can say more, the door flies open and Lin Xiang rushes out in a hurry. Lin Xiang recognizes Wang Xiao instantly, congratulates him on winning the championship, and the awkward doorway collision turns into a polite greeting. When Wang Xiao asks why he is rushing around, Lin Xiang says he has to pick up an important batch of goods and invites them to wait in his office first. Less than 10 minutes later, Lin Xiang runs back into the office drenched in sweat and apologizes repeatedly for not receiving them properly. Once everyone sits down, Wang Xiao gets straight to the point and says he came to discuss a very big deal. He adds that the amount may be so huge Lin Xiang will have to coordinate with headquarters, instantly making the manager worry. Then Wang Xiao drops the real bomb. He is preparing to become a level 5 lord. The office falls completely silent, and Lin Xiang sits there staring for a full 10 minutes like he has turned to stone. When Lin Xiang finally recovers, he carefully confirms Wang Xiao is only level 3, then grabs pen and paper and decides to start by calculating the jump to level 4 first. Wang Xiao lists the few resources he already has, but when the numbers stop after refined copper, mithril, and purple gold, Lin Xiang nearly snaps his pen in disbelief. Wang Xiao admits he has been too busy to farm secret realms properly, which is exactly why he came here to make the shop solve the gap with money. Lin Xiang warns him that high-level materials like platinum mine, purple gold mineral, advanced energy cores, and especially the core upgrade stone are all painfully expensive and rarely circulate on the market. Wang Xiao cuts straight through the warning and says price is not the problem, telling Lin Xiang to name it as long as the Lord's shop can gather the goods. That confidence only makes Lin Xiang more conflicted, because he knows the resources for even level 4 are worth a staggering fortune, and Wang Zhao's real goal is still level 5. In the end, Lin Xiang decides to calculate first and argue later, and the office turns into a long, grinding pricing session. After more than an hour of listing and checking, Lin Xiang ends up looking completely frazzled before finally reaching a total. Lin Xiang hands over the list and says the total for the key purchase resources comes to 118.597 billion coins. The number hits like a hammer. Zhou Shiro blurts out in shock, and even Wang Zhao's hands jerk so hard he almost smacks the list back into Lin Xiang's face. Lin Xiang quickly explains this is already the discounted price, with Wang Zhao's supplier status giving him 30% off plus a tiny extra cut from Lin Xiang's own authority. Wang Xiao still pushes for a better deal, but Lin Xiang says any extra approval from headquarters probably would not even cut more than 1 billion off the bill. That answer lands badly, because against a base price above 100 billion, even a billion coin discount suddenly feels tiny. After a heavy silence, even Lin Xiang gently breaks character as a merchant and tells Wang Xiao not to force this, because leveling up is not worth rushing blindly. Zhou Shiro backs him up and softly urges Wang Xiao to reconsider, warning him not to rush just because he has that thing. She almost says Lang Buli's Lord Core out loud, but catches herself just in time and changes the wording before exposing their secret in front of Lin Xiang. Even so, Wang Xiao refuses to back down and says he has to level up as soon as possible. He quietly explains to Zhou Shiro through their vassal link that Lang Buli's Lord Core is only part of the reason, because the real clock is the war that starts in 30 days. That reminder shuts Zhou Shiro up at once, because she knows Purple Star will invade Blue Planet in 30 days, and if the military fails, young lords like them may be forced to stand in the gap. After finally getting Zhou Shiro to stop objecting, Wang Xiao stares at the massive resource list and tells Lin Xiang he wants the deal. Lin Xiang nearly bursts with joy, already imagining the giant sale turning him into the top performer and sending him back to headquarters. Certain Wang Xiao wants a discount, Lin Xiang immediately promises to help him get the best price possible. But when Wang Xiao says he wants to discuss something else, Lin Xiang's excitement drops fast and he senses trouble. Wang Xiao calmly asks whether he can pay a down payment first and settle the rest in installments. Lin Xiang thinks it over and for a deal this huge, admits he might be able to ask headquarters for an exception. When Lin Xiang asks how much cash Wang Xiao has, Wang Xiao silently raises 3 fingers. Lin Xiang first guesses 30 billion, and Wang Xiao has to awkwardly admit it is nowhere near that much. Lin Xiang drops to a guess of 3 billion, and Wang Xiao still shakes his head. Then Wang Xiao finally says the truth. He and Zhou Shiro only have about 30 million total. That number is so ridiculous against the 118 billion deal that Lin Xiang instantly gets up and tries to throw them out before the joke goes any further. Zhou Shiro spreads her hands and bluntly reminds Wang Xiao that she already told him this had no chance. Wang Xiao refuses to quit there, pulls Lin Xiang back, and insists he still is not finished. Lin Xiang snaps that bringing a 30 million deposit into a 100 billion negotiation is an insult, and would get him kicked all the way back from headquarters. Only then does Wang Xiao reveal his real plan. He will use black gold ore to pay the rest. Lin Xiang quickly does the math and realizes Wang Xiao would need well over 10,000 units, which sounds completely impossible. He spells out why he cannot believe it, because black gold ore is scarce across the whole planet, and most of it is controlled by the military. When Lin Xiang asks how many years Wang Xiao expects to take, Wang Xiao answers without blinking, 3 days. Wang Xiao doubles down and promises that once the resources arrive, he will hand over 10,000 units of black gold ore within those 3 days. Zhou Shiro cannot hold back anymore and asks if he has gone crazy, because even she thinks this promise sounds impossible. Inside, Wang Xiao is betting on his hidden advantage, but to Lin Xiang and Zhou Shiro he just looks like a fool making a suicidal promise. Lin Xiang and Zhou Shiro exchange a look so worried that Lin Xiang quietly suggests she should just take Wang Xiao to a hospital. Wang Xiao cuts that off by pulling out a contract and declaring that he is willing to bind the promise officially. He writes the terms on the spot, setting a 30 million deposit now and equal black gold or payment within 3 days after delivery. Then Wang Xiao stamps it with his lord mark first, proving he is not bluffing. Lin Xiang warns him one last time that failing a contract like this brings brutal punishment, but Wang Xiao says he knows and asks only whether Lin Xiang believes him. Thinking of the ruin this could bring him if Wang Xiao fails, Lin Xiang hesitates hard, because the debt would crush him too. But Wang Zhao's determined stare and their past deals finally push Lin Xiang into a reckless decision, and he stamps his own mark on the contract too. The contract instantly activates, splitting into white light and sinking into both men, which means the deal is now bound for real. That is the moment Zhou Shirua truly explodes, scolding Wan Xiao for betting their lives on finding 10,000 units of black gold ore. Wan Xiao just smiles, tells her not to worry, and thanks Lin Xiang for trusting him. Lin Xiang immediately admits he is already regretting it, and hurriedly adds that he still needs headquarters to approve the transaction.